I'm so sorry for the difficulty.
That's okay. I think it was on our end. So just so everyone knows, we are with Megan Smith from Ability International USA. We were talking with her on the first part and we got cut off. So now we are starting part two of the Webathon. Um, and you were talking to us about some of the programs that you guys offer for students.
Yeah, so actually, for my USA, this is a unique transitional year, because we are doing more technical assistance and not so much of our normal exchange programs. However, I do want to really emphasize that we provide one-on-one technical support to anyone that feels they want to go abroad. So it could be on a volunteer program. You could go on a work study program. You could go woofing. You could go pick grapes in France for a little while. And we want to support you in getting abroad. And as Rebecca mentioned, I do use a power wheelchair, and I am a full-time wheelchair user with CP, and I countries like India and Morocco and Afghanistan, and people always are so interested in how the power wheelchair can get to those countries and around, and how do you negotiate that? And also, how do you negotiate bathrooms, which are a huge issue, even in the US, as many people on this call know. And that's the sort of stuff that we help with. So it could be that we talk directly to you about your concerns or where you want to go, or even problem solving. Do I really want to go abroad, and do I think I can do this? Um, and we also work with professionals in the study abroad and volunteer abroad fields, where they contact us and they say, "Oh, we have someone who is a power wheelchair user, and they want to go on our year-long study abroad in Morocco, but we have no idea how to do this." And that's where we step in. Um, so yeah, that's a bit general, and but is there any kind of questions or um,
You guys do programs abroad, and then you also do some, you know, in the country where you bring other people from other countries to the U.S. Like you just said, you had that delegation of of people that came, and they're doing adaptive sports related things. So that's really interesting, and I think it's really cool that you guys do that because people from other countries can come and there's this exchange of information and what people are doing within their own countries.
definitely, and it's wonderful to gain a new perspective on the U.S. In terms of accessibility and in terms of disability culture. Um, for a lot of the individuals that come over, they've never seen crosswalks that notify you by voice for transport. So it just really reinvigorating to have that cross-cultural connection. And also we learn what from other cultures, what we can do better in the US.
Yeah.
So,
And I mean, you mentioned cross-cultural, but also cross-disability. I learned a lot from, my own experiences with a mobility disability, but I met people that were blind or deaf or had invisible disabilities too. So it's you know it's a really cool the programs you guys offer.
and it's quite incredible for anyone who has traveled before, you know that it's a wonderful way to get to know each other very quickly. And so when we do these exchange programs, it's quite incredible how you take this population of people who are from different backgrounds, different um, disabilities, and you make them travel together, and it works, which
Hmm.
is sort of our motto, which like just do it. But
You Oh, can you hear me?
I'm so sorry, Rebecca. I can't hear you.
Me? Can you hear me now?
Yeah,
Okay,
yeah,
good. I just wanted to thank you for being on this call for us and sharing what you guys do. I really, really was hoping that you guys would make it on because um, the going on those programs really helped me, I feel like, become, independent and learn a lot of things about myself. And, like you just said, just do it and go out there and do it. And I'm glad you guys are on here. Can you tell us what your website is in case others want to log
def-
on and get more information?
definitely. So our website is www.miusa.org.
Okay, and that stands for Mobility International USA.
Yes, and we did redesign our web, and we now have a feature that says "Plan your trip." So
Nice.
it's a very cool feature because we also offer different resources on how to fund your trip abroad. And I know for myself that was a huge barrier, was getting the money to go abroad.
Hmm.
So we have different resources as part of that component on our website that can help you find funding.
Cool. Well, thank you again, and I hope that you can join us for a little while. Check out some of the other people throughout the day.
Definitely, and please, please feel free to contact me directly. I will put my email in the chat. If anyone is interested in travel or going abroad soon, so
Awesome. Thank you so
thank
much.
you so
Take
much.
care.
Bye.
Bye.
You too.
Okay, so that was Megan from Mobility International USA, www.myusa.org. Check it out, be, become involved, and be part of one of their programs. We have a quick little break, and then our next guest at 4:15 is Gabe, an old friend of mine from the University of Arizona, and we'll be talking to him soon. So we're going to take a really quick break, and then we'll be back at 4:15.
We didn't lose the other photos, right? Those are all saved? Beck?
Okay, we're back. Gabe, can you hear me? Oh, I have to unmute you. Where is it? Here we go. Can you hear me? Or can you talk? Hmm. I'll figure this out 1 second. Okay, I can hear you now.
You can hear me now?
Yes,
Okay, are
there
we
we go.
live?
We are live.
All right, so okay. How are you doing, Becky?
I'm doing good. How are you?
I'm great. It's a long day for you, I'm sure. You holding up all right?
I am. I scheduled in some breaks because I had to eat and drink water
Yeah, put your head down on the desk for a minute.
and close my eyes. It looks like it's really nice and sunny over there in Arizona.
um, I wish it were that way. We're actually getting after effects from Hurricane
Ooh.
Olide or Olide, or I'm not sure how they're calling it, from Mexico. They were talking about catastrophic floods here, but so far it's just been kind of cloudy and a little rainy.
Well, I'm excited you're on here today, and I want to share your story with people and tell them what you are up to and what you've done. And well, you and I guess we should share how we met. You want to
Sure.
share that?
Sure. I was curious, am I able to share pictures on here too?
I think you might be able to.
See,
Mm,
I'm a little technologically delayed. I've never used this uh, app before, so I don't know how it works. Anyway, um, I had I had that nice picture of you and me back at the DRC gym at the university. I was going to share because that's one of my favorite pictures. Um, but I moved to Tucson in 2003, and at the time I was about a year and a half post-injury. I moved here from Michigan and came to the university mainly because I was a college student when I was injured, and I was also very interested in playing wheelchair rugby, which the university offered. So I moved out here. You were in your last year at the time, I believe, right? You were finishing your undergrad.
yeah.
So my first year here was your last year here, but we got to hang out a lot and became good friends, and so throughout the years we've stayed in touch. But now Becky's back in Chicago, so I can only see her when I'm passing through Chicago.
When you're
But yeah, that's
stateside.
it's been over 10 years now since I've known Becky, and it's been really great. And now it's really exciting to see you doing what you're doing in Chicago with Backbones and this webinar. I'm sure it was a lot of work for you getting this prepared. So kudos to you for all the work that you've done so far.
Thank you. It's been really fun being able to talk with everyone today.
Yeah.
Tell us a little bit. I wanted to kind of talk with you about the whole, going back to school and college after an injury. You were injured. Were you already in school?
Yeah, at the time I was 23 years old. I was a junior in college. In fact, I was doing a study abroad program. It's kind of ironic with your last speaker talking about study abroad programs. And I was actually injured during my study abroad program when I was down in Mexico. but that was in 2002, in early 2002. And so I had to go back home and do rehab and do physical therapy. And while I was back home living with my parents in Michigan, I knew I wanted to go back to college. And I knew that I didn't want to spend a whole lot of time in Michigan because I lived through one winter there in a wheelchair and it was just miserable. So I was very motivated to move to a warm and sunny environment. But so during that first year, I did 4 or 5 months of rehab, and in the fall 2002 semester, I got enrolled at a community college in Michigan. And at the time, I was so fresh and so raw and not very independent. My dad was helping me a lot with transportation and mobility, and he would take me to the college and kind of drop me off into like a safe environment where I knew I could get to my classroom and I knew I could get around. But it was very scary because it was all so brand new to me. I wasn't even a year post injury, and so I'm a C5, C6 level quadriplegic, and so mobility was a long process for me to relearn. So it was scary, and I think going back to college, and I was just taking 2 classes at a community college in a small campus, so it was it helped me start getting some confidence back, knowing that I could go back to college, I could get into classes, I could start to learn independence again. That was kind of all part of my process. And I got through that first semester, and once I did, that's when I knew, because it was December 2002. I just finished my first semester in Traverse City, Michigan, and I knew there was no way that I was going to try to stick it out in Michigan in the middle of the winter. So that's where I started looking at different schools and found the U of A and found some other programs that I was interested in, but I got accepted at the University of Arizona, so that's where I ended up.
What drew you to that school?
So the main thing was, I wanted to go to kind of a warm environment where, there was a year-round climate that I think, like I said, it was all new to me, so I wasn't sure what I was doing, but I had learned about wheelchair rugby at the university. I knew there was a lot of guys with my function level, with my injury level, going to school there and living independently. So I scheduled a visit. I flew out with my dad. We did a tour of campus. And I think I may have met you actually when I was on that tour, because I was going around with my rugby, one of my teammates at the time, and I think we crossed paths with you in the middle of campus. That was the first time we actually met briefly.
Yeah, I remember him introducing you.
Yeah, and once I saw the campus and the layout and met a bunch of people, I just realized it was a great fit for me with what my goals were. So once I moved out here and started playing rugby, and I realized very quickly, man, this is a great place for me to stay. And I just ended up staying here ever since. I finished my degree, and now I work. In fact, I work for the community college here in Tucson, Pima Community College. So I work with a lot of students who have disabilities, a whole range of disabilities that are in class and looking for some assistance where maybe the college isn't fully accessible to everybody.
And what are some things that you considered as well? I mean, when you started at the community college, I'm sure you had to talk to a counselor and let them know your needs, or did you need assistance in the classroom or getting from one class to the other? Like, what are some accommodations that people that, let's say someone's newly injured and wants to go back to school?
And that was an interesting question, because when I started, I didn't really, I knew there was an office for students with disabilities. I knew that existed. I didn't know exactly what they would do for me as a student with a disability. And in fact, when I first started, I never even went to their office. I never spoke with anybody. I just kind of, tried to figure things out on my own. which is kind of how I've always been most of my life. Is I'm a little bit resistant to help sometimes. Some other times I've just had to suck it up and ask for help where I definitely needed to. But during those first couple semesters, I didn't ask for any help. I didn't ask for any accommodations. But I realized afterwards that I really could have benefited from some assistance. And I learned that when I came to the university and started working with the Disability Resource Center, because it's not only classroom accommodations that they were able to help with. There was a lot of different type of technology that exists that I use today in my everyday life and my work life that really helped me be more efficient. And so that was probably some of the biggest assistance that I got, was learning about technology that exists out there. Because they helped with like having a note taker in the classroom, and if I needed extra time to complete things. But what I found was that as I progressed as a student and learned how to function more independently, those accommodations became not needed anymore. I didn't need a note taker anymore. I didn't need extra time anymore, because I was able to keep up with the pace of my classes. So they were definitely a good kind of transition help for sure. One thing that I use on a regular basis is voice-activated software, just mainly because me trying to type on a keyboard doesn't work so well. I can do it, but it's really slow and arduous. So I use voice-activated software for emails and letters and case notes and things that I do in my everyday work. It really helps me be efficient.
I just started using voice-activated stuff too, and I love it.
Yeah. When I started, I had used an older version of it a long time ago, and it was really painful because it was very inaccurate. It made a lot of mistakes. I wasn't very comfortable talking to the computer, especially when I was at my parents' house, and Dad's sitting behind me watching a baseball game, and I'm sitting in the corner feeling weird talking to the computer. So I didn't really like it very much. But I got over that. Now I rely on it.
Well, we got a couple more minutes left, but I want you to talk a little bit about rugby.
Yes, which was really the main thing that I wanted to talk about today.
Sorry about that.
Yeah, it's okay. But it's all been part of the process. So for me, like I said, I went to U of A to go to school and to play rugby. And what I found was that as soon as I started playing wheelchair rugby, and it wasn't just rugby, it's just kind of sports and the physical aspects of sports and the social aspects of sports that I found were so beneficial to me in my everyday life, because it helped me get to a physical state where I could take care of myself better, where I could get around town if I needed, just to be out pushing around all day long. I didn't get tired. I was in good shape because I was going to the gym a lot. I was playing a lot of rugby and pushing, so my physical status got a lot better. The social part of being involved in sports was so great for me, because when I started at the U of A, I was brand new. I'd never played rugby before. I'd played sports before, most of my life, and but I'd never played rugby. So once I got involved in the rugby team, I really feel like I blossomed a lot, because I was still dealing with personal identity issues with having a new injury and having a new lifestyle and living in a new place in the country. And once I got involved with the sports team, I started to kind of feel more confident in myself and feel like my personality was able to come through a lot more. And I really owe that a lot to just being involved in sports and being around a lot of guys and girls who have been doing it for a long time. So most of the people that were on the team had been many years post-injury, had been playing sports for a long time. So when it came to being independent and seeing what they were able to do, it motivated me even more to just keep progressing and keep being able to do things that I never thought I would be able to do.
I think that's the case for a lot of people. The sports really helps get you back to doing the things you want to.
Yeah, so I know we're crunched on time. I'll just say a couple things about it. Wheelchair rugby is a sport for quadriplegics. Quadriplegics are, you know, a lot of people that play have spinal cord injuries, but a quadriplegic could be just about anybody with an impairment in all four limbs. So if you're an individual with an impairment in all four limbs, man or woman, any age, you can qualify for this sport. It's there. It's for you. We put a link to it on the Backbone's website. So next to my name, you'll see a link for quad rugby or wheelchair rugby. And if you look at that, you'll find out more information about the sport. You'll find teams. Probably if you live in a urban area, there's probably a team close to you. So if you're interested in playing or even volunteering or helping out, we're always looking for extra support.
Did you see that Harry played rugby in England?
No, I didn't see Harry.
Oh, well, there was an article about it the other day.
Oh, okay.
Well, thank you for being with us today.
Thank you, Becky. Good luck with the rest of the Web-a-thon, and I wish you the best. I do hope to see you again real soon.
Thank you. And
You gotta come visit us this winter.
I do. Actually, it's supposed to be a bad one. So, again, check out the link to the rugby. Is it Rugby Association? What's it called?
The link that I put up goes to the association. It's called the United States Quad Rugby Association.
Okay.
So there's a link to that site. It's our oversight for all the teams in the country that play and compete for a national championship every year. So in fact, we're just about ready to start our season. We just got teams registered, and tournaments are right around the corner. So we're going to start playing here real soon.
Awesome. Well, okay, have a good rest of your day. Thank you for all that information, and you know, students or people interested in quad rugby, check out our page, and you'll get the link right there.
All right, thanks, Becky. Thanks, everybody.
I'll talk to you soon.
All right, bye-bye.
Bye. Awesome. Thank you, Gabe. And coming up next, I think we have Patrick. Am I right?
Yes, you do. Rebecca?
Hi.
Hi, can you hear me okay?
Yes, I can hear you, and
great.
we can see you.
Hi.
There you are. Sorry about everything this morning. We tried to get you on, and I accidentally ejected you, and then they wouldn't let you back on.
I felt the ejection. That's okay. I'm glad we're on.
We love you. Don't get offended by that.
I'm not. We're here. We're here.
Well, you are Patrick Hughes with Inclusion Solutions. Tell us a little bit about the work you do.
Well, the company was started almost 15 years ago. I live here in Evanston, Illinois, and I met a woman who drives her wheelchair with her mouth, and she's nonverbal. And she couldn't get into a bunch of small restaurants and businesses in my town, and it bugged me, and it just seemed like there were people suing people for access, but not a lot of real solutions out there for the small business, you know, for the Dave's Rock Shop, for the pizza joint, the little guy who kind of, you know, rents a space and doesn't have a lot of money. You know, how does a place like that make his place accessible? And so not only was he uncomfortable and didn't know my friend Sandra, he didn't know how to physically fix it. And so that's what I got into. I started looking at access in sort of a practical way. And today I'm at a gas station, and we're going to talk about refueling assistance at a gas station. So I'm actually out at a gas station. I love this technology that we could actually be out at a gas station. I can show you one of my inventions so that drivers with disabilities can get gas in their car independently. So that's what I'm going to talk about today is just gas station accessibility.
Cool. Show us what you got. I'm excited to see it.
So should I just go forward?
Yeah.
Okay, great. So as you all know, 25 years ago, the ADA was passed, and at that time, it required all gas stations to provide refueling assistance for drivers with disabilities, if there's more than one employee on duty. So, if you look over there, how many people are working inside at that little tank? No one really knows. You could guess that there's one, but oftentimes there's more than one. And when there's more than one, they're required to come out and provide refueling assistance. So you have a question. I'm just going to pretend that I'm a quadriplegic right now. I'm in the car. I've got hand controls. I physically can't. I'm going to step out for a second. Not that everyone on your call doesn't know, but let me see if I can turn my cam around here. So I've got a lot of people struggle, as you know, getting gas caps off. Can you see that okay?
Yes, we can.
Okay. Hitting the 60201 or whatever you need to key in here. Oftentimes these are way out of reach for a lot of drivers. Grasping the nozzles are oftentimes very difficult. Oftentimes the pumps are recessed in off the island, and nobody could reach these call buttons. If you look, the help button is there, but it's very, very small, and most people struggle hitting that kind of an apparatus. And I'm going to go as far to say as I think they've designed it that way. They don't really want the industry is not really interested in providing service. Every gas station actually says self-service, and that's what they really want. So you have a problem now that we're 25 years since the ADA. There's still a lot of, it's mostly a self-service world, except for New Jersey and Oregon. New Jersey and Oregon are full-service states, so if any of your folks are from New Jersey and Oregon, they don't have no idea what I'm talking about, because they get full service all the time. My friend Paul Tobin, who used to be the CEO of United Spinal, used to pay the toll to go into New Jersey. I think it's like a $12 or $13 toll to get the gas in Jersey, because he couldn't guarantee getting gas in New York. So what our system does, it's fairly simple. It's called fuel call. Like there's a glare. There's a we're real time here, and I'm getting honked at, I think. So when you pull up to this station here, this is a station that has is providing service from 6 in the morning till 9 at night. Monday through Sunday. They provide the local phone number, and then I don't know if you can see that, but there's a little glare, but there's a button here that we can press from our car. So, from the vehicle, all we have to do is just reach out and hit it. It's mounted right at 48 inches, and it rings inside, so the employee inside knows that I need assistance. By posting those hours of service, both the consumer and the employee they know the plan. I know the plan as the consumer, and the employee is reminded by that every day when they come out and clean up the pumps or when it's ringing. It's a clear plan of communication. Many of the major oils have been sued on this issue. BP spent $53 million in a settlement on this very issue. And all they ended up putting was horn honking signs. So, there's sort of this world with that and maybe some of your listeners know this, that people have probably figured out another way to get gas in their car than the actual gas station, or they have one station that knows and loves them. But if they travel outside of their comfort zone and go to Detroit, 400 miles away, do they know where they're going to get gas when they get to Detroit? So luckily, I've been working with the Paralyzed Veterans of Michigan in Detroit, and they have about 50 fuel calls in the Detroit area. So you can go to Detroit and get gas if you need assistance. We have a website, a navigation website. It's called fuelcall.net. So if you're looking for somebody to pump your gas, they will give you the hours of service. And those gas stations all have fuel call installed at those gas stations. Every Hy-Vee in the Quad Cities has a fuel call, so 100% of the Hy-Vee gas stations have fuel call. We have a contract with BP and with Marathon. That's with the parent company. The franchisees have the choice whether or not to buy it, and most opt not to buy it because, you know, we could get into the political discussions about this, but I'm not sure that we want to get that deep right now today. So, but they're all, you know, encouraged to buy from the parent company. They just choose not to right now. So we need a little more pressure from the disability community asking for this. It's possible to get refueling assistance in the world. Don't give up on it.
I definitely will, because I need assistance, and what I do is I end up having a family member or someone or a friend come with me, but you know, there's times where you forget or there's someone not available, and you know, that makes you nervous because you don't know where you're going to go or if someone will be there to help you. So this is awesome what you're doing.
Rebecca, when you were to travel, if you were to travel independently past the safety zone, how would you get gas if you were driving independently?
I would probably have to get out of my vehicle and go inside and ask someone to come out and help me.
And what's
I would not be able
that
to
process
reach.
like for you to get out of your vehicle?
I drive from my wheelchair, so I would, you know, it's just turning off the vehicle and unlocking the chair, deploying the ramp. But I could imagine, you know, someone who transfers in and out of their chair, you know, how much harder and time-consuming that can be.
So there's 15 million drivers with disabilities in the U.S. Our app is now integrated with Mobility Works. So for those of you in the Midwest that have, that know the Mobility Works company, we're a part of the Mobility Works app. I got a truck next to me that's loud, so 1 second. All right. Do you have any other questions, or are there any thoughts about this that you were?
I just wanted you to maybe share with anyone who's watching, you know, if there is oh no. Did we lose you?
No, I'm here.
Oh, okay.
I think
Phone call completed.
Yeah. My Bluetooth went on, sorry.
Oh. You know, if there's a call to action, if you need people to support something, you know, please let us know right now, and we can, you know, hopefully people that are watching will help with that.
Let me just say that one of the
leaders
in the country on this is Congresswoman Duckworth. Representative Duckworth, if you just Google United Spinal Duckworth, you'll see a press release and a video that she released about her struggles getting gas in her car. Her being one of the an elected official, one of the highest offices in our country, not being able to get gas. She can't get gas in her car both at a civilian gas station or at an Army base or any military base, and she's still active military. So just so you know, she is actively working on this right now. There is a study that the Department of Department of Transportation is going to be conducting. You know, they love studies to prove that something is a problem. And you know, Rebecca, just hearing your little vignette about your family, that you have a family, you know, which means that you gave up on the gas stations, right?
Yeah.
You don't trust that if you were to leave and you were on empty right now, that you would know how exactly you're going to get gas in your car. So you've built your own system rather than the environment that's supposed to be providing the refueling assistance. There was a group of people that had started disabilitygas.org, and it sort of has gone dormant. And I don't necessarily, you know, getting gas is sort of a fundamental issue in the world, but there are other, you know, I'm sure you're hitting other topics on your you know, marathon here today that are probably, I wouldn't say more important, but maybe more life-threatening, or, you know, I don't know how to say it, but I think if people knew it was possible to actually solve this problem, they might get behind it. So I don't have any specific calls to action right now. I like the idea. Other than to say, you know, cheer on Congresswoman Duckworth. There is a leader on this issue. and she is starting to speak up on it and willing to carry the torch for it. So, so let her know that that you're appreciating her doing that, because I'm sure she's alone. She probably doesn't know that that people are paying attention to it. So.
Well, thank you for sharing this information. I don't,
Yeah.
I'm not sure how many people knew about the work that you're doing, but now it's out there. And if people want more information, can you give us your website?
Sure, it's inclusionsolutions.com, and we've got a bunch of other products and things that we're working on. So, stay tuned with us. We make, just one quick thing, we make drive-throughs accessible for people who are deaf and hard of hearing. In 2004, I learned that the deaf community struggles using a drive-through speaker, and so we developed a system for drive-throughs, and it's sort of we're on the front side of it. It seems like everyone needs to get sued in order to pay attention to it. So, unfortunately, we just don't have the leadership who gets it. So, I really appreciate what you're doing, Rebecca, and raising awareness and putting us together to talk like this. So, thank you.
Thank you, and keep working at it.
Okay.
Let us know what we can do.
Okay. Thanks, Rebecca.
Take care and have a good day.
Okay. Thank you. You too. Bye.
Bye. Thank you, Patrick. And I think we have Eric up next. I see you. I don't know if we have your mic on yet. Let me see. I think I can hear you, Eric.
Okay. Am I loud now?
Yeah, you're really loud.
All right. Great. So my
How
goal
are
is
you?
to talk. I'm doing okay. I enjoyed what I saw some of your other guests, and it looks like this whole thing is going on really well. So I've been impressed.
Yeah, we've had a little bumps here and there, but I think overall we're doing good.
Well, it's been interesting watching the technology in action because it gives me ideas for future things. So I'm actually happy to see how this thing worked out. So that's good.
Yeah, I think it's a really easy way to connect with people. A lot of people haven't used it, and it's cool.
Right. And I noticed that the YouTube connection seems to be actually the best.
Oh,
as far
okay,
as
that's good to know.
watching from, yeah, there's less of a bandwidth issue, and keeping people off of this seems to definitely work much better. So it's not too confusing.
Yeah. Well, tell us a little bit about yourself. You do a whole bunch of things, and I want to share that with people.
I do a whole bunch of things, but well, basically, in a nutshell, it's spinal cord injury-wise, I was injured when I was 19, motorcycle accident, and I'm coming close up on 30 years now, actually, 30 years in October, so it's been quite a while.
Wow.
And I'm involved in a lot of different things, sports and so forth. But one of the things I really want to talk about is the internet safety in relationship to people with disabilities. One of the things I've created a nonprofit called Not Me that provides education on self-defense, not just for people with disabilities, but pretty much for anyone. But one of the things I've been focusing on in the last couple of years is this small niche where I'm trying to get people with disabilities aware of the problems that exist on the internet, where there are certain groups of people who I've labeled disability trolls who target specifically people with disabilities. So that's that's a message that I want to get out. And I'm going to ask you, I mean, as a woman with a disability, what has been your experience with, what I call the disability trolls?
What has been my experience?
What have you noticed? Yes, exactly. What has been your experience, or what have you noticed from other people coming from you?
Well, I wasn't really aware of it until I met you and until you made me aware of it. Um, a lot of times I would be getting friend requests from people on Facebook, and because I would see pictures of another person in a wheelchair, you know, I assumed, oh, it's a person in a wheelchair. You know, I will friend this person and I will talk to them, and you know, we might have stuff in common. We can share information, and a lot of times that wasn't the case, and they turned out to be people that weren't in chairs.
Right, right, exactly, and that's one of the major problems, and I think that this problem has existed for many years, except that you know the rise of Facebook and other social media has made it so much more of an issue, because now it's so easy to reach out and find people with disabilities. So, you know, what we're dealing with are, I mean, there is a term for the overall group. The overall group are devotees. That's just a loose term. But there's a sub. Devotees are people who have an attraction, a sexual attraction to people with disabilities. Primarily women, primarily either amputees or wheelchair users. Although,
can you move maybe where your mic is a little bit? Is it on your earphone?
Sure.
Getting
put it up here. Is that a little bit better?
Yeah.
Okay, good. Yeah. So, what I was saying before is devotees are primary targets, although they'll target anyone with a disability, are either female wheelchair users or female amputees. That's the main target that they go for. And the troll is a subset, and the subset is based on their behavior, and they're called trolls because they have bad behavior, and the bad behavior is not just having a fetish, it's the way they act out on it. And that is doing exactly what you said. One of the major things they do is create fake profiles of people with disabilities in order to create relationships, or false relationships with people with disabilities. And they do that in order to get close to them. And these people might have multiple profiles, or they could have multiple profiles of people with disabilities. They could have a real profile, and then they could use fake profiles, and they can basically, then they share this information with other people. So it's sort of it's a much larger problem than most people are aware of.
And you share a lot of information with people over the internet and through emails and stuff on what are some clues that you can get to know that some of these profiles are not people with disabilities.
Right. That's an excellent question, because I'm constantly having people ask me about so and so, what do they think? Once you're aware of the fact that you can't believe everything you see, then you just simply take the next step to try to verify if who you're dealing with actually is a fake profile or a real person. Thing is, when somebody's a real person, then they have real friends. They usually have high school friends, they have college friends, they have work friends, and they have friends of all different ages and sexes. And these friends typically will tag them in photographs, and they also might have family members. So the first thing to do when you're looking at someone and trying to determine whether they're legit or not is take a look at their photographs and their friends list. When you look at their photographs, if they're by themselves all the time, that's pretty strange. Anybody who's in multiple photographs with other people and is tagged by other people is pretty much always real, because that's pretty hard to fake. If you and I go to an event together and somebody else tags both of us, that's hard to fake. If somebody steals somebody else's pictures, then how is it that other people can tag them at events? They can't really do that. You follow? Mm-hmm. So number one, tagging of photographs is a big one. Being in groups with other people is a big indicator of a real person. Not having that is an indicator of potentially not being a real person. Another thing is the friends list. If the friends list is open and somebody has a lot of friends from college, all the same college, they're usually real. Friends from high school, pretty much usually real. Friends from work, same thing. it's when they don't have that, it becomes very suspicious. Particularly since the main category of being targeted is young women. Somebody who has a friend list of just young women, particularly attractive young women with disabilities, again, that's not normal to have only that demographic. You might have some, but nobody has just one particular demographic.
Right.
So so those are indicators of a devotee or a troll, their friends list. Another indicator of a real person is if it's taking a look at their last name and seeing if they have brothers, sisters, or parents with the same last name. If you see that, that becomes an indicator of a real person. So these are just things that you do to try to identify, who are you dealing with. And it's if the person's list is open to you and you can see it, it's actually not that hard to identify a fake person.
And also, sometimes their posts too, you can see if they're just posting like, random pictures or memes, a lot of times, a real person would probably have, more personal things that are posted onto their Facebook page. Or
right. Actually, that's an excellent point. Typically the trolls and devotees, they only post disability-related things, and they don't really say anything. They're not mentioning, hey, that was great. You and I went out to such and such a place last night. We had fun, and their friends aren't saying, oh yeah, it was great to see you. They're just saying arbitrary things that, oh, my wheelchair got stuck in the sand today. That was a pain. Oh, they're just throwing out disability-related posts in the hope of getting, some kind of comment back from somebody. But there's no substance to it, and they're not really having, conversations on any kind of a higher level. So that's an excellent point. You can see that from. But I will say that some of these people go to extraordinary lengths to create a false identity. So some of them are pretty hard to ferret out.
Do you have links or things where people can, go over this information?
I have created a blog that is called Say No to Facebook Predators that has information, all sorts of information on this. I've created a Facebook page also called Say No to Facebook Predators. And these have a tremendous amount of information for people to study up. And it's not that hard. All you need to do is Google Say No to Facebook Predators, and that'll get you to where you need to be on the internet. And I see that we have, sorry?
Go ahead.
Oh, I was going to say that I see that Tamara is online over here. I'm seeing the face there. And
do you have a couple
more
minutes there? We can have her join us. Do you have a couple more minutes to spare, and we can have her join us?
Yeah, put her on. So,
are you on?
Tamara, are you muted? Sorry. Tamara, can you hear us? Are you muted?
Oh, let me unmute her. Okay, try talking now.
I said, can you hear me?
We can hear you.
Awesome. Hi, guys.
Hey there.
Oh, today's kind of like the worst day. I got sick, just started to get sick yesterday.
Oh, no.
My voice is not, it's all...
Uh-oh.
Uh-oh. Don't go away.
Well, looks like we lost her.
I think she's a little glitch.
So I'll let Tamara take over when she gets back online because I know we're running into her time slot. But
I actually
do
have
you
a
have
little
any?
more time through
Okay.
5:30 because our 5:30 person was not able to make it, so we have time.
Okay. Do you have any particular? Let me ask you this. Do you have any if particular advice that you would give to young women regarding this particular issue? Now that I have you, what would you say to a whole bunch of newly injured people?
Just to be aware of that, I think being aware, like I said, it was something I hadn't even thought of until, you know, I heard it from you, and just to be aware that that's a possibility, and be careful on, who you become friends with, and what kind of information you
Right,
share with people that you don't know.
right. Because once they become your friends, what they do is steal your pictures and they upload them to basically disability porn sites and they share them with other people. They actually perform or behave very much like pedophiles in the way that they share information, share photographs, and so forth. Um, so, but like you just said, that once you're aware of them and what they're doing, it's actually much easier to protect yourself because because you know the people out there doing that, and that's the whole point of what I'm trying to do is just make people, hey, this is what's going on, and now that you know what's going on, it's a lot easier to protect yourself, and so that you don't get sucked into their trap basically. Oh, I'm seeing Tamara again. Looks like she's Tamara.
You hear me?
You there? Yes, you're back.
So
Yeah.
I know you, Eric, through Tamara. She's the one that introduced us.
Is
Uh,
that
yeah.
what happened?
I remember that you were the one who introduced me to Eric.
Oh, that's awesome. Yeah. That's how it works out. I remember one of the things that Eric kind of caught Eric's attention from an email he sent me a long time ago. I remember I said I liked networking, and I remember he was like, "Hey, I see that you like networking," and that's how it all started. I think I do wish I could network more. I feel like, unfortunately, there's people who join this community all the time, which is good and bad. I do wish I knew more people, but and network more amongst each other. But I do think we have to support each other in whatever ways we can. Either connect somebody with whoever. They're nothing. Ooh, it's sounding really bad. Do you hear it?
I can hear you okay.
You can hear me okay? Oh, I kept hearing this awful noise. But anyway, I was just saying it's important for us to just support each other and embrace and kind of uplift each other instead of compete with each other. If
I
that makes
agree.
I do. I have felt that personally that I just wish we had that more amongst ourselves.
Well,
So,
I think a lot of good came from your introduction to Eric. Eric has introduced me to other people. You also introduced me to the people at the Abilities Expo. So thank you so much for that.
no, you're so welcome. I mean, if I know someone that can help you, I'm definitely going to do it. So sometimes I just wish I had a little bit more time, but thank you. And Eric
You
has
work
been a great
together?
influence for me. He's just a great guy. I admire him a lot. I'm always like, this guy's crazy. I don't know how he does it, but he is able to manage a little bit of everything, which is awesome. Family and staying active and networking and creating new projects and X, Y, and Z. And I really admire him, but also on a friendship level, I get to, few are my friends in general, whether they're in a chair or not. I can definitely tell you he's one of my good friends.
Feeling some love on this chat.
And same for you, Rebecca. We're good friends. Latinas.
Well, Eric, tell us your website on your nonprofit organization. I don't know if he's.
I think he's muted. Yeah.
Oh, sorry. How about now? Try it?
Okay.
Okay.
All right. The website is, by the way, thank you, Tamara. Appreciate it. Feel the same way about you. www.not-me.org. Notme.org.
Not me.
That's the website.
And it has self-defense stuff. And what else? Anything else you wanted to add?
Right. Well, basically, yeah. So the Not Me website is general self-defense, and it spawns to a number of blogs on a number of issues. And the Say No to Facebook Predators is dedicated to this particular disability troll internet stalking issue. So I try to keep things separate so that there's just not too much in one spot.
Great. And we saw that you made a donation earlier today, and I appreciate it.
Well, you're welcome. We're working really hard with all this. This is a lot of work for you. So, and I think it's a great idea. And I mean, this is a great idea of networking. You know, I mean, a lot of good has come out of social media. You know, absolutely. And all this stuff wasn't possible a few years ago. You know, which is one of the reasons why it bugs me about the trolls, because they gum up the works for all of us. We're trying to do stuff, and they're, you know, interfering. So.
Well, thank you for being with us, and for anyone else that wants to donate, I put the link right under my face so people can see it.
Looks like Tamara's back. Tamara, you back?
I'm here, yeah. I've been hearing you.
You're with us. All right. I think you made a really great point about the networking, so it's really important, and that's exactly what Rebecca's doing right now.
Yeah, this is so much work, and I think it's a great idea. I look forward for this, to continue to grow. Just a Web-a-thon, I mean, so much work. Kudos to you guys and your team, but I can see this growing and being just a great tool together for this month. Great.
Cutting out a little bit.
Yeah, I keep hearing this somewhat echo, but.
Yeah, it sounds like somebody strangling a frog on my end.
But
okay, hopefully we'll get it.
Okay. But you see me and hear me okay, yeah?
Mm-hmm.
Well, tell us a little bit about yourself, and maybe how you got injured, and the project that you've been working on.
Yeah, I had a hard time deciding which projects to talk about. I've been involved with all sorts of different projects, and I usually try to choose and spend my time and efforts for things that are innovative in some way, and also, but always positive. There's always a purpose behind it. And I think that desire to want to participate with purposeful things comes from my accident. Ever since I was injured, obviously my life changed completely for anybody in a chair, and my perspective definitely changed. And in some ways, actually not in some ways, in a lot of ways I am thankful for the life that I live now. And quickly, how I got injured in a car accident, a different type of car accident. I was actually riding in a taxi on my way to Rosarito Beach. The hope was just to go there for a night, and we never made it. We struck a horse that was randomly standing in the middle of the road. The horse was saddled. The horse was one of the horses that they ran down at the beach. Somehow this horse escaped, and we're just there at the wrong time. And we struck the horse, and that's what collapsed the roof of the taxi. And literally, that's what came down on top of my spine. The horse and the roof collapsed on top of my back, and that's what collapsed, and that's how my spinal cord was severed. My spinal cord injury is, the level is T2, T3, and it was considered a complete injury, and for years, that was almost 10 years ago. I was 19, and I guess I never really, in my head, I knew it was complete, but I never really, you never know what's complete. You know, who's to say what's complete? And it's been pretty interesting. Just about a year ago, I always felt nerve pain, and I think a lot of people have that activity in our legs where it's considered phantom pains. And I always heard it could be somewhat good. I think it's good. I gained sensation. I started to feel tapping and things that, like, real sensation, and it's been pretty awesome. Just, I remember I would never know if I was under a table and someone tapped me or, you know, hit me accidentally. Say a little doggy came and, you know, got in my lap and I didn't see it. There's no way I would feel it. And all of a sudden I started to feel these things, and it's been pretty amazing. So in that regard, if anyone is listening to us, especially a newly injured, even if your diagnosis is complete, I'm not trying to say to keep false hope alive. Definitely keep going with your life. It's what I've tried to do and get adjusted to this new life. But don't lose hope. You just never really know, and that's kind of what's happened that's what I always knew. You got to keep hope alive, but I never really thought I would gain sensation back. It's been really neat.
It's funny that you say that because, you know, I started doing yoga in 2008, and you know, I had a sense of what my sensation was. I did have some sensation below my injury level, but you know, just being aware of your body and really like noticing what you do feel, it's just a cool thing to, you know, to get some sensation and things happening, and just being aware of your body and so many years out after your injury, and it's just cool.
And I think what's important is to keep that open, to know that your body can reconnect, the nerves can reconnect, and I think they're constantly, it's very slow process, but they are, and I think just keeping that open, it's important, that mindset, because that's what I've noticed ever since I was like, I didn't want to believe it. I started to feel things, and I didn't want to because I was somewhat scared that it would be false, you know. And I think we've all gone through that. And I actually didn't tell people for a long time at all that I felt sensation, and until one time I was like, no, this is real. Like, I'm feeling things I definitely didn't feel before, and I didn't want to keep it to myself. And the more I started to believe in it and be open to this whole idea, even though it had been years post, I think the more I've gained. I can't say I have full sensation at all, but you never know what will happen along the years. And I actually have seen 2 doctors, a person here that I have a lot of respect for. She's an SEI specialist, as well as a doctor in Mexico, and I told them the changes I've had, and both of them were really surprised, and they both said it was all the changes I've had. They said they were positive and that it sounded that there had been some healing in my spine, so or spinal cord. So, like I said, you never know what's complete, quote unquote.
Yeah. Tell us a little
And
bit about the Embrace You project. That's such a
yeah,
cool project that I'm excited that you started it, right?
yes, I did. I started it, and I'm actually really excited because for a while, I kind of put it. Well, let me explain what it is. The Embrace You project is all about helping women, and this is not just people or women in chairs, but all women. I think I realized before my accident, I was doing some modeling, but my mindset and everything about me was more about, fitness, and definitely there was definitely a focus on the body and staying fit. And after this, obviously it was hard to see the changes in my body, realizing I remember the things I was most proud of were my legs and my abs, and that's exactly what I lost basically control of. Is I don't My abs suck. I have very little abs. They're definitely not in shape. And my legs, I've accepted them, and they are what they are, but they don't look nearly as close as what they looked. And I think it's really important. I started to, I guess, think about the process. And one thing is to accept your injury and your situation, whatever situation it is that you're in. It takes time to accept sometimes difficult changes, but I think it's vital to get to the other step, which is to embrace it. And it's what I've tried to do with my situation. I didn't just want to accept the fact that I was in a wheelchair and now whatever I was going to do, but I chose to embrace it and be proud of it. And I started in this process, for me, this personal process, I started to get back behind the camera and with some friends and photographers and started to do some modeling. And in this process is that I noticed the visual image of me in a wheelchair and modeling really helped me. I remember seeing the pictures, and it took me a minute. I mean, not right away. The very first photo shoot, I didn't include the wheelchair. I think I was struggling still with it. This was just a few months after my accident, by the way. But then the next one, I had to incorporate the wheelchair, and seeing the images and seeing that it could be really positive thing to put out there is what helped me. And from that, the Embrace You project began, where I wanted to set up a photo shoot for other women and be able to create beautiful images. And more so, I wanted to document all of this, a little bit of the behind the scenes of the photo shoot, and then the positive images that came out of it. The girls is Stephanie Sablon or Sablon. I don't know how to pronounce her last name, but she's a really good friend of mine. And also Angelica. They looked so beautiful, stunning. And I remember they were, I had somebody we did their hair, and they looked gorgeous. I remember they were even pleasantly surprised about the images, and it was important to document it. But this message went out to all women, just to embrace who they are and own it, regardless of what it is that whatever changes they've gone through. And I've been struggling with the next step that I want to take with the Embrace Your project, but so it's on the web. You can just look it up on YouTube and put Embrace Your project, and you'll find it. I haven't started myself a foundation because I don't know what my purpose would be, and I wouldn't want to just start something just to start it, to say that I'm a founder of something. I really want to have a true passion, but there's a true passion in my heart to uplift other women, not just women in wheelchairs, and I'm basically working on the next step for the Embrace You project. I'm working on, there's a painter, and this is just some ideas, but it's probably going to happen. I'm really excited about. I have this picture where a modeling shot from me before, so I'm sitting down, which is pretty cool, and then a new modeling shot, me sitting obviously, and both of them together, it's a pretty powerful image. And I have a painter who's gonna, a friend of mine, he's great, and he's done awesome projects, so he's gonna paint this, and I'm looking forward to seeing where it can grow. So basically having other women, same thing, maybe do the same, do some shots, and maybe auctioning the paintings. And this is just one part of the project, but I'm definitely wanting to help it grow, and I want it to be for SCI survivors, cancer survivors, anybody who's gone through difficult changes in their life, and just embracing being here. Unfortunately, I was in a second car accident not too long ago, and it was really, really difficult. It was serious. My car rolled over. I went off an off-ramp into the embankment, and my car rolled over 3 times. So this time I was the driver, unfortunately, and being here, it's just every day, it's a reminder that I'm very lucky to survive 2 times really bad car accidents, and that is only, it gave me a boost. It was really hard to digest for a while, and I was trying to, it was just difficult. For many, many reasons, I don't have a car right now. I'm in the process of a lot of things, some legal issues, but putting the negative aside, it definitely gave me a boost and a drive to continue to fight, and that's one project I want to continue, which is Embrace You. But there's also a couple other projects I've been involved that I want to put light to it, or shed light on it. One is, I hope I pronounce okay. I always feel like I'm not, but it's Modelle Rotelle. It's models. It's translated in English as Models and Wheels, and this is a fashion show in Italy. It's the first fashion show that is integrative. They combine professional standing models with models who are sitting down in chairs. They did a casting, and they had 20 girls in wheelchairs. It was international. Most of them were from Italy because it was the first. Well, actually, I'm sorry, I competed. I entered the second one, and most of them were from Italy. But there were definitely, it's international. Some were from Russia. I can't remember where else, but I was the first one to represent the U.S. and also the first Latina to get to participate in this, and it was really awesome experience. It's definitely high fashion. We had really support. They have support from great partners. They're talking about, I know Fabrizio Bartoccioni is the founder of Vertical Foundation. So Vertical Foundation is the one who put this fashion show, and the fashion show is, you can Google, or you can go to the website, because I definitely want people to check it out. It's www.modelle, MODELLE, Rotelle, it's a long one, sorry, ROTELLE, www.modellerotelle.it for Italy, and definitely check it out. They're working on some pretty cool things. We might be doing some things with New York Fashion Week, and so that's kind of top secret. I can't share too much about it yet, but there's some cool things coming up from them, and I think just gaining you know, this was in Rome, and gaining attention from great high fashion designers and getting them to participate in this, having professional models working with us was huge, but they're definitely working on bigger things. That will be, it's going to put their name, and it's going to put us, women in wheelchairs and models, on an international level. And also, I do want to mention that Vertical Foundation, they do a lot of SCI research. It's admirable what they've done. So I would definitely encourage people to check Vertical Foundation as well. So all this is, at the end of the day, the fashion show is not just to put a cool fashion show, but there's a purpose behind it, which is to fundraise for the spinal cord injury research. And actually, interestingly, same kind of reason, I was involved in, just this last May, in a worldwide run. It's called the Wings for Life World Run, and this was also, the purpose was, the foundation here is Wings for Life, if you want to check the foundation Wings for Life. And I'm an ambassador for both of these causes, but this one is the Wings for Life one. And same thing, it was to raise awareness. It's unbelievable what they did, because this was at a global level. And what it was a run in 35 different locations around the world, and we all started at the same time. And to me, knowing I actually participated also in the run, people in wheelchairs can participate. And that's something that I think, because it was the first year, it was, a lot of people didn't know about it, didn't have time to sign up. And actually, I just want people to also know 100% of the proceeds go to spinal cord injury research, which to me is awesome. A lot of runs out there, they only, you know, which is understandable. It takes so much. I mean, just the advertising and the promotion for this run at a global event, 35 different locations. I can't believe how much this cost. And Red Bull was the sponsor, and they basically sponsored all of that and allowed it in that way to, you know, for 100% of the proceeds to go directly to the foundation. And so it costs $50 for people to run. I think it's pretty accessible, $50, and the $50 went directly to the SCI research. And I would, there's that, they already have the date for the next one. What was that?
How long, what was the distance?
Well, they have a very unique format. As a matter of fact, there's no, you have a personal goal. You go on the website and you put in there basically how many times you run or how far you run, and it gives you an idea of your personal goal, how much you'll be able to. So there's not a set distance. You start out, and then there's a catcher car that follows people. Basically, you don't want the catcher car to get to you. Once it catches you, it goes at a certain speed. Once it catches you, you're done, basically. And so really, people, that's what's cool about runners from all abilities can just join it. I had people, I was pushing fast. I definitely, I guess I did okay. But there's some people who, for example, couldn't run, so they decided to walk. So, I mean, you can. So there's no set distance. That's what's cool about it. But it was amazing how far, I honestly couldn't tell you right now, it's amazing how far the people who lasted the longest, they ran for hours. And I was in Santa Clarita. The guy, so everyone, and by the way, everyone competed with each other. So you're competing against everyone around the world, which is so neat. And the person who won for the U.S., was actually, that guy was in Santa Clarita, and it was really neat. He ran the longest in the U.S., and I got to take a picture with him. He was so nice. He said he has friends that are in wheelchairs, and he was just so humble, and he knows the cause, and he was passionate about it, and just it's just so cool. And I would definitely encourage people to check it out. It's Wings for Life, wingsforlifeworldrun.com, and they have it's everywhere. I know they started off with 35 locations around the world, which is awesome for the first year, but they already have the date for the next run. Next year it'll be May 4th, so people can sign up. And the biggest thing to me is that this is to raise awareness about spinal cord injuries. I was involved in the promotion and did a lot of media interviews for in Spanish, both in English and Spanish. And to me, being able to explain a little bit about what a spinal cord injury is was really important, because I had a lot of hosts and reporters be like, wow, I didn't know. Like, they didn't know what a spinal cord injury was, or they didn't know how much it can affect somebody beyond not being able to walk. As you know, it's not just not being able to walk, but a lot of people don't know, and it gave us an opportunity and a platform to really just to educate people. And I am personally really thankful to have been part of it and to be an ambassador, especially the first year. But I can see it being something really big, that people know it. It's time to have a run that is that big globally, and that is for spinal cord injuries. I think it's great that there's so many other causes, like, breast cancer and etc. I think it's great that a lot of funding is being done and awareness, but it's time for spinal cord injuries to catch up in a way. And I think having this run being so huge, I think I can see it being something really big, that basically people know what it is, and it's important that people know what it's for. And I got to run alongside so many people. I actually ran with two people who are, they actually work for Red Bull, and they said that being part of the run, like running next to another friend of mine, she's in a wheelchair also, they said that running next to us was the best thing, that it really they knew what it was for, but they never thought they were going to be running and trying to catch up to us. If anything, they were good runners, but they were like trying to keep up with us. It was funny, and they said that doing the run and getting to talk to us and knowing a little bit about how our life is in a wheelchair, that they said it meant everything, and that was just awesome. So you get to run alongside, or you get to roll and run, together. So that's another thing that I think is pretty neat.
I know that you had talked to me about sort of sharing the same information that you just shared, but doing it in Spanish as well, because I know you had some people that were going to view this in Spanish. And we had our person that was supposed to be at this time is not able to, so we have a little bit of more time. And
Okay.
if you'd like to, and you want to do that, we can do that right now.
I think it would be an honor. Actually, when I came on board for the Wings for Life World Run, and it was mostly to do interviews in Spanish, and to me, after I knew what the run was about, I felt like I couldn't not do it, because it was mainly volunteered, and I felt I can't not do it, knowing I can share this information to the Spanish-speaking community, all over, and not have anybody who spoke Spanish representing them, and I felt I can't not do it. So I think it's always an honor. I take it as an honor to be able to share information in Spanish, and also a responsibility in a way. It's a responsibility for me and an honor, but I want to make sure, do you think, I don't know, do you think people are watching us? I don't want it to be boring for other people if they don't understand.
Well, I think we can take a couple minutes, and if you have a message that you want to say in Spanish to people that are viewing, and my goal with this is also to, you know, once this is recorded, I'm hoping to get someone to caption it for us so that it will also be available for people in Spanish, because I think it's a lot of people have a lack of information because of language barriers.
Absolutely. I can try to, I guess, mention the projects in a little bit more concise way and a little bit more brief. But
okay, so everyone out there who speaks English and doesn't know Spanish, you're going to learn Spanish a little bit.
Yes, and I'm sorry if you don't understand everything, but we both think it's important, since we both speak Spanish, so we got to put it out there for those Spanish speakers. Ok, bueno, buenas tardes, soy Tamara Mena, mucho gusto, gracias Rebeca por invitarme. Si no te he dado las gracias por invitarme a ser parte de este. Se me hace, por cierto, una super idea el tener el Web-a-thon, porque pues ya, obviamente, lo que es el internet, ya es lo más importante en nuestras vidas, ya no nada más como un teletón, y espero que te deseo lo mejor. Sé que es el primer año y yo sé que va a crecer para que el próximo año, y que siga creciendo y cada vez más personas aprendan de las lesiones medulares y que puedan también donar y ayudar a tu fundación.
Gracias.
Bueno, quería hablar de los proyectos con los que yo estoy involucrada. Por cierto, obviamente me lesioné ya van a ser 9 años, ha pasado el tiempo rapidísimo, hasta yo a veces no la puedo creer. Iba en un taxi y chocamos con un caballo, el caballo aplastó el techo y eso fue el techo, y el caballo fue literalmente lo que cayeron encima de mi espina dorsal, y eso fue lo que lesionó mi médula. Mi nivel de la lesión medular es T2, T3, entonces no tengo muy buen control del estómago, no tengo muy buenas, bueno, afortunadamente tengo mis brazos. Creo que la mayoría saben la lesión de T2, T3. Siempre he tratado de involucrarme con proyectos que tienen un propósito y que hay algo positivo. Uno de los proyectos que quiero hablar es yo fui la que lo creé. Se llama Embrace You Project. Lo pueden buscar en internet. Embrace You Project. Y desafortunadamente no está en español, pero ese más que nada lo que quiere es levantar a las mujeres y motivar a todas las mujeres, no nada más a personas en silla de ruedas, pero mujeres que han pasado por muchos cambios. Creo que todas las mujeres pasamos por cambios difíciles, unas más que otras, y es difícil aceptar como la imagen que cambia de nuestros cuerpos. Obviamente yo llegué a modelar antes de la silla, mi cuerpo antes de la silla, hacía mucho ejercicio, cambió por completo, y más que nada porque ya no es de que no quiero hacer ejercicio, es de que no puedo, y la lesión me ha cambiado por completo, pero aún así no solo quiero aceptar la persona que soy yo, sino embrace. He tratado de buscar la palabra, la traducción literal, y no sé cuál es la mejor palabra, pero es prácticamente abrirte y ser orgullosa, tener orgullo de quién eres, no nada más aceptarte, sino amarte. Y creo que entre más hagamos eso como personas, como mujeres, es más fácil que la sociedad nos acepte. entre más nosotros en silla de ruedas nos aceptemos, o cualquier sobreviviente de cáncer o lo que sea, podemos ser ayuda para otras personas y ayudar a que nos acepten. Y bueno, ese es el proyecto. Lo que fue un video, entonces lo pueden checar más o menos, pero quiero que crezca, y ahorita estoy en la segunda faceta, que tengo varias ideas, pero ya después que tenga algo más conciso, pues los compartiré. Otro proyecto que es muy importante para mí, ha sido un honor participar, se llama Modelle Rotelle, es una pasarela en Italia, fue en Roma, 20 muchachas, 20 chicas en silla de ruedas participamos, hubo un casting, seleccionaron a 20, yo fui la primera en representar a Estados Unidos y la primera latina en poder ir allá. También éramos 20 en silla de ruedas y 20 de pie. Fue una pasarela única, es la primera que se hace así, y aparte teníamos la atención de muchísima gente importante en el medio de la moda. Muchos grandes diseñadores se unieron, y todavía más grandes diseñadores o continúan uniéndose a la causa, y sé que va a crecer. Están planeando hacer algo con la Semana de la Moda en Nueva York, algo que va a ser un poquito más, va a dar luz a nivel internacional. Entonces también, ya que tenga algo más, yo también estoy involucrada en ese proyecto, pero ya que tenga más información y que lo podamos compartir, se los compartiremos. Pero definitivamente invito a la gente a que la busquen. Es www.modele modelerotele.it de Italia. Entonces ahí pueden encontrar más información. La fundación que creó
Es modelerotele.it, ¿verdad?
Ajá. Entonces, la fundación, sí quiero que sepan que la fundación que creó esta pasarela revolucionaria es vertical, así como se escucha, literal, vertical. Esa fundación y de hecho el fundador es Fabrizio Bartoccioni, y él ha sido la fuerza principal. Él está en una silla de ruedas, pero ama la moda, y él fue el que pues tuvo esta brillante idea, sobre todo porque está en Roma. Y la fundación lo que se enfoca es avanzar la investigación para encontrar una cura para las lesiones medulares. Entonces, hacen trabajo para tratar de recaudar fondos, crear conciencia. No nada más es, ay sí, qué pasarela tan revolucionaria. Hay un propósito todavía más profundo, y que beneficiará algún día, yo espero, a todas las personas que tenemos una lesión medular. Ese es un proyecto. Y el otro proyecto, al igual, que es para mí muy importante y estoy muy agradecida que puedo participar, acaba de empezar, es la carrera mundial de Wings for Life. Es la fundación que lo creó es Wings for Life, y creo que, no me acuerdo si el sitio está en español. Sí tienen información en español, eso sí lo sé, pero creo que el sitio nada más es wingsforlifeworldrun.com, y ahí pueden encontrar cuándo va a ser la próxima, que de hecho la próxima yo ya sé, es el 4 de mayo, para que se inscriban. Esta carrera está a nivel mundial. Este primer año estuvo en 35 locaciones diferentes. El próximo año yo me imagino que va a crecer y que va a estar hasta en más lugares. Y lo único de esta carrera es que todos empezamos al mismo tiempo. Este año yo estuve representando en Santa Clarita y empezamos a las 3 de la mañana, cosa que sí estuvo pesado, pero bueno, fue una vibra única, porque también las personas en silla de ruedas podemos correr, y lo padre y único es para corredores de todo tipo de niveles. No hay una meta fija. Tú pones tu propia meta, lo que tú quieres correr. No es como que tienes que correr a fuerzas un maratón. Ahora sí que todos pueden participar y muy importante es que 100% de lo que se recauda va directamente a la fundación, que es para avanzar la investigación de lesiones medulares. Entonces creo que es muy importante que la gente sepa que el 100% de su dinero va directamente y también es para crear conciencia. Fue una plataforma única porque yo como motivadora he llegado a compartir mi historia, pero y lo que yo he pasado y lo que he decidido hacer de mi vida, más sin embargo muchas veces no hablo específicamente de lo que es una lesión medular, de cómo afecta nuestras vidas, de que es mucho más allá de no poder caminar. Entonces me dio esa plataforma.
Te doy las gracias, Tamara, por estar con nosotros en inglés y en español.
Al contrario, gracias a ti, gracias a ustedes y voy a poner en mis, bueno, di las páginas de todo mundo menos la mía. La mía es tamaramena.com si alguien se quiere conectar conmigo y también estoy en Instagram, tamaramena1, en Instagram, Twitter y Facebook.
Tamaramina.com. Wow,
Um,
that's English right there.
Tamaramina.com. I'm on Instagram, Twitter, at Tamramina1 or Tamra Mena, MENA is my last name. And I thank you so much for all your work. I think it's impressive, all the hours. And I know it's not just today that you're on here, you're 24/7 working on this. And I'm definitely going to just invite people to check you out on my on my social media channels and to contribute. And kudos to you
so
and your
much.
team. And thank you for inviting me. Thank you for having me.
Thank you. It was a pleasure having you. Have a good night.
It was my pleasure. Have a great night. Thank you.
Awesome. So that was Tamara Mina. And again, if anyone wants to donate, the link to make a donation is right under my face. You can see it right there. It's on crowdrise.com/SCI awareness. And we are ready for our next guest, who is a super cool person. Can you hear us, Carrie?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Awesome.
Can you hear me?
Muted too. Yeah.
Great.
Carrie is from Empower SCI, which is out on, are you in Boston? It's the East Coast. I know it's the East Coast.
Yep. Yeah, I live in Boston. I'm here in Boston, and we have some programming down on Long Island as well.
Well, tell us what Empower SCI does.
Great. Thank you so much, first of all, Rebecca, for having me hanging out. It seems like such a great idea. So Empower, a little bit about Empower. We run a couple different programs. So our major programming it's a residential rehabilitation program for individuals with spinal cord injury. So it's a 2-week program that runs typically the last 2 weeks in July, and we accept individuals with spinal cord injury, about 10 to 12 participants each year. And basically we offer all sorts of programming. It's therapeutic, it's recreational. We also have physical and occupational therapy to work on independence. We have a rehab counselor for a lot of group work and emotional support, and we also have a ton of adaptive sports. So this year we did surfing, we did adaptive cycling, yoga, kind of just exposure to all sorts of different therapeutic recreational opportunities. That's our major programming. We also do run some day programs that help to teach both wheelchair users and students and therapists wheelchair skills and how to teach different wheelchair skills.
You guys do that also at the Abilities Expo, because I've seen you guys out and you have a whole section with all sorts of things that look like obstacle courses.
Yeah, we are usually creating some kind of a ruckus with wheelchairs just smashing into curbs and stuff. But yeah, we teach wheelies and getting up and around different obstacles and stuff. So that's a ton of fun. We've been doing that for the past couple of years, and we went to New York, Boston, and Chicago this year. So that was it's a lot of fun, kind of traveling around and teaching those skills.
Do you find that a lot of people like don't have those skills to like learn how to do a wheelie and all of that stuff?
Yeah, it's pretty crazy. I mean, I think a lot of people are just a lot of times just scared to try it on their own. So it just offers people a chance to have like a safe environment to try some of the things that they're like, I've seen somebody do that, but it's a little bit sketchy to me. So we get a lot of people that really haven't tried some of the skills, and they leave. They come for 10 or 15 minutes, and they leave with a whole new skill set. So it's been a cool experience, definitely.
How many participants did you guys have in your summer program this year?
This year we had 11 participants come.
And I know a couple of the ones that were there, and I'm actually friends with on Facebook, but it was really, really cool. I think I sent you an email about this, but I want to say it on the air. It was just so cool to see the comments that people made after the program was over. They would post on their profiles or the timeline saying how much it changed their life, like how independent they felt and how, you know, they had made these friendships with people that maybe weren't even in their same area, like somewhere around the country, and how much they missed having, you know, being that closeness with someone. So it's got to make you really happy. I mean, it made me happy, and I'm not even running the program, but I'm sure you were just super happy just knowing that you're making that impact in people's lives.
Yeah, I mean, I think every year is a little different. So this was our third year, and every group's a little bit different, but the one kind of similar quality in each of the programs is just how powerful the connections that are made are. Like, people come in, it's that 2-week, it's kind of like summer camp mentality, where people come and they know that they're going to be there for a couple weeks and they want to get the most out of it that they can. So they're making kind of really strong connections that stay for much longer than the actual program. There's a reunion of sorts that's happening this weekend in Western Mass for people to kind of get together and revisit, since it's been about 2.5 months, almost 3 months since our summer program. So it's nice to have those things to look forward to in between as well.
How did you get involved with the spinal cord injury community? What's your story? Tell us your story.
The story. I had a great professor when I was going to school. I'm a physical therapist by trade, and she taught us kind of like psychosocial issues, but she really instilled like this thought that, you know, this population, or the population of individuals with spinal cord injuries, is this area that you can make a big impact on people's lives as a therapist. So I kind of attached to that idea and got into working in inpatient rehab. And I worked at a summer program similar to the one that we started up, and it's just such a cool experience to be in that summer camp mentality, and to see people a couple of years after their injuries, after they've figured out kind of what they need to be able to do to live independently, or to live like a happy life, and be able to go back out there and work on that and work towards that. So I think that I can't see myself working kind of with any other population at this point. Like, it's I love what I do as a therapist, and I love what we do as a program. So.
And it's not just you. There's 2 other people that are co-founders with you. Is that right?
Yeah. Yep. Jess Goodine, and she lives in the Washington, D.C. area, and Elizabeth Remillard, and she lives in Rhode Island. So we're kind of spread throughout the Northeast a bit. But they're also therapists as well. Liz is an OT and Jess is a PT. And they're just, I mean, I can't say enough about them as people too, because without the two of them, we wouldn't be able to bring the program together as we do.
It's always nice to find people that complement you to run stuff. I know that, like, for Backbones, we have a million volunteers that all have awesome skills, and, you know, it's nice because then I don't have to do everything.
That's always helpful, and we have our like different roles and kind of what we bring to. We bring very different things to the table, and I think we complement each other nicely in that way. So it's nice to have two other people that you can trust that much to and kind of know how they work and know that everything's going to come together.
Yeah.
But.
So what's the plan for next year? Do you already have a date? And if someone were interested in being a part of your summer program, like, what do they need to do?
Yeah, so we have we basically run the last 2 weeks in July. So for this year, it'll be July 12th to the 25th. And typically, we have spots for up to 12 participants, and that's kind of what we target for the group as far as participants go. And those applications will go live starting the beginning of January. So that's when our program applications are available for people to apply. And then it's a fully volunteer staffed program. So we're typically staffed by student volunteers from different healthcare professions. Those applications are available starting in January as well. The program, our major program is on Long Island. So, but people do travel from. We've had a couple participants from California, as far south as North Carolina. We have a bunch of people come from the Massachusetts area as far as participants go. So it's nice to be able to kind of be a central place to bring people together. But it's not just a New York-based program. It's available to anyone, really.
But yeah, that's cool. And I guess it's kind of fun if you're out of state too, because you get to travel, and it's more of a, like an event, yeah, an adventure. If you call it, we can call it that.
Yep, it can be an adventure. But so our applications are available online, so on our website, which is www.empowersci.org. So if people are interested, that's where you can apply.
It's a great name too. I love the word empower.
Yeah. I think it really captures kind of the whole program as a whole. But
do you have any? We got a couple minutes, but do you have any fun stories that anything that happened this summer?
Oh man.
Inside look.
Besides what?
Give us the inside story. Anything funny or fun happened?
Let me think. Oh, geez. Our trips, some of the best things I think that happen are like our trips to Target. Like they seem to be like a big hit. Like we have all this other programming, and we have, cycling and surfing and all this stuff, and people love to go to Target together. Like, I don't know what it is, but like I know there were some flying V formations, like in a wheelchair formation, just taking out aisles. But I would say my favorite event from the summer program is the surfing event that we run with the Reeve Foundation, and it's just so great to see people's faces like as they're coming in on a wave, and just like especially if people are really tentative to go in, or they're like, oh, the water, I don't know about this, and then they get on the board and they fly in on a wave, and it's like just sheer joy. Like that's, I don't know, like it doesn't.
That's awesome.
You can't get any better than that. But so that's all I can think of for like good little stories or tidbits.
That's good. That's a good one. I love moments like that when you could just tell that like this is a rad moment that just happened and I watched it happen.
I know. Yeah, so even if you're not the one like doing it, it's like so fun. Have you ever tried surfing at all?
I did. I tried it a couple years ago, or I think it was 2008 or 2009.
Yeah.
And I was like that too. I was like, oh my God, I'm gonna get in this water. And at first, I was getting on the board and they were taking me out into the wave. And there was some water getting in my mouth. And I was like, oh my God, this is so scary. And then
Yeah.
it was salt water. And I was like, this is disgusting. But once we started riding the wave, it was so cool. And I actually went to just check out the event, and I was like, I'm not gonna do it. And once I got there, someone's like, do you want to try it? And I was like, all right, I'm here. Let's do it.
I guess I should.
So yeah. But yeah, I mean, I'm glad you guys are providing those opportunities for people, and keep it up. Let me know how Backbones can help with anything promoting your program or anything else we can do.
Yeah, it was great. It was great to have Andrea there at the program this year to hang out for a little bit.
Oh yeah, she had a lot of fun. She told me about that after. So.
So much fun.
And she's going to be on later today, I think, at 9:15 p.m. Eastern, or not Eastern, Central. So.
Yeah. I saw that. That's awesome. Good stuff.
All right.
Well, thank you so much for providing this service and doing the webinar all day, and thanks for having me.
No problem. It was a pleasure talking to you.
All right. Awesome.
Have a good night.
All right. We'll see you later.
Bye.
Bye.
Okay, so we are coming to a break. It's 6 o'clock. We're coming to a break, 15 minutes, and we'll be back at 6:15 with Seth McBride and Kelly Schwan, Tiffany Carlson, Deborah Davis, Tap Waters from Four Wheel City, and Matthew Tilford. And again, if you'd like to make a donation, the link is right here on the screen. And you can make a donation at CrowdRise and help us reach $15,000, which is our goal for the month of September. Thanks, and I'll be back in a little bit. Okay, I'm back. Can you hear me over there, Eileen? Okay. No, you're muted. Seth, our next guest is Seth McBride. I'm gonna try and get his mic on.
Should I go to settings?
Yeah.
I can hear you.
You can?
Yes.
Cool.
I can't see you guys though.
1 second.
There, it's on.
Are we coming through?
I just see the image of you with the scrunchy face.
Let's see. I'm not sure. How about now?
No, I think if you go up on top, there should be like a rollover thing, and there's you can turn off your mic or the camera. Can you still hear us? I think we lost sound. Oh,
It's on.
okay. I hear your mic. So we have on Seth and Kelly.
Yes.
We can't see you, but we can hear you.
Okay. Sorry.
How are you guys today?
Very good.
Good.
Trying
Good.
to settle back into life in Portland.
Yeah, when I started planning for this, was right when you guys were getting ready to be finished and coming back from your trip. And I'll give you a second in a little bit to talk about that. But I was super excited. I was like, I hope that they will say yes to coming on this. You can tell everyone what you're doing.
Of course, we're excited to be a part of this.
So tell us about the long road south.
Well, in let's see, September of last year, we left on a. It was supposed to be a year-long 10,000-mile hand cycle and bicycle trip from here in Portland all the way down to Patagonia in Argentina. And we ended up over the course of about 10 and a half months riding somewhere between 6,000 and 7,000 miles from here to Mexico, and we ran into a lot of problems with the heat in Mexico because of my disability. I have C7, 8, complete quadriplegia, not being able to sweat. Just got to be way too much trying to ride through the heat in Mexico, so we had to cut off some of our journey, a couple of different points. But yeah, we ended up riding through most of South America, the U.S., and Mexico, and doing it all unsupported. So I was carrying my wheelchair, and Kelly was riding a bike and carrying pretty much all our other gear.
What made you guys decide to do this? What's your purpose behind it?
It was really to kind of demonstrate the importance of movement and mobility for everyone, for people with or without disabilities. Because really, if you test your body, then you're able to really kind of figure out what it can do, and without getting out and trying and moving, I don't know, there's always excuses why you can't get out and move. And so we wanted to kind of raise awareness for the importance of movement. So, for everybody.
Did you guys do like training and stuff, or you just left one day?
No, we actually did a lot of training before the trip. We were lucky enough, well, living in Portland, to have Adapt Training, who I think you had on earlier as one of our sponsors. So we were able to do a lot of our pre-trip training with them.
Oh, that's awesome. That's good. Had you done any like races or anything prior to this, or I mean, I believe you do rugby, don't you?
Yeah, rugby had always been my sort of competitive outlet, and hand cycling had been something just for fun. So I'd never done any races, but we did a tour in 2009. We did a month-long trip around Ireland, and that was sort of the seed for wanting to do a bigger trip like this.
You have any good stories you want to share with us about your trip?
Good stories.
Or horror stories.
Both
are good.
Couple on Tierra Fuego.
Probably the best stories we have is just some of the people we got to meet along the way. And one of the cool things about traveling by bike is you're in sort of a vulnerable position, and people are often willing to take you in, especially in South America. The friendliness down there is just amazing. So we had a couple of guys that ended up saving us after we got bogged down in some mud in Tierra del Fuego at the very end of our journey, and they were fantastic. It was one guy who was out scouting a course for a rally race that he was going to do, and he took us back home with him. We ended up staying with him and his 83-year-old dad, who spoke Spanish and then his English with a perfect Scottish accent because his grandfather was off the boat from Scotland. We got to hang out with them for a couple of days, so that was pretty awesome.
What about your language barrier? Do you guys know Spanish?
We both had a base of it when we left. Mine was better than Kelly when we left because I had spent a little bit of time in El Salvador when I was in college teaching English and taking Spanish classes. But that was about 10 years ago now. So that was the last time I had to use my Spanish. And Kelly took it in high school, so she at least had that base. And we found, when you have to use it, it ends up, you get functional about the stuff you need to pretty quickly.
Yeah, you pick it up and you learn it and you make yourself use it.
Exactly.
Yeah.
How about you guys? Tell us a story about how you two met, and I know I've read a little bit about it, but tell everybody else.
So I was part of wheelchair rugby, working with the St. Louis and Chicago teams, and then started working with Team USA in 2005, and Seth was part of the team that year as well. It was a developmental year, so we went down to a random tournament in Rio de Janeiro in 2005, and after that, we didn't really even talk to each other when we were both part of that team. We were just kind of teammates. And then, I don't know, after that, 2007, I moved to Portland and kind of started dating more seriously then. And yeah, I guess the rest is history. We got engaged shortly before we left on the trip. And
congratulations.
Thanks. I guess this trip was a good test. I don't know that we needed a test, but it was a good confirmation that I guess we can hang out for the rest of our lives together and we'll be all right.
If you have to be together for that long, you can make it.
Uh-huh.
Oh, that's so funny. I just had another question. I forgot it. Oh, were there, like, when you guys were going through, I mean, I know countries in Central America, South America are just not accessible. And, how did you deal with that and overcome some of those those barriers?
Yeah, I mean, it's definitely a difficulty. South America, there's a lot of places that it's really inaccessible, whether or not it's, just getting down the sidewalk and having curbs everywhere and stairs to get up into buildings. Luckily, Kelly is a really strong woman, and we've got a good system. She can piggyback me just about anywhere we need to go. So if, there's a second floor hotel room that doesn't have an elevator, usually I'll just hop onto her back and she'll piggyback me up, and hopefully we can find somebody to take my chair. And so dealing with things like that, inaccessible bathrooms, luckily I'm, strong enough and have enough function that I can make some pretty difficult transfers, which is always fun when you're trying to, especially in South America, transfer over a bidet to get to a toilet or something like that. But you basically have to, just figure it out case by case, and it's really a matter of adapting, everything you do to fit a really inaccessible world, which unfortunately most of the world is very inaccessible compared to what we're used to here in the States.
Yeah, we get used to having all these. I mean, I'm not saying it's perfect, but we have it really good here.
Yes.
My family is from Mexico, so when I visit, I have the same issues. I usually use the power chair, but when I go down there, I usually take my manual because I know that I'm going to be dealing with a lot of lifting and getting lifted and stuff like that. So.
Yeah, that's something definitely thought about being places that, it's difficult enough being in a manual chair, and I can't imagine how much more complicated things would be if you had no other option than to deal with a power chair.
How were you injured, Seth? I don't think I know how you got injured.
I was injured in a skiing accident when I was 17. So I was being a young teenager and doing backflips on a jump and just over-rotated one and landed on my neck.
Okay. And what's next for you guys? Resting?
Yeah, exactly. No big plans yet. We're back in Portland and loving the luxury of being settled for a while, and I'm starting in on some writing. I graduated before the trip with a master's degree in nonfiction writing, so starting working on some articles and moving towards writing a book about the trip is the plan.
Oh, that's awesome.
Yeah.
That's a good outcome from all of this. Document it all. I know you guys got a huge welcome at the Portland airport. I saw some pictures.
Yeah, it was a total surprise to us. We told a few friends because we were thinking we would be way overstimulated, but as it turned out, it was pretty perfect. It was amazing. All of our friends and the rugby family was there, and a bunch of friends, and my family's in Ohio, so part of Seth's family was there to greet us, and that was really cool. It had been 24 hours of traveling from Buenos Aires, so needless to say, we were pretty tired, but really kind of adrenaline high. So excited to see everybody. It's really cool. It was great. It's been great still. We still haven't seen everybody we want to see, so we're still kind of catching up with everyone and eating all the Portland food and just, excited about running water and laundry and that sort of stuff.
That's awesome. I'm so glad you guys joined us today, and I know a lot of people were excited to hear about your trip, and I'm glad that it was awesome and you made it to your goal.
Yes. Yeah, thank you so much for having us on.
Yeah, thanks for the invite.
No problem. It was a pleasure talking with you guys, and any future projects, let us know, and we'll share them with people.
Awesome.
All right.
Thank
sure.
you.
Good luck with the rest of the day.
Thank you. Take care. Have a good night.
Okay, bye.
Bye. Awesome. So that was Seth and Kelly, and I can't believe they did that all the way from Portland to the tip of Argentina. I'm super impressed, and they did awesome. We are taking donations today. If you check out the link right below me, trying to reach our goal of 15,000 for the end of the month, and hopefully today with what donations are made will get us closer to that goal. And I think next we have Tiffany Carlson from Spinalpedia. And I don't think she's on yet, but we'll hold on for a little bit and see if she can log in. And just to tell you guys a little bit more about the stuff that we've been doing for Spinal Cord Injury Awareness Month. If you've been following us on Facebook, we've been posting a lot of stuff, stories of different people, and how they were injured, the cool things that they're doing in their community, and informational stuff, as well as sharing events that people are doing across the country. Oh, Tiffany's there.
Hi, Rebecca. Sorry, I was actually I was in the Hangout. I don't know why it wasn't working. There was nobody there. I was hanging out for the last 20 minutes in a Hangout, and I don't know what happened. Sorry.
Oh, maybe you got the wrong link. We had a couple issues with the links and stuff, so maybe.
Well, I apologize.
No problem. It's okay.
Yeah. Thank you.
We can hear you, but we can't see we can't see your face. We just see the
Okay, hold on. Let me click on the thing for you guys. Turn camera on. You see me?
No.
I see me in the corner, and my camera is on.
Maybe
Strange.
it's the last person I couldn't see either, but apparently they were on.
Let me enter one more time, okay?
So everyone says that they can see you, so.
Oh, they can. All right. Well, that's good.
It might just be me.
Oh, sorry. Geez, I made sure my webcam was working too before I did this. So yeah.
Okay, no problem. I know what you look like. You're gorgeous.
Well, I have my hair up today. I'm keeping it simple. So.
Okay, cool. Thanks for being with us today.
No, thank you for doing this. I'm impressed by this Web-a-thon, let me tell you. This is amazing. I can't believe you put this together. It's awesome.
Yeah, I don't know. I come up with ideas and then I have to put them together because then they'll just be in my head.
I was going to ask you,
I did it.
Was this completely your idea? I've never heard of a Web-a-thon before. Was this something you invented?
No, not at all. I steal ideas. I was actually doing some research for a film festival. Backbones is putting together a film festival next year with real abilities with films of people with disabilities and by people with disabilities.
Oh.
So I'm doing research, and I came across a Web-a-thon that was going on, and it was for another film festival that they were trying to launch, and I just ended up watching it for hours that evening, and I was like, this would be great to get our whole community together of, SCI. Everyone's doing cool things, and sometimes people can't access things because they don't have transportation or they don't know where to find information, and so this is easy. People can just log on and hear what everyone's doing.
It's very cool. It feels like we're not as far away from each other as far as physically as we are. It's great. So, yeah.
Well, tell us about Spinalpedia.
Absolutely. Spinalpedia has been around since 2009, and you might have seen our social media kind of ramping up in the last couple of years. I started working or doing the executive director work earlier in 2014. I started out blogging, and exciting because Josh Basil, who founded it, he's a quadriplegic. He lives out in Maryland. He's 28, and he was injured about 10 years ago in a body surfing accident in 2004. And right after he was injured, he was like 18, and he founded Determined to Heal Foundation, which kind of is still out there. You can go to determinedtoheal.org, and it's really a great website to go to for like really newly injured people. There's just kind of a really great rundown of what you should do and where to go and all of that for I call them freshies. And then in 2009, though, Josh and Brittany Martin decided to found Spinalpedia.com, which is an offshoot of Determined to Heal. And what Spinalpedia does is basically highly categorize all of those disability videos that people put on YouTube, and they throw them out there. Maybe they don't categorize it, or maybe they don't put a right tag on there. Maybe they're a quad, and they just say they're in a wheelchair. So what we do is find these videos on YouTube and share and put them on our site as well. I mean, they're still on YouTube. You can view them on our site, and you can also find them all by different tags. And we have all the videos that we really like. We'll put them on our site as well, and we'll categorize them by mobility level. So if you're a quad, let's say, you're not going to find just quadriplegic videos. You can put your level in C2, C3, C4. So you can find videos that are specific to your mobility level. So you're not, going all over YouTube and trying to find videos that may or may be worth your time. YouTube is full of awesome stuff, but it's hard to find it all, I think. And that's really the hallmark of Spinalpedia, is trying to make it easier for people to find all these exciting videos, all these really cool people with spinal cord injuries making all these awesome videos. They all have really good YouTube video channels, and we just want to help promote them and show them off to as many people with disabilities as possible, because there's so many people making videos, and like every day there's a new channel being started on YouTube. There's always someone with disability with a phone or with their webcam making videos showing how to do everything from gardening to maybe just being like angry and like talking about someone parking in handicap parking. There's so many different awesome ways people can share their life by a video. And back in the day, I've been doing blogging online for a super long time. I mean, like, I've been online probably since the 90s, and back then there wasn't as many videos. It was all articles, maybe some pictures to kind of go along with the article, kind of showing you how to do stuff. But it took me for a while even to really like YouTube, and now, I mean, if I need to learn anything, I just go and look it up, and it's been really helpful. And as part of my job, I'm doing outreach for spinal cord injury rehab centers, and we're trying to share our site with newly injured people, so they can see these videos and go, wow, I can still do that, or wow, I didn't know that was still possible. You have like your therapist telling you, yeah, you can still do this, you can still do that. But I don't know about you, it's kind of like I didn't really believe it right away, and I was like, I don't know. But the great thing is these videos, you can get empowered, inspired like right away, and you don't have to show up at some kind of rehab event a year from now and see it in person. You can go online, and that's really why Josh wanted to do this, and I think it's really exciting because every day I'm constantly finding like the most craziest videos I've ever found. Like, there's so many that are hidden on YouTube, so that's what we're trying to do, and we have dozens of categories. I mean, if you're trying to find something, you're going to find it on Spinalpedia, and 10 to 1 you're going to find something you didn't even know you were looking for. You're going to go, all right, I'm going to do that now too. Like this guy in Australia, he's a quad. He puts everything in his refrigerator in plastic bags. Everything. Those like plastic bags with the handle, so you can just grab it out of the fridge. He says everything, and he puts in bags so he can just grab the handles and pull it out of his fridge. And I saw the video and I was like, that's crazy. But I love seeing how other people live their lives. I think it's really great, and it helps, I think, people not feel as alone,
Yeah, and by the way, that's a good idea. I might do that.
It is a really good idea. I know I've kind of copied them. I do that now with a lot of things. Like, I love the bag technique. If you ever drop anything, and if you're a quad, you just take a bag and you put it on the floor next to it, you open it up and you push it in.
Oh my God, that's what I do. That's what I do
it all the time, every day. I'm going to be making some videos too, I think, for Spinalpedia. So yeah, it's one of those things. I think there's so many awesome, websites and organizations like you guys trying to help the community, and we're just doing our little slice out there with the videos and trying to get people excited and empowered every day by seeing like our video of the day. And we're also doing a lot of vlogging. I do a lot of the vlogging every week, and we've been doing this really cool thing called Spinal Cord Injury Superstars, and we feature one person a week doing something amazing. And I'm always discovering, oh my God, there's a guy in Korea who's paralyzed from the neck down, who's like amazingly famous over there. I'm always discovering new people with spinal cord injuries too. So we're trying to, on Spinalpedia, blog about these people, share their stories with the world, with the community, and just, you know, empower people just like you're trying to do too. So yeah.
Yeah, I love watching those videos that you post because it's always like, whoa, I didn't know about that person. And I mean, doing what I do, I end up meeting a lot of people with spinal cord injuries, and so it's like, oh, I didn't know that person. That person's cool. Like,
I know, there's always more. It's kind of exciting, but there's a lot of people with spinal cord injuries in this world, and maybe it's a sad thing or maybe it's a good thing for us in the community, but I'm constantly discovering more and more people that are impressing me, and I love it. I love it because I've been hurt for 21 years, and just to have the opportunity to like do it for a living and discover these people and to write their stories and to research them all over the place. Like, for example, this week we talked about Sang-mook Lee, who is this oceanographer from South Korea who was paralyzed in 2006. He was driving his students to Death Valley for a research mission, and he flipped his van. His head got pinned to the steering wheel. He woke up a quadriplegic from the shoulders down. He's not on a ventilator. But that story, to me, I'm like, how come I didn't even know about this? And so that's what we're trying to do too, you know. But on Spinalpedia, I wanted to mention, though, before I get too ahead of myself, is I mentioned earlier we have a lot of categories. So I just want to like go through them quick so people know what we have.
okay.
Yeah, maybe you didn't really. A lot of times, you know, when you go to a website, you'll click on the video and maybe not see the categories. But we have so many.
Well,
I wanted to share. There's
I love your website, and I hate your website because it has so much stuff. I end up spending hours on it just looking at things.
There's a lot, and I'm constantly, I mean, we're really picky and choosy lately. We're not going to just add whatever to the database, and by the end of the year, we're going to probably clean out some of the older videos that are like over 5 years old. But so anyways, but yeah, the categories start from adapted devices to driving to entertainment, which is like clips from TV shows and talk shows and movies and anything that's spinal cord injury related that we'll put it in that category. Driving, exercise, at-home therapy, general tasks like chores, cooking, mobility, shopping, pet care, my favorite, health, which is all over the place from UTIs to skin care to managing spasms. Like, how do you manage your spasm? Everybody has so many different ways to do it, and there's a lot of awesome videos on that. Home and office access. I love that we have it broken down room by room. So there's kitchens, bathroom, bedrooms.
Oh, that's a good idea.
And a whole ramp section. We have a whole lifts and of course office. And I love that. I love watching people like very cheaply modified their homes. I think there's a lot of good tips in saving money there. And then also a hospital-related category. So like inpatient rehab, how to deal with nurses, how to find a spinal cord injury model system in your area. Like if you're newly injured, you want to go to a rehab facility that's a model system, it's a spinal cord injury model system, and so we have that in that category too, so you can find the good rehab hospitals, and as well as social workers, how to work and manage social work and interact with them. I mean, when you're newly injured, I tend to when you don't have experience with that, and so we have a whole category dedicated just to social workers, which is cool. And then, of course, how to make a video. Have you made a video before? Maybe you haven't. Super easy, but we have that in there. And then life, so parenting, how to, date and we hopefully get married one day, education and employment, that kind of stuff. And there's so many categories, and I'm trying to add more because that's my ability as executive director. I can kind of have the authority to do that. So it's cool. Like we added a whole new section on just like spinal cord injury research that's not stem cell stuff. So all the other spinal cord injury research happening from even exoskeletons, maybe you don't consider that actual research, but we have a category just for that. as well as personal care, doing your hair, getting dressed. How do you get dressed in bed? Do you even get dressed in bed? I mean, there's so many different ways, as well as sports and recreation, and state and federal aid. How to get assistance if you're newly injured. Do you even know how to approach the state or the federal? Maybe they told you sort of how to do it, and there's a lot of videos that are out there that tell you how to do it, and we have them in that category. And then we have technology, transfers, and my favorite is travel, and that's the last category we have, is travel. I mean, and you can just listing all those categories. I mean, there's a lot of tips. I mean, when you have a disability, there's so many areas of advice that you can get on from all these different sections. So it's kind of overwhelming, I think, sometimes when you're first injured. You're like, how am I going to do all this stuff? But the more
and you need them throughout your life too. Like
you need them throughout your life.
I think at one point, others at another point in your life after your injury.
Absolutely. Don't you think, Rebecca, that you can always learn more, even if you've been hurt for as many years as you've been hurt, or me too? I feel like there's always more opportunities to learn better tricks and stuff, right?
Exactly. I'm learning from people every day.
Yeah. I mean, I kind of get a little cocky, and I think I know everything, and I don't. And I don't think you will ever know, you know.
Mm-hmm.
It's really cool to learn from people. So, yeah, so, you know, and those are just the categories. And, of course, there's 1,000,001 subcategories. I'm not going to go through them. But we welcome you to come and explore. And, you know, and if you're making videos, we want to know about it, because we would love to profile your videos and what you're doing. And we'll kind of, you know, promote what you're doing. We want to basically share your story with the community. So if anyone out there is making videos and needs a little promotion, let us know, because we love people that have, you know, no problem putting themselves out there and sharing themselves on video. And I know it can be a little bit nerve-wracking for some people out there, especially the ladies, because sometimes you get a little creeped out if you make a video of yourself and you put it out there. But I think if you pick and choose the right stuff that you'd like to maybe talk about, then you're not as nervous. It'd be really helpful for the community to, you know, for all of us to once in a while try to make a video and, you know, talk about what we're doing. It can be so helpful.
So if somebody wants to submit a video, do they just send you a link to their video, or?
Yeah, well, they can do it that way. They can send us a link. The best way to do it is to have your own YouTube, you know, account, and then, you know, upload it to YouTube, and then send us the link. Then we can add it to the Spinalpedia database as well. And a really good thing you can do is just join Spinalpedia, become a member. It's free, and then you can have your own profile on there, and then you can upload your own videos from YouTube onto your profile on Spinalpedia, and create your cute little awesome profile so people can see everything you're up to on Spinalpedia, and we get alerts when you upload new videos so we can see your latest creation and talk about it. And yeah, so that's it. And you know, it's kind of funny, you know, YouTube really is, we wouldn't be anywhere without YouTube, you know. Spinalpedia only exists because of YouTube. But I think YouTube is just so overwhelming and giant sometimes that it's kind of nice to have just a very specific spinal cord injury site that takes all those and just puts them in a good place for you, you know.
Well, thanks for doing that, because I think it's very helpful for a lot of people searching information, and like you said, it can be overwhelming. And tell us your website again, so people can go to it.
Absolutely, Spinalpedia, just like encyclopedia, Spinalpedia.com, and please join, add profile, and keep checking in on us throughout the end of the year. We're going to be updating the site. It's going to look a little bit different, probably a little bit better. So things are changing for the better throughout 2014. So yeah.
Awesome. Thank you so much for being with us today.
Thank you, Rebecca, and congratulations on a successful Web-a-thon. It's awesome.
Thank you. We're excited.
All right,
almost
done.
Yeah. All right. Have a good night. All right, so that was Tiffany, and again, the link to make a donation today is right underneath. It's crowdrise.com/SCI awareness. And coming up next is Deborah Davis. Deborah, can you hear us? I know that you're already logged in, and I don't know if you're...
I'm here. Hi, how are you?
I'm good. How are you?
I'm wonderful. It's hard to follow up on Tiff, huh?
Yeah.
All of energy, I tell you.
You got some awesome stuff going on that we want to hear about too. So.
Thank you, Rebecca. Well, I want to second Tiffany on what she just said regarding you, and I can't believe you're doing this for 16 hours. We are all so impressed and so admiring you and what you do with your organization. So I hope everybody does donate today.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
You're very welcome. How are you feeling?
I'm feeling good. My eyes are kind of getting tired from looking at a screen, but so if it looks like I'm not looking at you, it's not because I don't want to.
Oh, I completely understand. I can imagine my eyes are red too. I had to put Visine in before I came in. I've been looking at the screen all day too. The story of our lives these days, Rebecca. You and I, we met. Actually, the story is you and I met over 2 years ago at an expo in LA. And we actually sponsored one of your events for PhotoAbility. And I've watched you grow, and I've been so impressed with your website and everything you've done ever since. So I'm so happy to be here and be a part of that and be your friend and your supporter, because you certainly have supported us. You've helped us with models whenever I needed one. If I said I need a model in Chicago, you came up for us and got one. And now you're going to model for us too. So we have that to look forward to.
Yeah, that should be fun.
Yeah.
I'm looking forward to that.
Me too.
So tell us exactly what PhotoAbility is.
PhotoAbility. Ooh, what was that? I heard a very. Did you hear that?
I'm sure what that was.
Yeah, I don't know. PhotoAbility is a stock image site. It's sort of similar to Getty or Corbis. When a company doesn't have the money to hire a photographer and to hire models and to set up a shoot, which can be very, very costly, they just say they want a woman on the beach in a bikini with a guy, or a family at a park, you know, playing baseball. They need that image to sell something, or they just want that image to communicate a message. So a lot of times it's used for magazines, it's used for websites, graphic designers use it. For logos, any number of things to sell products, postcards, etc. So we started it 2 years ago because we found out that there were no inclusive images that we've really found that were representative of us. You know, real people. There were a lot of fake people sitting in big giant wheelchairs pretending to be disabled, and companies were using those. You know, the famous one with the girl like this at the beach with her arms outspread with the big clunky chrome wheelchair, and then she stands up and walks away. So we decided that we would start out by creating these images, and we started with 35 images, and today we're over 3,500. So we've come a long way in 2 years, and making the images is really hard. Finding great models and great photographers throughout the country has been a challenge, but people are starting to come forward, and we're starting to really do well, so we're excited.
And so what's the process of you finding a photographer?
What's the process?
Yeah.
Well, it depends. Like, first usually we find the model first. Most stock image sites are different. A photographer will go on Getty, and they'll go take pictures of birds, or they'll go take pictures of landscapes or cityscapes. They spent the time and effort and the money to develop the images. They then submit them to a website for stock, and then they get approved or not approved. Then the website the stock image gallery, the library, will spend a lot of time and money and effort in marketing those images and selling them. And then if they sell them, the photographer gets paid. If they're going to use a model, what they do is they usually just hire the model for a couple hours or a day, pay the model, have the model do a release, and then they own the images, the model goes away, and then they can sell those images for 10 years on that stock image site. The way we do it is a little differently. We find the model first, and because it was basically out of necessity, because it was really, we weren't getting photographers just submitting images to us out of the blue of models with disabilities. So we had to kind of go about it in a different way. We had to find ways to create the imagery to start with. Once we created the imagery, we figured, okay, now we can show people what it should look like. And then people are going to run to us and they're going to want to buy it, right? That was the thought. It hasn't exactly happened as easily as we had hoped it would. Most of our images are being sold through the medical industry, through rehab centers, children's hospitals, nonprofit organizations, people who already work with people with disabilities. which is great. I mean, that's wonderful that they love our images and they are excited about them. But it really is something that we want to achieve now at Revica, where we get out and we get in Condé Nast Travel. We get an Allstate commercial. We get on the cover of Runner's World magazine, or we have a prom image and it's used for a prom advertisement, or an article in a magazine about teenagers going to the prom, and you have a girl in a wheelchair going to the prom.
Yeah.
Or any image, that's selling romance, or anything you want to sell. We want to see travel publications that have to do with travel. You never see, ever. I never do. Tell me if you do. I'd like to see it, where you see a model with a disability in that ad. Just pick up whatever magazine you have on your table now and see if you find one. It's impossible. So we're trying to break into that now. So to go back to answer your question, how do we find the photographers and how does that process work? We find the model. So if you model for us, we're going to find a photographer in your area. We're going to do a recruitment. We have a group of photographers who review the applications, and we pick the very best one. And we do a conference call with you and the photographer. We talk about shoot concepts. We talk about timing, like when you can be available. And then the photographer, you go out and do the shoot. And that's pretty much the way it works. And then the good news is, and the thing that makes us unique, is that we are going to continue to pay the model. The model is part of the gallery forever, as long as we exist. So you don't go away and we pay you a couple $100 and then you're gone. If we succeed, everybody succeeds. The model succeeds, the photographer succeeds, and obviously inclusive imagery and getting that kind of important message out is the big picture goal.
That's awesome. It's such a necessary thing. I think we're bombarded with images every day, probably millions of times a day.
Mm-hmm.
People looking at social media and stuff, and the percentage of images that are people with disabilities is probably very, very small.
Absolutely. Well, we've noticed recently there's been a lot of success with regard to fashion, and companies like Models of Diversity out in the UK are doing a great job. And Fashion Week has had a couple models modeling on the runwalk. I guess you call it walkway or runway. Sorry, I'm not into that industry. And you have Diesel, and which I think Nordstrom used Angela Rockwood, which I think you might have had on today. They are using disabled models for fashion, which is awesome. But that's not what we do. We're doing stock imagery that any company can buy a photo and use it, and it doesn't have to be specific to a product. And it's actually great because it will give us more opportunities to get inclusive, we call it inclusive imagery, that's the way we term it, out into the industry. And we do think it matters, and it's not just because we want to be vain and we want to be seen, and it's so important that we're included. Well, yeah, that's all great, and it's important to see. But we feel even deeper than that, Revica, is that when you start seeing people in the media and represented, not only does it tell our own country, our own society, or wherever that advertiser is advertising to, that they value those customers, that they value those as human beings, as part of our society, that we exist, but it also, I think, in the end, it's going to have an impact on other cultures and other places in the world, because our media, it spreads. I mean, it's something, I think you just took a picture. Sorry. Thanks, Adam. What we do and what we say and our images matter, because it affects how people view people with disabilities everywhere in the world. And there's so many cultures where people with disabilities are still hidden away and they can't get out, and there isn't accessibility. And if they start seeing, like, when I went to Seoul, you rarely saw a person with a disability out anywhere because it wasn't accessible. But they are seeing our imagery. They see, the American and European fashion and advertisements and imagery, and it has an impact. Yeah. And they go, wow, all of a sudden they're showing these beautiful men who happen to be in wheelchairs with their wives and their families out at a park, And, you know, we don't treat our own citizens with disabilities necessarily that same, and we don't allow access to parks. I mean, you can't even get to them on the subway necessarily. Although in Korea, actually, you could get there on the subway. It's pretty accessible. So that's really the big picture goal, is impacting attitudes and perceptions, and we can be a leader in that.
Yeah, you and I think a lot alike, and I think that, you know, it changes attitudes and perceptions, and that leads to better access to housing, to employment, to, you know, changing physical barriers, design. I mean, I think it's something that needs to change, and needs, you know, it's changing.
Mm-hmm.
But the more of it that there is, you know, it really will start changing people's minds. And
it's also just, you actually said a lot there. I always think about architectural barriers. That's why all our images have to show a physical disability. We want to show people that we do travel, that we do go to movies, you know, that we do buy houses, and we are consumers, we shop. So we go to college. So all of our images actually reflect those scenarios that are real. So we're actually doing them, but for whatever reason, advertisers aren't showing us doing them. I mean, my thought is they just haven't thought of it. You know, when they go and an advertising agency decides to do an advertising campaign, they don't think to hire a model with a disability as the guy who's building the house. You know, think of a big house builder. You know, you're going to show a guy with his wife and his kids, and they got the big plans up, and they're looking at it, and they're like, oh, okay, this is what I want, but they don't even think the concept of them of having that guy being sitting down, or with a cane even, or, you know, a walker, or somebody with an amputation. You just never see it. So we hope to change that, and the first goal is to get the images made, and get them made well, and get them to be blown away. When they see the images, they're like, wow. And to be honest with you, every day, PhotoAbility is getting that to happen. We just had a shoot that happened last week, and I was looking at the images till 2 o'clock in the morning, and I'm just blown away by them. I mean, it's just this overwhelming joy of this beautiful girl on a college campus with her boyfriend, holding hands, studying, doing, you know, doing a work group with other people. These are gorgeous stock images that I think say so much. I mean, they speak volumes, you know. And like you said, it's about rights. You know, a lot of times, as you know, the CRPD, we're trying to get it passed, and, you know, the rights for people with disabilities throughout the world are being constantly something that we have to push for. And right. Yeah, and I mean, I think that imagery, and if we're all, you know, if we're seeing more, people are going to think about us more, and they're going to think, oh, okay, well, maybe we should care a little bit more about access and rights, and making that so that everybody can go to school, and that everybody can access, you know, restaurants and movie theaters and shopping malls and things like that. They are important. And like you said, it helps employment, and once employment is helped, it eases that whole burden of being uncomfortable, too, with the imagery of people with disabilities. You know, you're seeing it all the time from the time you grow up in magazines and the TV, on TV shows. You're not going to feel so uncomfortable when you walk up to someone and they happen to be, you know, interviewing for a job. Or
yeah, that's a good point, because, I mean, growing up before my injury, you know, you're not familiar with that world, but, you know, people will not know, and, you know, kids ask questions and parents say, you know, shh, don't ask that, or don't say anything. So we're taught to not look, and, you know, this is putting it out there and saying, look, we are here, look at us.
We're here, and we're beautiful, and we're valuable, and we contribute, and we have an impact, and we want to make an impact, and we want you to date us. We want you to marry us. We want to have your children. I mean, you know, even dating as a woman with a disability is difficult, you know, and it's just that perception people have. Oh, okay, so Are you going to be her caretaker? You know, is it a sexual relationship? Well, yeah. And, you know, people just don't have any idea sometimes what it's like to be a person with a disability or to be around a person with a disability. And I know it's just stock imagery, and I know I sound like this concept is a little bigger than I think that a lot of people might perceive a stock image library to be, but it all begins with perception.
Yeah.
And I really strongly believe that.
So if somebody wanted to be a part of a photo shoot, can they apply to do that on your website, or do you handpick people?
Yes, they can. Actually, on the very front page, there's a beautiful image of Teal Scherer, one of the very first people who supported us and gave us images of herself. Tamara Mena, as a matter of fact, was just on earlier, and she was wonderful and gave images to us. Eric Kondo was there, and we got some of our very first images with Eric Kondo. So I want to just give a shout out to those guys and say thank you for being my peers and supporting my work. And I think that that's really important because together we can all bring each other up. And it's been something that I really strongly believe in our community is needed. But what they can do is if they go on the very front page of PhotoAbility.net, they can see it says be one of our models. And they can click on that. And it's required legally that they go through that process because they have to agree to the terms and conditions of the shoot. Because it takes us hours to put together a shoot. It's a lot of my time and a lot of our team's time. We have production assistants who work with us. And we spend hours doing that. So it's important that we know that you're committed and that you understand the terms, and you understand that once a photographer spends hours of his time and thousands of dollars of his equipment shooting you, that you're not going to go, oh, I don't like the photo and I don't want to do it anymore, you know, that kind of thing.
Right.
So it has to be done professionally. So yeah, they can join there, and if they want to be a photographer, they can email me directly, or they can email us on the website under our contact us, info@photoability.net.
Awesome.
And I mean, we can.
And so we talked about it. Sorry, go ahead.
No, go ahead.
We talked about, you know, what the work that you do with PhotoAbility, but will you tell us a little bit of your background as far as how you got injured and what made you kind of want to do this? I know you've got a whole bunch of projects happening. You have Push Living and Travelability.
Yeah.
So I want to share
Well,
as well.
I was injured when I was 18 up in Maryland. I had a car accident. I fell asleep at the wheel coming home from work. C6-7 cervical injury. I'm incomplete, so I did get back use of my hands, but I don't have trunk support, so I'm a terrible transfer, and I happen to fall quite a bit lately. But anyway, after my injury up in Rusk, you might have heard about that, huh? You're laughing. Up in Rusk in New York, I went to, I know, I can't afford to hit my head anymore, guys, trust me. So I went to rehab at Rusk University in New York, and back then we spent 6 months in rehab. And right after rehab, I spent 4 months at home. My mother kicked me out and told me to go to college. I went to college at University of Miami. I took my sweet time graduating from there. It took six years. And I met my first husband. Sorry about that. Yeah, I've had more than one. I met my first husband in college at a football homecoming game. We set up house, bought a house, got married, had 2 children. My first child, Alexa, was born at 26. The second child was born 2 years later, Hannah. And basically, I just worked. I worked my butt off. I was a director of a nonprofit called Abilities in Florida. I did everything. I've sold pool lifts. I've done manufacturers reps. I've done public relations. I've done training, human resources, you know, pretty much a lot of different things that led me here. Then I had a period of time where I was working so hard and so many hours and in the car driving long distances, you know. Somebody's here doing something. Look at him, I can see him. I'm sorry. So I finally figured out that I really couldn't do it anymore. I'm in my 40s now. My body started to just get tired. And Not sure if I'm still here.
Yeah, you're still here.
Okay, good. I got frozen. I don't know what happened. Can you still hear me?
Yes.
Okay, because the video's frozen, right?
Well, I think I'm not able to see everyone's. I'm just seeing your photo of you with like palm trees.
Oh, okay. Okay, well.
So I haven't been able to see a couple of the guests' cameras. So, but go ahead, continue. I think everybody else can see you. Oh no, we dropped her. Maybe she can join us in a little bit. Well, now that you're seeing my face, if you would like to make a donation, the link is right underneath my face. It's crowdrise.com/SCI awareness. And we are trying to reach $15,000 by the end of September. So hopefully today we can get a little bit closer to that. And we're thankful so far for all the donations that have been given today, and hope to get more. We'll be on here till about 10:30. I was saying earlier too, a couple other things that we are doing throughout the month of September is, a lot of social media, sharing information through social media about spinal cord injury. We've had an art show event in Chicago area where we featured four artists with spinal cord injuries. Two of them from the Chicago area, one from San Francisco, and one from Kenya. So all the artwork is for sale, and it will be up through the month of September, and also it'll be up in October as part of Chicago Artist Month. And I'm hoping to be able to get those images online of their artwork so that people, in other parts of the country who might be interested in buying artwork will purchase. All the proceeds, or all the money that comes, from the sale of the artwork, goes directly back to the artist. So, support your fellow SCI friends and artists by.
Hi, I'm sorry, I got cut off.
Oh, yeah, you got cut off. Thanks for coming back.
Was it just me, or?
I think you.
Hi.
I think you got dropped. You're back now, and I can actually see your face.
Oh, good. I'm back. Did you want me to continue?
Yeah, we got a couple more minutes left, and then we have another guest. But if you'd like to say final stuff or ask people to visit your website and stuff.
Absolutely.
Great.
Well, you were asking me how we started it, so I'll just finish with that. When we realized that all these wonderful, accessible places and organizations and resorts and businesses were making themselves accessible, but they were never actually marketing to anybody that these facilities were accessible. So that's how the concept came up. Well, okay, why don't we have a photo of somebody with a disability at your resort, or actually utilizing your property. So that's kind of how the concept started. Hi, Matthew.
Hi, Matthew. I think he's muted right now, too. Everyone.
Okay. So anyone who wants to join us, they can go to pushliving.com, or they can go to photoability.net, and they can read about us and join our mission and support us, our Facebook page, etc. Just like our photos and share our photos, and that's really going to get the word out that they are available, and people can start using them in their campaigns.
I hope they start getting used more and more, because we need them.
Thank you, Rebecca. We look forward to shooting with you soon.
And tell us your website again, so people
it's
know where to go.
Sure. It's PhotoAbility, like the word photo, and then ability.net. And our other one is Travability, same thing, Travability.travel. And then we have pushliving.com. which is a lifestyle, pushing the boundaries of travel, lifestyle, and leisure. It's sort of like an online web magazine. Lots of interesting stuff on there about dating and health and travel and exciting things. So we're always looking for writers for that as well. So if anybody's a great writer and wants to be part of that, they're more than welcome to do that.
Yeah, you always have some really great articles on there, and that we've actually shared on our social media. So keep it up. You're doing awesome, and let us know, what we can do to help.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Love you guys. Bye.
Bye. Have a good night.
Thank you. I will. It was fun. Thank you for doing this.
No problem.
Donate, everybody. Donate. Bye, Rebecca.
Bye. Yes, listen to Deborah. Make your donation today. If you are at my face, the link is right beneath here. Crowdrise.com /SCI awareness. And we have our next guest. Can you hear us? Can we hear you? No, we need to turn his sound on. 1 second.
Next.
Okay, we can hear you.
You can hear us?
We can hear you.
Oh, we'll see. What up? Oh, snap. All right. Let's see. We on. Okay.
I'm so excited to have you guys here today.
All right, before you start, let me just let you know, we right here. We at my location. We was filming today in the studio and video stuff, but we got a little train outside, so if you hear a little train noise, that's what it is. We're
Okay.
in New York right now.
So we got a train at the Backbones Web-a-thon. All right.
New York City. New York.
So will you guys introduce yourselves and tell us a little bit about Four Wheel City and how you guys got started?
This is Rick Fire. I'm the producer. I'm the one that sit down and do the video editing, CD covers, and I just do the beats. Being modest, see the whole sound. I'm Tap Waters. I'm the artist. I'm the one who write most of the songs. We partners Four Wheel City, the movement for improvement. We do rap, we do motivational speaking, and we just try to change the world, one song at a time, one show at a time, this at a time. And our whole thing is to go to the world, inspire, educate, advocate, entertain. That's what four symbolize.
Wait, you broke up a little bit. There's four. So educate, say it again.
Inspire, that's the first one. Educate, advocate, and entertain. Got
awesome.
it? You heard it? Okay.
Got it. So tell us about how you guys got injured. Both of you have spinal cord injuries, correct?
Yes. Well, I was walking home from school one day and I got shot by a stray bullet. I don't know who shot me. This happened when I was 18 years old. And I got caught up when I was younger. I was accidentally shot by my cousin when I was a teenager myself, and which left me paralyzed. And we met after that, after our injuries.
So how did you two meet then?
Rick, that's Rick's story right there.
One day, I was coming out my building and I seen this beautiful lady. It was my son's birthday, and I ordered some Domino's pizza, and I came outside to pick it up, and this lady was like, "Excuse me, can I talk to you for a minute?" I said, "You go get my pizza." And when I came back, she said, "Would you mind being my son's friend?" I didn't know him at the time. His mom told me that he had just got hurt. He didn't know anybody in the wheelchair. So I gave his mom my phone number so she could give it to him. And then I think the next day he called me. He didn't know I was doing music. I didn't know he was rapping prior to him getting injured. So he called me. He used to ask me questions about, "Hey, how you tie your shoelace now that you're in the chair?" Little things like that. It was more of a friendship at the beginning, and then it turned into something that is where we're sitting now.
Because I didn't even know he was doing beats. He didn't know our rap at the time. I was about to actually
I was about to quit rapping because I felt like I couldn't do it as well like I was doing when I was younger, and I didn't have anywhere to record. So just by chance, when I rolled into his house the first time, only thing I seen him doing was making beats. So I was going there to be like, yo, he'd be my friend, teach me about the wheelchair, but we didn't even talk about that. We just started talking about music and how to record and do and all that kind of stuff. And then that's what took us here after so many years.
Well, that's pretty amazing. The universe brought you guys together for something.
And it's just so funny that he's a producer and he know how to record, and I was a we each other mutually too to compliment what he was doing at the time.
And so, if I heard right, it was your mom who was the one that introduced you?
Did you hear the train? There you go.
Because my mom does that all the time. She sees people in wheelchairs and she's like, "Oh, you got to be my daughter's friend."
Yeah, so it was her old idea. Yeah, she passed away like 7 years ago, 2007. But she's seen us going through the process of this journey of it happening. But it just, I guess that she's like our angel now, because without her, we probably would have never met and never been on this journey. So yeah, and we do when we do our shows, we do a tribute to her, to like a remix to Dear Mama Tupac song. Like I did a version for her when she was alive for Mother's Day as a gift, and then it just everybody loved and turned into it. So now we perform it. So yeah, shout out to Mom Duke.
That's pretty awesome. I'm sure she loved that.
Yeah.
And I saw that you guys were on New Mobility magazine lately.
Yeah, that was hot. That was July. That was just a whole another blessing for us. We wasn't expecting that, and then the cover looked pretty cool too, and it was and they did a nice story. Shout out to the whole New Mobility family and the United Spinal for considering us, and then covering like the work we've been doing all this time, because it's been like a long journey for us to have that moment meet up, because we actually was doing like that show that they cover Lancaster for disability conference and to inspire people. So it's just good to just see like people really receiving our message and liking the music at the same time.
Yeah, you guys have like really great message
Yeah.
in all your songs and lyrics and stuff, so that's pretty cool. You guys travel a lot too, don't you?
Yeah.
Like, am I right? I don't know if I'm mistaken, but weren't you guys in London for something?
Yeah, we went to the Paralympics to perform the last Olympics that just passed, and we was in London on Olympic grounds. Like we was like, besides Jay-Z and Rihanna, we was like the only like American group out there, and we was like we felt real patriotic and everything, and then to represent hip hop, just us being from where we from, then being able to represent people with disabilities at the same time, it just was like a real amazing experience. We hopefully music was there 2016. We're gonna look out for that.
Yo, we coming.
You're heading to Brazil?
Yeah, we want to try to get out to the 2016 Olympics. That's on our calendar right now. That we put it out to God's ears. So y'all gonna see us out there in Fort Worth City. We've been doing like you said, we travel a lot, and the funny thing is, a lot of places we go, when we first started, we never expected to be leaving our little neighborhood in the Bronx. Shout out to the Bronx, 169 Washington Avenue, where we from. We never expected to be leaving there, getting on planes and hitting the road just to express like music that we made in his house. So it's just a blessing. So we like the sky and the moon and everything's the limit for us. We just because we never expected none of this. So we like open. We like waiting for the next big amazing thing to happen all the time.
So do you do all of your work out of your house? Recording and stuff?
We do a lot of it in house. Rick has a studio set up in his house. I just built a little one of mine, and now we be emailing beats now, sending him back vocals and stuff, and but we've been working like that together. I'm just a recording artist, really. Like when I first started, I learned a lot of what I from Rick. But Rick is a engineer and all that stuff, so that's why we able to do stuff like that. He's more technical, and I'm more like out there verbally and stuff. That's how we like compliment.
Not a little.
Huh?
Can you say that last bit again? You were the sound wasn't good.
Oh no, I was saying Rick. Like Rick, I learned a lot from Rick, so that's how we work. Because nobody never really did nothing for us. Like we started out with just each other and working with whatever we had. We used to record on tapes. We used to record on little discs, and now we got like Pro Tools programs and stuff. But we just always did it for the love of music and just to hear our creativity come to life. So that's what it's always been about, and it paid off for us in the long run because we never had to answer to nobody, and we was able to like start talk about what we want to talk about. We didn't have nobody to like be like, well, why you talking about this? If I came with a song to Rick, like y'all want to talk about stuff being inaccessible and curved, like he's not looking at me like, why you want to do that? Because he understands, and he's giving me like inspiration to do it more. Like, you can talk about that. Or talk about the song about Fall in Love with a Homie. So Rick, whenever I got an idea like that, Rick is there to give me the beat and also encourage me to do it because he understands.
That's good. You guys feed off each other. And
yeah.
You got creative freedom.
Yeah, exactly.
So if I put you guys on the spot, will you perform something?
Sure. Perform something. You know what's so funny? I was like, we just, yo, I got the Bluetooth. I did a, I could do a little verse on Welcome to Forward City. This is spinal cord awareness, so I do want to put something with spinal cord awareness out, but it was okay. We just started our new entertainment company, Four Wheels Entertainment, which is going to be like, we want to like put out me as a solo artist, Rick as his own project. Got one of our artists right here, and over here. We want to start working with the artists. So we're going to start doing a lot of visual production. And we started freestyling. I'm going to kick it first on Welcome to Four Wheel City. The first time we recorded as Four Wheel City. And then it was cool because we do preview sneak peeks for the Freestyle Friday. Can I play it? Yeah, hopefully you can hear it in the background. It's featuring another female in a wheelchair. Her name is Rox the Fox. She's on it. And I can play that. I'm going to kick the verse, but it's cool. Can I play it? Because we're going to drop it tomorrow on the website. It's cool? Thank you. Cheers. All right, so check it out. When I say four, y'all say wheels. Four wheels. Four wheels. When I say four wheel, y'all say city. Four wheel city. Four wheel city. All right, welcome to Four Wheel City. Where you from? Four Wheel City. Here we come, Four Wheel City, because it's a movement. Yo, first I'd like to say rest in peace to Christopher Reeve, but I got something on my chest that's been bothering me. What's the problem, B? When I'm out in the streets, it's like we can't go nowhere. What's wrong with me? How come when I go to the store, I gotta call first to see if it's wheelchair accessible? How come they treat me like a vegetable? Y'all, like I ain't here. And I can say I don't care, but the truth is I can't walk up the stairs, so I need a ramp and an elevator too. While you at it, bring accessible bathrooms. Well, when you want the same thing, if it happened to you, let's go, y'all. Welcome to Four Wheel City. Where you from? Four Wheel City. Here we come, Four Wheel City, because it's a movement for improvement. Yeah, that's like the first song we made as Four Wheel City. Talking about.
Yeah, that was awesome.
Thanks. Now, it's okay. Can I play it? The preview? I won't play it all day. I'll give it a little preview. Because people watching, I want them to know that we got Freestyle Friday tomorrow on our site. It's cool. Let me know. If it sounds too staticky, just tell me.
Okay, let's see if it works.
All right, here you go. Yeah, it's flawless. The Beyonce remix. Flawless. Yeah. I woke up like so right there. You're gonna murk this ish, murk this ish. While you broke this ish, go ahead, cook this ish. While I roll up like this, smoke this shit. Trying to make it to the top of the hip hop. Okay, let's see how close I get. But the game of bullshit, switch your eyes on me, proportion chick. Make a portion, flip my fortune till they can't tell me shit. That's right, I'm flawless and gorgeous. Till I'm cautious and cautious. No, I'm cold and exported. Bringing them solid, we bought it. And now I'm dangerous and menace to society. Witness, I hold my rivals pretending. Cause you know I fight to the finish. And I handle my business. And I was made and got image. And my wheels keep on spinning. And I roll on like nah, 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 nah. I woke up like this. I woke up like this. Like diamond flowers, shining flowers. Rolling that, and climbing. It's the rock, that's water. When you get on your music, we gon' slaughter. I'm gonna demo up like. That's enough. That's a preview. We're gonna put out the whole thing tomorrow. So that's Freestyle Friday, Beyonce Flawless remix. Full Entertainment coming. We're working on a whole bunch of stuff. Yeah.
Awesome. I'm so excited that you guys were on here and that you shared that with us. We got the sneak peek before tomorrow.
Yeah, like that.
All right. Well, have a good night, guys. Give us your website so people can follow your music and check out your project.
.com, that's the number 4. Will, it's right here. .com. Number 4, willcity.com. We on Facebook, Twitter, Instagram is 4Will City Gram, and YouTube is 4Will City TV. Twitter is 4Will City. Yeah, check us out. You know, on the site near you, on the stage near you, in the streets near you. Just keeping the movement going. You know, we do this for the love of the music first, but we're trying to get inspired people and show them no matter what you go through in life, you still can make something of yourself, and you know, keep away from the negativity with positivity. Keep that out there like that. 4Will City. Oh yeah.
Awesome. Thank you for your message and have a good night, guys.
Thank you for allowing us to do this. Appreciate it. And yo, everybody donate, support spinal cord injury research and all that.
Yeah, donate. Bye, guys. Kisses.
Yeah, you gotta give us 2. Cause it's one from who we don't want to fight over the kids. There you go. That's better. Thank you. You have a beautiful smile.
All right. Have a good night.
All right. Gorgeous. Yeah,
awesome. That was fun. And follow 4Will City. They're doing some cool stuff and exploring their music, sharing their music, and awesome message with all their lyrics and stuff. So 4willcity.com. And if you would like to donate, the link is right here, crowdrise.com/SCI awareness. I think coming up next we have Matthew Tilford. There he is.
He's still here, but she's on somebody else.
Can you hear me? I think. Oh, I hear you.
All right, cool.
How are you, Matt?
I'm doing good. It's always good to hear from you, and even better to see you.
Yeah, it's been a while. Hold on a second. I gotta grab a tissue because I got something in my eye.
It's okay. I do that to people. I make them cry sometimes.
You make people cry. It's a lot. So, you are probably one of my favorite guests on here, Matthew Tilford. You've been awesome at being an ambassador for Backbones and helping share our message all over the country. And you're making me cry.
Well, it is an honor to be here. It's really cool to see the Web-a-thon, and I've been watching on and off all day. And there's been some really cool people on here so far.
Yeah, it's been cool that it's all been working out, and I mean, we've had a little bumps along the way in the middle of the day trying to figure out the technology, but it's worked out, and we have a good run right now. I'm gonna knock on wood that we don't do anything weird and mess it up.
All right, can I say something first?
Yes.
All right. The story from the last guest about the mom going up to the other guy and saying, like, can you be my son's friend? Oh my gosh, how real is that? My mom does it. I have friends who do it. My friend he was like driving down the road. He saw a guy with a trike, like a Harley trike, and he pulled over. He's like, oh, my friend likes motorcycles. You should be his friend, and gave him my number.
Yeah, my mom does that all the time. She'll see anybody in a wheelchair, and she's like, "Oh, let me give you my daughter's number. Here, call her." And it's just funny because I've made a couple friends, like pretty good friends, through my mom. So
yeah, that was a funny and real story.
Yeah.
All right.
So tell us your story about how you got injured.
So I was injured in 2007. I was 2 weeks away from graduating high school, and I was camping. I was with a bunch of friends, and we were driving from our campsite to my buddy's lake house. We didn't make it. There was road construction. It was late at night, and they just paved asphalt. There was no indicators or lines or anything on the road, and we were just being dumb kids having fun. And I wasn't exactly driving probably the safest, especially for road construction. Although I didn't know it was there, but I drove off a cliff, and I am a T12 para complete. I went to Stanford Hospital for ICU, and then went to Shriners in Sacramento for my rehab, which is those Shriner hospitals are always really amazing. So for the young people out there, if you're newly injured, or they'll take you till you're 21 as long as you're in the system. Look into Shriners; they're awesome.
Yeah, we had Dr. Vogel and Sarah Kloss from the Chicago Shriners Hospital on earlier today, and they were telling us about some of the research that they're doing with long-term outcomes for people that were injured as a child, and so it was cool. Plus, he was my doctor when I was there, and then after I turned 21 and I got kicked out as a patient, I became an employee at Shriners, and he was my boss. So I feel like he's almost like my second dad. Because
That's
he's
really
been,
cool.
like, a big part of my life.
Yeah, it's really cool to stay in contact with some of the people that watched your transformation from newly injured and just so that they could see what you're doing now. That was a big deal. My mom's a nurse, so she sees her patients at their worst, and she doesn't get to see the finished project. It's like an artist, you get to sit there and watch the end. Nurses and doctors don't really get to do that. So my mom, took me back to Stanford, and I got to see a lot of the nurses that treated me in ICU, and I still am in contact with quite a few people at Shriners in Sacramento. They're pleased to see that all the hard work they do pays off.
They're pleased to see you aren't a loss.
Yeah. There's some people that don't have the opportunity to go back and show the doctors, and so if you do have the opportunity, I suggest you do. I think it's really cool to help them out.
Do you do mentoring at the hospital? or anything like that? I mean, I know that you help out through Backbones doing some peer support stuff, but are there other organizations you work with?
Yeah, I work, or I do a bunch of stuff. I go back to Shriners every once in a while, and I do more of donating. My wood shop from high school makes slider boards, so it was cool to go back and take a bunch of slider boards so that patients could leave the hospital with one.
For the ones for trans?
Yeah, the transfer boards. And then they're really simple to make, but they're really expensive. So if you can make a bunch and take them over there, it saves, how much it costs for newly injured people. It's really expensive. So anything will work. I go back to Stanford when I'm called to talk to families and for newly injured, stuff like that. I got to go back and do a speech to pretty much the whole ICU unit about coma dreams, which I definitely had a lot of weird coma dreams where I was asleep, but I was aware of people around me, and the medications I was on made the people around me and a story really weird and scary sometimes. So it's important to be aware of what you say when you're around someone in a coma.
Wow, I wasn't aware of that.
Yeah, I have a lot of dreams that I still remember vividly. My Nana from England came, so I was having dreams of meeting the Queen of England, and I was hanging out with Nana, and it's really cool because the people around me were in these dreams. And I had a buddy that came in and was talking about selling his organs on the black market to help pay for hospital bills. And that dream turned out to be them harvesting my organs.
Oh, no.
So I was it's really weird to have people say things and then your brain twists it around.
It translates, yeah. I really I know about you and sort of your story, but I really like for you to share about your resistance to being around others with a spinal cord injury initially after your injury.
Yeah, there's definitely resistance. I'm going to start before my injury because that's where it built. All through high school, I worked at a shop that installed hand controls, van lifts, stair lifts, all that kind of stuff. This was before my injury, so I was around the disability community a lot, every day, and I saw a lot of people in different parts of their life with their injury, and it was 50-50 to me that the stuff that I saw. It was people that are really successful and went on with life and did really well, and then people who were sad and mopey, and that really pushed me away from the community because I was afraid I was going to be like that, and I just decided to go on with my life because that's what I thought the other people did, the successful people. And then I realized later that I needed people around me in the same situation. I needed people to understand me. I needed people to compete with and just to be able to talk to. And my dad pushed and pushed for me to go back into sports. He would bring the laptop in the room and say, look, you could still do this. And I was just like, oh, I don't want to. I just, I'm going to do what I want to do. And, a couple years down the road, I went to my dad and said, all right, you were right. Didn't want to tell him he was right, but I did. And, once I started doing things, I went out and did water skiing and snow skiing, and I met a lot of people that were the successful type and wanted to do better. And then I saw that they were helping other people. They were helping me. So that's what drew me in is, being able to get my needs, my personal needs of friends and You know, I'm competitive with sports, so I was being competitive with other people in chairs, and then also helping other people that were in, you know, the place that I was in. So like, you know, becoming an ambassador for Backbones was not only beneficial to Backbones, it was beneficial to me. I get to go out and meet people. And going back to the mom story, I don't even know how many moms have come up to me at the Abilities Expos, at the Backbones booth, and have said, hey, my son's, you know, like this and this. Can you help him? And of course, everyone's going to do, like, they're going to accept help when they're ready to accept help. So I always push for the moms to get help because they don't have anybody. And my mom has been there, and you know, we've made our connections with people through Backbones. I think the parents and the family members need just as much help as the people that are injured.
Yeah, I'm sure it's tough. I mean, I try and put myself in the place of, you know, my family or like my dad when, you know, he was the one that was driving the car, and I know that for a long time he felt a lot of guilt. And, you know, I'm thinking if I was on the other end of this, like, I can handle this happening to me, but if it was my brother or my child, I think it would be really tough. And, you know, family members really need support too.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, I was a driver of my accident, and I had 5 friends in the vehicle with me. And luckily, nobody else is, you know, has an injury like mine. But if they did, I couldn't imagine the guilt that I would have. And I'm assuming it's just a natural thing that happens. You know, it's just, if something happened to one of my friends like that, like what happened to me or death, that would be really hard to get over.
Yeah, I remember a story of a situation when we were at the expo. I'm not exactly sure what city because I know you've helped us out in a couple cities, but like you said, we had a mom that came up to us, and she just talked to us for a really long time. And I remember she sat there with us, and we all laughed together, and we were crying together. And at the end, she was just so happy that she had been able to talk to someone, and was even like her son had refused to come to the expo because he wasn't really ready. But you know, we were texting back and forth with him through the mom, and you know, that was cool to at least, you know, be able to reach out to him and have him be open to talking to someone, because I know that you were able to talk to him afterwards as well.
Yeah, I think I remember that one. It's, you know, sometimes people just need hugs too. I think we all just sat there and hugged each other for a while. I've talked to so many people after the expo. I'm not sure which one that was, but there's, you know, these issues of people not knowing what's around them, and that's something that, you know, I love. Backbones, we're doing a wine tasting in Sacramento this weekend.
Oh yes,
so,
we need to get some people out there too. Everyone in Sacramento.
Yeah, so all our Sacramento friends come out. Wine tasting. It's from 4 to 6, right?
Yes, 4 to 6 on Saturday, this weekend.
Is there something on the website, on Backbones' website?
Yes, if you go on the Backbones website under the events tab, there is a page specifically for that event, and you can purchase tickets there. Tickets are $35, and that includes some wine tastings and appetizers.
Awesome. So yeah, there's people that don't know what is around. So the Abilities Expos are really cool because people get so much information on what they want to do, and everyone has different interests and hobbies. So you could go booth to booth and figure out, you know, what's best for you. There was one kid at the San Jose Expo, the Bay Area Expo, and he lives probably like 30 miles away from me and just doesn't know what's out there for him. And research so many different organizations in his area and just send him an email. Stuff like that, I really enjoy doing, and I wouldn't have the structure to do it without Backbones.
Well, thank you for doing that, because we need people in different areas too, because I mean, obviously I'm in one area and I do know a lot of people around the country, but people that are living in the communities know better on what's available, and so being able to connect someone to another person in their community or close by is really important.
Yeah, I think it's very important. And just to have a mentor close by to you, or just someone that's going through the same thing, and be able to sit there and get together every once in a while and talk about life and goals, things like that. And this is something that's beautiful about Backbones, is sometimes they don't even have to be close. You could do it from across the country.
That's true. We've recently I just connected someone in Mexico to someone in California, and that's been pretty cool to know that they're gonna connect. And there's a lot of different issues in Mexico, but there's also the same issues we all deal with. So, and you are also doing stuff with EXO. Are you still working with or using the EXO?
Yeah, I am. I started doing that in 2011. I went in for prototype type kind of stuff. They needed people with different body types and heights and injury levels to test the robot, and they just kept asking me to come back, and I couldn't say no. It's kind of a groundbreaking thing where you get in at the beginning, and I've gone with the ride, and there's been ups and downs, and it's been really fun. But to see the technology where it was in 2011 to where it is now, it's increased so much, and it's so much better. And to see where it can go in the future, and there's a lot of people that don't like it, and I don't really understand it. There's some people out there that maybe they've been injured, for quite a many, 10, 15 years, 20 years sometimes, and they are okay with being in a wheelchair, which I am too. I'm living my life. It's fun, but just to be at the start of something like this and where it can be, and I don't know. I see a huge future in this, and not only for rehab use, but for personal use down the road. Some people don't. They have to realize that you have to start somewhere, and you can't fulfill everyone's needs right away. So we had to start somewhere, and I think what EXO is doing is brilliant. They're starting in the rehab world, and they're getting all the rehab hospitals to give info back and saying this is what's good about it, this is how it's benefiting people, and this is how it isn't. And after studies come out and EXO gets more information, then we're going to be able to build bigger and better.
Yeah, I think it's pretty exciting to see where it's going to go. Like it's going to rapidly, continue to change and evolve into something, and it's exciting to see a lot of technology helping people. I'd like to see. Oh, go ahead.
I was just going to say that other technology. There's more than exos out there. There's other exoskeleton robots, and I was in St. Louis like 2 or 3 weeks ago for a conference for EXO, and there was Rex was there, the Rex suit. Dang, I forget the other suits. What are they called? But all 4 exoskeletons were together.
Oh, that's cool.
Yeah, so we all were walking around together and taking pictures and stuff, and it's cool to see that there's other companies out there that are trying to benefit us as well. And we all got to get together and go for a walk. It's not very often that I get to walk with somebody else in a suit.
Yeah. You
So
guys
it was
must
cool
have looked
doing that.
like a RoboCop superhero team.
Yeah, we're here to save the Earth.
That's awesome. There's I don't know if I've ever introduced you to Marcella. She was part of the Reinventing the Wheel project, the photography project, and she has been using the Rewalk. And I believe a couple days ago she was in. Their whole team was in New York in Times Square, and they were like projected in the big TVs or what monitor they have there. And she posted a picture, and it was hilarious. I mean, it was awesome, but it was like it reminded me of some sort of superheroes, like ready to save the world and take on New York, and pretty awesome.
Yeah, it's really cool to see all the different robots out in different areas. Seeing them in like Times Square, places like that where they're getting noticed. People come up and ask questions. I think that's really cool. Exos are the company I work for is pretty much rehab use only, so we don't get to take ours out and to do very many places. You still hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay. So yeah, it's been an interesting ride with EXO, and they've opened up other doors for me. I probably wouldn't have been noticed for Backbones if it wasn't for EXO and other things I'm doing.
Yeah, I mean, we came up to you on your website, and I was looking at all the stuff. Oh, well, tell us about chair tips and tricks. We got a couple minutes left.
All right, so I was thinking of all the things that I had to figure out. The hospital can only teach you so many things, and everyone's body type is different, and everyone figures things out different. So I created sharetipsandtricks.com, put it out there, and started making videos of me doing random things. And hopefully somebody will come across and see, okay, I can do it like this. Sometimes transfers are taught one way, but they're really hard to get, and there's other ways of doing it. So I pretty much just started videotaping myself doing silly things and hoping that somebody would benefit from it. I've slowed down a lot with chair tips and tricks. I started school up again full time, and then I've been coaching my kids' teams, t-ball, and all that stuff. So a lot of the things that I want to do. What's that?
And you got married, and the kids, and the school.
Yeah, married, kids, all that. So I'm doing a lot more stuff, and for them and for my family, I'm not able to have as much time to do other things.
Did you know that some of your videos are up on Spinalpedia? I caught a few of them the other day, and they were reposted through them.
Yes, I saw some of them up there. I actually sent some through Spinalpedia.
Oh, good.
Yeah, I mean, it's kind of the same concept, as them, and I just think the more information that there is out there, the better it is for our community. I mean, we're a small community, and eventually we're all going to know each other. Think about how many people you've met, with the mom idea, like, oh, my son's in a chair too, be his friend. It's a small community.
It is. But every day I'm meeting new people, so it's small, but it's big too. And I'm glad that you were here today to sort of share how you're involved, and all the stuff that you're doing, because you're really out there living your life, doing what you want to do, and like you just said, married, going to school, you have kids, working, traveling, volunteering. So you're pretty awesome.
I'm all right. I see all the things that I wish I had when I was first injured, and I try to help people with those things. But yeah, like something that I never thought of is going to a spinal cord injury, support group or something like that. And now I'm happy when I get to go to one. I don't have anything where I'm at now, but close to my work, there's a spinal cord injury group. You met Tom Schenkel at Roland Capitol Hill. He has a support group he hosts in Berkeley. So if anybody in the Bay Area is ever thinking of, checking one out, that's a really cool one to go to. It's really open forum. It's laid back. It's not in a hospital setting, which a lot of people like. So I suggest that to anybody in the Bay Area. Go check that out.
Well, awesome, Matthew. Thank you so much for sharing your story and for everything you do for Backbones. I can always count on you and be like, hey, I need you for this. Will you help? And you're always saying yes. And you call me the boss lady, which is kind of cool.
Boss lady. Yeah.
Awesome.
Thanks for having me. And wine tasting in Sacramento this weekend. Come out for that one. And help donate. Everyone should donate a little. I know some people are struggling with money right now, but a couple bucks could go a long way.
Thank you. I appreciate that. And like Matthew said, we have a wine tasting in the Sacramento area to benefit Backbones this weekend on Saturday from 4 to 6, and you can find information about that on the website.
Yep, come say hi. I'll be there.
All right. Thank you so much, and have a good night.
Bye.
Say hello to your family.
I will.
All right. Take care. Awesome. Thank you, Matthew. And this is the link if you guys want to donate. It's crowdrise.com/SCI awareness. Help us reach $15,000 this month. So we're coming up at 8 p.m. now, and we're taking a quick break, and at 8:15 coming back with some really cool people to finish off this Web-a-thon, starting with Rachel Chapman, Candace Cable, Jennifer Wolf, Andrea Dalzell, Katie Terry, and Mona Pion. So don't go away. We're taking a quick break. I know, Rachel, you're already on, and I'll be right back. I'm just taking a quick break. think I'm back. Can you guys hear me? Rachel, are you on? I think you're muted. Let's see if we can get you on. There, I can hear you, I think.
Okay, you got me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Cool. All right.
So we're back, everyone, and obviously we're doing this Web-a-thon for Spinal Cord Injury Awareness Month. We've had super awesome guests all throughout the day, and we're on the last leg of tonight. Just took my last break, and we're going to go until 10:30, and our very first guest coming back is Rachel Chapman, and super excited to have you.
Thank you.
You've been doing some awesome stuff ever since you've been injured, and getting people very aware of what spinal cord injury is and what it is to live with a spinal cord injury. So, it's perfect that you are here with us today and just share with people what you've been up to.
Well, for those who don't know me, it was about 4.5 years ago, and I was paralyzed at my bachelorette party by a playful push into a pool. And I had no idea that that would turn into anything. I didn't know that I would be writing blogs and writing books or anything like that. I was pretty lost at first, and like many people are when they're first injured. But about 6 months after my injury, the news picked up my story, and from there I did a lot of media, and with that media I did my best to use that voice to blog and try and raise some awareness. So that's hopefully what I've been getting through to people. I've written some blogs in the Huffington, a few things about wanting a cure, what it's like to be a quadriplegic, misconceptions. I wrote a very popular one that was 10 things not to say to someone in a wheelchair, which was got a lot of response from all around the world, actually. So it's been pretty cool.
Yeah, and the cool thing about all the stuff that you write is that you're really honest about it, and obviously you give your voice, but you're honest, and people, a lot of times, a lot of disability-related stories are written by people without disabilities, and
oh yeah,
they put that underlying like pity or inspirational feeling to it.
And I get that all the time, and it's kind of, you take the good with the bad, because in the media they want to hear about all the fluff, the wedding and the all the good things that have happened to me, and a lot of things have, but the reality is I'm not happy that I have a spinal cord injury, and it's not a fun injury. And like I said, I've met a lot of really cool people, and I've been very, very blessed, but I think people get so caught up in the good stuff that happens, they don't really understand what happens behind closed doors. And so since the media, they get, when I do an interview, they're the ones who get to ask the questions and I answer. But when I write, or I write a blog, that's my opportunity to say what I want to say and how I want to say it, and just to say the things that I feel like I'm not being asked in these interviews, because they're focusing only on the good.
Yeah, and not to say that you have that a spinal cord injury is like a terrible thing, because like you said, you have had some really great things.
Oh yeah.
But it's important to share the reality of it, and so.
Yeah, I think what I wrote in one of my blogs is like, well, there's positives that I just talked about. Like I've met better people since I've been injured than I ever met before I was injured. I mean, some of the nicest people I've ever met in my life have been in the past 4 years. I've gotten back into sports and played rugby and met people surfing, and things that would have never happened to me had the injury never happened. But like you said, I obviously wish that I'm a big advocate for a cure. Obviously I want, to walk again. And I think, I wrote in one of my blogs that I feel like sometimes the negative is so looked over that people don't even in society realize, why it's so important to advocate for a cure and to support a cure and to support funding in any of those ways, and to support us, like, because obviously I'm not going to walk tomorrow. You know, it's going to be years and years and years and years. And in the meantime, there's organizations like Backbones that, you know, help us, you know, right now, like as we are, and that's what's really super important too.
You mentioned rugby, and I love that you play rugby because, you know, it's such a sport where, you know, it's pretty hardcore. You see guys ramming into each other and, you know, hurting each other, and you know, and like you said, a lot of the stuff that is shared about you is, you know, about your wedding and, you know, all of that stuff, and it makes you look really girly, but, you know, they don't show the badass side of you.
I know. They've shown a little bit of rugby, but not that much. I mean, like, really hardly anything fun, you know, not the sports that I like to do. And yeah, rugby was literally my outlet. I'm a huge advocate for sports because, well, before I was injured, I was pretty athletic, and before I was injured, I also was a volunteer at this thing called Adapted Sports Day at my college. And it's once a year, but I took a class in college called Inclusive Recreation. And in that class, we watched Murderball, and I was able-bodied watching this movie. And I fell in love with this movie, and I helped people in wheelchairs. I got volunteer hours by playing wheelchair basketball in college. And so it's just kind of weird that I would, like, get in a wheelchair and then get out of it for the fun of it for some volunteer hours and play with other people. And then now here I am. But that also helped me because I knew instantly, you know, when I was hurt, there's this thing called wheelchair rugby. There's wheelchair tennis. There's wheelchair basketball. I knew all these things as soon as I was hurt, the night that I was hurt. And I knew if I'm going to be a quad, I'm going to play wheelchair rugby. So that's what I did. And 13 weeks after I was injured, it was like a week after I got out of rehab, I went to my first practice. And luckily there's one right in my area, and been playing ever since.
That's pretty cool. I totally admire that. I tried it once, and then I didn't do it again.
Oh, no. It was the first time.
Not that it was bad, but
yeah.
I just haven't had time for it. But it was a lot of fun.
Yeah, definitely.
So you have some good news, I think, to tell us.
Yes. It's been a long road, but Chris and I have been wanting a child for a while, and I have been, you know, struggling to get as independent as possible, and I was thinking, you know, I'm going to hold this child myself one day. I'm going to get off all the meds, and it's going to be fine, and I'll be the one to carry my child. And it's just not a reality for me. I kind of got the short end. I know a lot of quads deal with low blood pressure and nerve pain and things like that, but unfortunately mine is so severe that I have to take the max amount of meds allowed just to keep my blood pressure at a height where I'm not going to pass out. And those meds would be harmful to a child, and they'd be harmful to me if I didn't take them. So I was kind of at a standstill and realized that, you know, this isn't something that I can do on my own, but I found a friend who came forward and decided to be a surrogate for us. And that was in April, May, where she came forward. And everything moved really fast after that. We did an egg retrieval with me. We froze some embryos, had some healthy ones, did a transfer in August, and the first time worked with one embryo, and now she's like 10 weeks pregnant. So it's on its way.
That's so awesome and so cool.
So nervous, but I'm so excited.
Yeah, you must be out of your mind excited. I would be.
I think me and Chris, all we talked about is like names. We have like 30 girl names and like 4 boy names because girl names are way more fun, but I don't know what to do. I don't know what to choose.
Oh, is your friend who is a surrogate, does she live nearby that you can see her? And
close enough, like not on a regular basis. She lives 4.5 hours away.
Okay.
But I mean, like I've been to the ultrasounds and things like that, but just to like stop in, no, it's pretty far, but she's close enough that I can go to like the important doctor's appointment, so that's cool.
That's really great. And so you'll be going out there then for the birth, I assume?
Yeah, definitely. So hopefully she doesn't like start contractions and have a baby 4 hours later. That's pretty rare. So as soon as she starts getting signs of going into pregnancy, we're obviously going to pack, and we'll just be like any other parent. We'll have a to-go bag, like, you know, most to-be parents do, and we'll just take off.
You'll run to the hospital.
Yes.
That's so cool. And I'm excited for you, and I think it's great also that you've been really open about it because you know, a lot of people with injuries, obviously we are able to have children and carry our
Hmm.
own children, but you know, there's also limitations and things that could prevent us from doing that. And you know, us being smart about it, you know, you made that decision because you knew that it would be harmful to a child and to yourself, and so
Hmm.
um,
Yeah, and with the news, I can't help it, but I always read the comments, and and it's mostly been supportive, but there are a lot of people who think it's selfish for someone like me to have a child. They use that word. They think she's being selfish. Um, like, what's the kid's? But you know, she's not gonna be able to take care of a child, and it's all gonna be on her husband's back. And you know, a lot of people say those things to the point where I've seen people. One lady wrote a blog about why it's not selfish. Like, and she's not even in the disabled world, and she just saw all these comments and felt compelled to write a blog about it. And people just really don't realize that, for one, I can do a lot more than people think, but two, that this was a decision of me and Chris, not just me. And you know, we're as a couple going to figure it out, and we know that it's not. I'm not going to be able to do everything that he's going to be able to do. It won't be 50-50. It won't be switching nights off like the regular couple, and we know that. But that's our decision, and it's a little frustrating when people call it selfish when this child's going to be very loved and very well taken care of. So there is a big misconception in society, apparently, which sucks, but hopefully, you know, we'll be able to show, you know, what we're able to do more publicly and in the media, you know, and show that people with disabilities can be parents.
yes, and like you said, ultimately it's your decision and Chris's, and that baby's gonna be loved.
Oh,
So,
yeah. Definitely.
well, I'm very excited for you guys. Will you talk about your book? We have about 4 minutes left, so we can talk a little bit about your book. Um,
Yeah. I wrote a book. It's got a really long subtitle, but we'll just go with the title, which is called The Promise. And I, you know, I wrote about a lot of the backstory that people kind of knew about. There was a lot of talk, and when I first got hurt, you know, who pushed her, how do they feel, and a lot of people vilified her, and it was really, really frustrating to watch that play out. And I wanted to tell my side of the story and tell enough about us and her without giving her away or any of my friends away, and not saying anything too private. But I think people needed to realize what we were going through and why I protected her, and you know, just why I stood by her, and things like that. But also in the book, it's really important that I talked about, you know, some spinal cord injury things. I talked about my nerve pain. I talked about my blood pressure. I talked about my troubles with people parking in handicap spots like we all deal with. I talked about healthcare issues. And I read some reviews of my book, and a lot of people said they learned a lot of things about spinal cord injuries through it, which is what I wanted. I didn't just want it to be some, you know, friendship story, which is great too, but be an educational thing as well. So it's a pretty cool book, and I'm glad I had the opportunity to get it out there.
yeah, that's a pretty impressive thing to say. I wrote a book.
Yeah, it's
Some kind of a
pretty
big deal.
crazy. Yeah, definitely.
Well, that's great. I mean, like you said, you've been writing articles, you're writing a book, the baby. Anything else you want to share with us? Any
I'm trying
cool
to
news?
think. A few things maybe in the future, but there's a few things in talks right now. But no new news. My whole brain is on baby right now, so
I can imagine. That's all you're
yeah,
thinking about.
pretty much. For like keeps me up at night, like reading stuff and thinking about names. But yeah, I'm super excited.
What's the due date?
April 19th.
Okay.
So yeah, we're on our way.
Yeah, it'll be here sooner than you know.
I know. I need to talk to some other quad moms about adapted cribs and things like that. So we better start getting ready now because it's going to take a while to get all that stuff straight.
Oh, we had Teal Scherer on earlier today. I don't know if you got a chance to watch her, but she's also pregnant and was sort of sharing about what she's been going through, trying to find cribs and accessible stuff that would help her, with parenting and stuff like that. So she might be a good person to talk to.
And there's a YouTube channel called Meg's Movie Minute. Have you ever seen that before?
No.
Oh gosh, you should totally look it up. I forget her last name, but it's Meg's Movie Minute, and she's a mom. She did things before she had a baby too, but like on a fairly regular basis, I would say weekly, she shows how she does different things. And since she had a baby, a lot of her how-tos are baby how-tos. So I've learned a lot from her, so it's cool.
Good. Yeah, there's a lot of resources out there, but gotta find them.
Definitely.
And so I know we talked earlier, and you wanted to do a giveaway.
Yeah. I don't know if you had a set amount for this, but for the donation.
What we're doing with the giveaways is like the next donor from now going forward, the person who donates next will get your giveaway.
Okay, perfect. Okay. So I have a copy of my book ready to send out, and Backbones is an amazing organization, as hopefully all of you know, and it's really important that it keeps going with some. And then how we do that is through funds and fundraising. So to the next person who donates, I will definitely send you a free copy of my book. So get donating, people.
Get donating. And I'm going to flash my face real quick because the link is right there under my face.
Go for it.
It's crowdrise.com/SCI awareness. So you can make donations there. We're trying to reach 15,000 by the end of the month. And so with your help, and I appreciate you donating the book.
Absolutely.
Giving it as a giveaway. And I appreciate all your help. I know you've gone out to represent us at the Abilities Expos a couple times, and I know people love to go talk to you and find you. So
yeah, it was fun. Thank you.
Well, again, thank you, and have a good rest of your night. Get some rest.
All right. Bye, everyone.
Bye. Take care.
You too.
Okay, so there's my face again and the link for those of you who are donating. I believe we have Candace. Candace Cable is on next from the Christopher Reeve Foundation. And let me unmute you so we can hear you. Can you hear us?
Hello.
Hi, Candace. How are you?
I'm doing great. How's the Web-a-thon?
It's going awesome. We're on the last leg of it. Took my last break at 8 o'clock for 15 minutes, had a little snack, and then I was just chatting with Rachel, and we got a couple awesome women until 10:15 today.
Cool. Yeah, you must be exhausted.
Yeah, my eyes are getting really dry from looking at the screen.
Oh, cool. Well, I'm super excited to be here with, to spend a little bit of time talking about the Christopher and Dana Reeve Foundation. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, we can hear you.
Oh, okay, cool. I'll turn you up a little bit. Yeah. They are super excited that this Web-a-thon is really focusing on the spinal cord injury awareness. And this month at the Reeve Foundation, a lot of the focus has been on secondary conditions that have, a real great effect on people's lives that have spinal cord injuries. So on the website, we've had a lot of blogs. We've had a lot of information that people have been putting forth, a lot of chats about the different secondary conditions that have affected them and made a real impact in their lives beyond their spinal cord injuries. And so having this Web-a-thon right now is pretty exciting, I think, because it's just bringing more awareness to people that, spinal cord injury isn't just about being paralyzed. There's so many other aspects to it. And I mean, for myself, I know that one of the things that I had from the very beginning, and I think it affects almost everyone that becomes spinal cord injury from trauma, is depression. I think that a lot of times we just don't know where to turn and what to do or where to go. And so I think that that's a piece that kind of continues on throughout our lives, or at least has in mind. Off and on, I'll go through kind of waves of it, but I don't have the deep debilitating depression. Just sometimes I get kind of low levels of it with inaccessible areas, or people's attitudes or things like that bring me down a little bit. I've got a lot of tools in place to be able to help combat that. I have someone that I can go speak to. At the Reeve Foundation, we have this peer support programming that has been really effective for a lot of people. Dr. Dan has an amazing webcast that he does once a month to talk about.
He has a great topic.
I know. Have you been on some of his webcasts?
Yeah, I've listened to some of them, and they're great.
He really has the ability to pull some of our deep emotions out, or at least he's done it to me. Yeah, so, and then, the resource book, I think, Dana Reeve really, I think, stepped it up in the very beginning, understanding that quality of life was a critical piece of the equation of the overall healing of the person. So she was really instrumental in going forward and creating the Paralysis Resource Center, and that online and hard copy that people can access and get that book, or even get more information from the library that they have. And I think that has been, for me, when I discovered it, I just thought it was amazing that someone would put together this warehouse of information for people with spinal cord injuries and their families and their friends.
Yeah, and I think it's become, a go-to place for information because everything's there. From the very initial stuff as like, what is a spinal cord injury? What does having a cervical spinal cord injury mean? What about lumbar? What about thoracic? And it's very detailed and on everything. And like you said, emotional stuff, and even how to find resources. So it's a great resource for people. We always send people to your website and give them resources. But that resource book is great. We give that out a lot.
I know. Isn't it fantastic that it's free?
Yes. And it's in Spanish too.
Exactly, it's in Spanish, and I think they're branching out into some other languages too online.
Well, that's good because, or at least in the Spanish-speaking community, there's a lot of lack of information or lack of communication because there's that language barrier. So, I'm happy when I see that people get the right information in their own language, and you can see that relief in their face, like, oh, I understand this.
Yeah, and I agree with you that the information helps them get that relief where they understand this, and also connect with the community so they don't feel like they're alone.
Exactly.
And that's one of the things about the Christopher and Dana Reeve Foundation I really appreciate, is the community aspect of the whole program, the website, and all of the quality of life programs that they have, and the writing that goes on, the newsletters and the different chats, is that it feels as if we're a part of this huge community that really cares about how we feel and how we're living.
Yeah, and how, I know you have some background in the sports world, and how did you come to be a part of the Reeve Foundation? Well, tell us about your sports. You're kind of a big deal.
Thank you. I know. Well, I'll tell you, I had a spinal cord injury in 1975 when I was 21, and I was not a sporty girl at all. I was a blackjack dealer in Lake Tahoe, and I had long fingernails, and I used to like to wear high heels. And
I'm
so
creating
I
a
was.
picture.
I know. I was pretty disappointed that my wheelchair kept breaking my fingernails.
I love
and, and so I was I went through my rehab at Rancho Los Amigos, and it was, it was really a good program, and there were a lot of great mentors for me there without them really being mentors, because the recreation therapists that we had there were people that had disabilities, and they really understood the world. I was very, very, very sad and very angry that I'd had this spinal cord injury from a car accident. So it took me a couple of years to get counseling and help redefine myself. And as I was doing that, I decided to enroll in college. I was going to Long Beach State, and I met some people in wheelchairs, and I wanted to hang out with them, and they were doing sports. So that's how my sporting career came to fruition, was I wanted to be social. And I just went full force. I like to say that I had this huge desire to create massive accomplishment, to build my self-esteem again. So I went crazy on sports.
Well, you did pretty awesome because you got far. Tell us about.
I did. I was really, yeah. I was in 9 Paralympic Games in 3 different sports, and I was very successful with my sporting career, of which I retired from in 2006. And when I retired, a friend of mine, Sam Maddox, who's the information knowledge manager at the Reeve Foundation, asked me if I would like to write for the foundation and be a part of a blog squad that he was creating. And so, this was a little bit after my retirement, but I thought, well, sure, why not? I'll try that. And so he started a blog squad, and there's a couple people that are on that squad. Jennifer Langdon's on it, Mike Collins, Alan Rucker are people that are a part of the original blog squad. And so twice a month we post different musings that we have about life and in a wheelchair, moving around with our spinal cord injuries. And then I had the great opportunity a couple of years ago to start a webcast that is a once-a-month webcast that started out talking about sports for people with disabilities, and now we've turned it into adapting life. So we talk about different aspects of our lives and how we can improve them. We've had Madonna Long on to talk about how to become an advocate. And I mean, Backbones is an amazing advocacy group, and she really gave us all kinds of little pointers that we could do to advocate. So, for instance, she said, when you make one phone call to your senator, it's worth 10. I mean, how powerful is that, right?
Yeah. And you think that you don't have an impact, but you do.
We do with some of the smallest stuff. I mean, I'm always amazed at the different groups that are out there that are doing something over here and a little something over here, and how the community comes together and collaborates. It's pretty amazing. So that's how I got started with the Reeve Foundation. Was I got asked to write for the blog squad, and that's allowed me to learn how to, I think, express a whole nother side of what it's like to move through the world in a wheelchair, and that perspective that we have, because our perspective is really changed once we have a spinal cord injury.
Absolutely. I think that you guys need to come up with some cool uniforms for this blog squad you speak of.
I like that idea. Oh my gosh, that's awesome. I know we
That
need
could
a
be
great
really
logo
cool.
like Backbones' logo.
That would be so fun if you guys had an official blog squad uniform.
Kind of like the Geek Squad.
Right.
I'll put that forward to the powers that be at the Reeve Foundation and say, hey, we need an outfit.
Awesome. I like it.
We need our patch right here, our blog squad. Yeah, better watch out.
Right.
We'll write about you.
Well, tell us where people can go to get more information and to listen to some of. You have a lot of videos on like life and healthy living and stuff, and so if you could tell us where people could go and direct them that way.
Absolutely. The Reeve Foundation has a website, and you can either type in Christopher Reeve, and the website will come up, or you can type in the reevefoundation.org, and once you're there, there's a lot of information on it, so it can get a little confusing. But in the upper right-hand corner, there'll be some different tabs, and one of them is all videos, and that will take you to the place where they have the Reeve Health Minutes, where I have some videos that I've made, and we have a great catalog of videos that other people have made about tips, getting in and out of your car, cooking, as far as cooking when you have hand involvement, as far as a weak grip. They have all kinds of little tools that people can use to help with that. There's information there of gardening, health and wellness with meditation, all those different kind of things. And then also on the Reeve Foundation, there's different threads that are going on of conversations that people can get involved with. So Christopher, reevefoundation.org or reevefoundation.org, any of that, really, if you just put Christopher Reeve in, it's going to pop up the website and then start navigating around. What they like people to do is to join as members. And that way you'll have the newsletter coming to you once a week when it comes out on Tuesdays, and an opportunity to engage with the community on multiple levels.
Awesome. Well, thank you so much for being a part of this. I'm excited to have gotten to talk to you briefly and listen to about your involvement with the Reeve Foundation, and also your story about your injury and your pre-injury and your long nails. Thank you. Did I lose you? I think we might have lost her because I don't hear her. Well, thank you, Candace. I'm going to put my face back on here so that anyone who wants to make a donation. Oh, we did get an anonymous donation just a couple minutes ago, $50 donation that said, thanks for doing a great job. Thank you guys all for watching. It's been a long day. And so if you would like to make a donation, it's www.crowdrise.com/SCI awareness. And we have one of my favorite people coming up next. I see her there. She's ready to go. Jennifer Wolf, I am going to give you some sound because I think you're muted. Will you try talking? See if I can hear you.
Hello. Hello.
Ah, I can hear you. Perfect. How are you?
I'm good. How are you?
I'm doing well. Excited to see your face.
Right back at you.
Thanks. How's your day been today?
It was a busy day. Busy day, but that's always good. So.
Well, I'm glad that you joined us today, and we get you for a whole half hour. Yay!
I wish I could have caught on earlier today.
Did you get to see anyone else throughout the day?
I had to work all day, and then I spoke to a different group this afternoon or tonight. So I haven't been able to. I'm so disappointed because it was such a great lineup.
Well, the cool thing about this is that it all was live streamed, but it also gets automatically recorded and uploaded to YouTube. So probably by tonight they'll be up on our YouTube channel, and you can watch them, or you can play them while you're doing work and just listen in the background or whatever. So you'll be able to see it.
Awesome.
Yeah. I love this Google on-air thing because it's easy. Then you don't have to record it yourself and upload it, and it takes forever. So, well, you are here representing Users First. So tell us what Users First is.
Well, what is Users First? It is a wheelchair advocacy group that got started in about 2007, actually by a group of vendors and suppliers. They were starting to have problems getting wheelchairs paid for, and so they recognized the need of having other people who were wheelchair users sharing their stories to get policy changed. In 2009, Ann Eubank took over and did a fabulous job of getting the word out about it and taking videos of people's stories, because our politicians and the people who make decisions for us, unless they know how their decisions are affecting us, they're not going to change anything. So United Spinal Association inherited Users First about 2011, and now it's kind of getting developed into something even bigger. We're trying to now kind of advocate about any public policy issue that involves wheelchair users.
You guys played a big role this past summer in Roll on Capitol Hill.
That was just awesome. It's the third one. It's the most successful one. We had 70 or 80 wheelchair users all on the Hill. And,
yeah, tell people what that program is in case people don't know.
Okay. The Roll on Capitol Hill, we try to get 1 or 2 people from every state or state chapter of United Spinal Association / National Spinal Cord Injury Association to come to DC, and we spend a day going through conferences and helping people understand the policies a little bit better. And I think next year we're going to do a little bit more of kind of practicing what it would be like to go and do a visit, just to gain more confidence. Every time I have gone to DC, the thing I hear clearly is we need to hear from our constituents. We need your stories before we're going to make any changes. So this year, having so many people there was really, really exciting. And we made over 200 visits that day. And it was extra awesome because Easter Seals was there the same day. And so there were more wheelchairs than even us. So it was pretty cool.
Yeah, I got the opportunity to be a part of that. And I loved, we had to go from one building to the next, and we'd cross the street and we'd pass another person, and we'd just sort of be like, hey, how's it going? And there's just wheelchairs everywhere that day. It was awesome.
And people saw it. It was great.
Yeah, I hope they were asking questions like, what are all those wheelchairs doing?
Exactly. So they're already in plans for next year, which is even more exciting because I think this next year is going to be a big one for the disability community, period. Senator Harkin brought up the Convention for the Rights of People with Disabilities today, and of course it got objected to, but they're pretty sure that it's going to get brought up again in November. And then on top of that, there's getting more support for complex rehab technology, which is better coverage for wheelchair users, among many other things. And it's the year of the 25th anniversary of the ADA. So there's a lot of attention going on.
It's really exciting. I'm excited to see, all the things that are going to happen next year that people are planning and have been planning for a while. Like there's I don't know if you've heard of the ADA Legacy Project, and they're doing a tour around the country. just everyone's doing events, and like here in the Chicago area, the city's set aside a big chunk of money to do some celebrations next year in honor of the ADA, and celebrating policy stuff, housing stuff, the arts, and it's going to get a lot of visibility, and that is great to see.
Yeah, and hopefully it will bring more understanding for the general public on how important a lot of those barriers, getting rid of those barriers are, and not just to us, but to any older person, and even to, you think some of the ramps and accessible things, mothers with strollers, it helps. So it's an interesting time to be involved.
Yeah, well, now that you said that, mothers with strollers and everyone, like, I was asked to talk about accessibility and universal design for an interview the other day, and what I thought about it and what I thought about the city and stuff, and talking about that. A lot of people think that universal design is something like, oh, we're doing this for people with disabilities and for wheelchairs, like it's exclusive to us. And in reality, if you have universal design, it really is for everybody, and it makes our community one instead of separating us. So it just makes sense.
Yeah, that's, I think, for me, the biggest barrier is not being able to go to my friends' houses, whether they have too many stairs, or, I can't go to the bathroom, or whatever it is, and universal design takes care of that. If more people would do that, anybody can go visit anybody, and anybody could end up with a disability the next day if they're in a car accident, or whatever. You just don't think about it till it happens.
Yeah, it's funny you say that. My parents, the house that they live in, I used to live there, and it's all accessible, and the bathrooms a roll-in shower, and it's just an awesome accessible house because my dad fixed it and made it accessible for me. And now that I'm not living there, and they're not old, but they're getting older, and they know that as they get older, they're going to need these things. And my dad was making a comment the other day. He's like, oh, we should move to a smaller place. My mother's like, no, this house is accessible already. We're going to need accessibility. So, I mean, it just makes sense. And it can be done in a beautiful way that doesn't look like it's adapted or modified.
Exactly. And if people would do that up front, it is going to look natural. It's going to look like it's, like it's not accessible. It's going to look, just like anybody else's place would. When you retrofit, it costs a lot of money. And if to do that up front, it just doesn't cost nearly as much.
Yeah. Tell us about your scavenger hunt going on this month. Hopefully people will see this and will take photos in their selfie scavenger hunt. Oh wait, we need to do, it's too close. Go back a little bit. So I'm going to take a photo. I think we can snap a photo here.
Oops.
I think you changed your camera.
There we go.
There we go. Okay. So it's going to take a photo. There we go. We got users first on the Backbones Web-a-thon.
Awesome.
I'm posting that.
It's called a selfie scavenger hunt, but really, if you can do a selfie, that's great, but a lot of times your hands are going to be full. It's more the idea of sharing the message of users first, along with the accessibility of your community, to show spinal cord injury awareness, showing that we are out in our communities, we want to be social, we want to be active. So there's different options you can do. I know I did one with my aunt bought a ramp for their house so I could go visit anytime, and I took a picture with the 3 kids on it, which is just adorable.
I saw that one. It's super cute.
And then we took one with United Spinal at the chapter leadership meetings last weekend, and it's anything that has to do with, if you have a really good restaurant that's accessible, or if you find one of those funny bathrooms that says that it's accessible and it's not, that's a great photo op.
Has a brooms and mops inside of them.
And it's a great way to educate, that showing people, yeah, there's just something that's not right.
Well, people can download that that sign from the website, right?
Yep, from unitedspinal.org, and it's under the spinal cord injury awareness link, and then there's a link to the logo, and then you can join our Facebook page, which is kind of where Users First is the most active right now, and it's Users First Alliance is the Users First page, or you can send them to me at jwolff, WOLFF, at usersfirst.com or .org.
And then you repost them, right? So that and
yes,
so they get shared.
I'm tired of looking at my pictures. I want to see other people's.
Yeah, we need to see pictures of people all over the country.
Exactly.
And I'm sorry I haven't done one, but I've been crazy with this Web-a-thon, but I will do a couple crazy ones.
Awesome.
I'll make sure they're good. Will you share your injury story with us?
Sure. About 11 and a half, well, longer than that. But I was starting to have symptoms probably a long time ago, but it wasn't until about a year and a half, so about 12 or 13 years ago, I was starting to have more difficulty walking and decreased sensation in my feet. And the one thing that brought about that there was something wrong is I tried to drive my brother's brand new Jeep Liberty, and I couldn't find the brake pedal with my foot and almost got in an accident.
Wow.
So when I came back, went to a chiropractor because I just thought it was a pinched nerve, and after 2 weeks she said, you need to go have an MRI. It's either MS or something else. And so I went, and there was a tumor inside my spinal cord from T7 to L2. And within 3 weeks I had surgery. The surgeon had said, if you walk in, you'll probably walk out. And so I probably shouldn't have walked in, but I did anyway. So my stubbornness, has helped me get a long way. My toe wiggled within a week, and I spent 2.5 years getting my master's in occupational therapy and doing rehab and eventually going to work for about 6 months, and then it reoccurred. And so I had to have another surgery and radiation, and did another about 6 months of rehab, but was pretty much a complete T10 at that point. And then went back to work and had to get into a routine for several years, and then kind of got really ticked off when Medicare wouldn't pay for a wheelchair that I knew was going to be best for me, and that's what got me involved in advocacy.
Did you get that wheelchair?
Yeah.
Good. Good. Yeah, and I feel like a lot of people, get denied stuff, and they don't know where to go or what to do or who to talk to fight for it, and it's so difficult either through insurances or whatever barrier it is that they make it so hard until you just kind of give up.
Mm-hmm.
And that's hard to see because I see a lot of people doing that, and like stuff like Roll on Capitol Hill and the work that you're doing with Users First is great because it just teaches people some advocacy skills that maybe prior to your injury you didn't need to have, but now we have to have them, and we have to use those skills because or else we don't get anything that we need.
Yeah. And like I said, every time I go there, they say, thank you for sharing your story, because unless we hear and understand why something is wrong, legitimately, and it is legitimate. They all go, yeah, that makes sense, but nobody's acting on it yet. They need to hear from us. I can't emphasize enough, whether it's phone call, whether it's email, whether it's a visit to a staffer in the local office, whether you try to go to a town hall meeting. It's kind of persistence too, because in 2010 when I first went, they didn't have a clue what I was talking about with complex rehab technology, which is the big word for covering wheelchairs. But over time, with persistence and repetition and some more repetition, this last year, all 4 of our Iowa representatives had signed on for at least a year. And it was great visiting, because it's just sitting and chatting and saying, okay, what's next? And kind of developing relationships. They're really nice. The staffers are great, and it's really not as intimidating as you think it would be.
Yeah, I agree with that. When I went to Rolling Capitol Hill, I had no prior experience doing any of that, and I was a little intimidated, and then I learned all these things, and I was a little more intimidated, but once we got in there and we started talking to people, you're right, they're really nice, they listen, they understand, and it's just about sharing your story and what is real to you, what your day consists of, and what, just telling them, and it's educating.
Mm-hmm.
Do you have some tips for people on advocacy?
Try not to get too stressed out about it. It can be very stressful, and sometimes meetings do not go exactly the way you wanted them to. They ask some very pointed questions. I have an office where they throw things at me that I'm like, okay, but I may not know an answer, but I probably can get to somebody who can answer that question. And that's how you deal with that, is you just say, I don't know right now, but I'll get back to you. And that it's so important to build that relationship. So after you make a visit, to send a thank you. Thank you for your time. Here's an answer to that question. If there's any other questions, please feel free to get a hold of me. I've become Facebook friends with Chief of Staff, and last time I went to DC, he said, nice interview on KWWL. I'm like, awesome. So it's really not as intimidating, and it's so empowering, especially for, I think, anybody who is a wheelchair user. You do get down. Like Candace said, you get down because you can't get in places, and people's attitudes. The people that you're used to being around usually are great, and then when you travel or go outside your norm, it can be very interesting. This type of advocacy really empowers you. It lets you know that you can make a difference, and that even your voice and your story really can make a difference. It's amazing. And then when you do that and share your story, you might inspire somebody else. And that's kind of my hope with Users First, is that we do get more networking and feedback between members, and share the message that this is kind of fun, actually, and let's get something changed, and be part of something a lot bigger.
Yeah, and I mean, nowadays you can so easily, online sign a petition or send an email, and a lot of times it's those numbers, getting like the power of numbers, and how long does it take you to click submit, write your name, submit, and it, I've been guilty of just being like, oh, I don't have time for this, but then, you think about it, like, this benefits me, I have to do it.
Mm-hmm. And a tip about that, when you get those form letters or whatever, sometimes just adding a sentence or two and making it a little bit different will mean a lot more to the staffers. so taking a little extra time and doing something like that can make a big difference too. I know that unitedspinal.org, the website, has all the position papers that we're trying to get some action done on, and then at the bottom of the page usually there's a link to your senators and representatives, so all that information is right there, and then kind of the form letters, so it's really, really accessible and really easy to do.
Yeah, and I have actually a cool story about me getting some equipment that I don't know if I've told you this before, but a while ago I was trying to get a standing frame, and I tried everything through, insurance, Medicare, Medicaid, vocational rehab, and I'm pretty good at writing letters and and telling people why I need stuff and things like that. And so I wrote a really good letter telling people why I needed it, and still kept getting denied. And I talked to my friend, and they're like, "Why don't you send to this letter and to your representative or to your senator?" And I was like, "Oh, well, I never thought of that." He's like, "They're there to serve you. They're there to help the citizens." And so I sent it, and it worked. It was awesome. Like, they just put everything in motion. I don't know who called who and talked to who and said what, but it got the ball rolling, and it took a little while, like it always does, to get your equipment, but I got it, and now I have my standing frame.
That's an awesome story of self-advocacy, and I might have to have you write that down for me to share in a blog.
Of course, I will do that. But yeah, I know there's a lot of those.
Yes.
Sorry, were you going to say something?
Yeah, another big thing that I don't think people understand the importance of, are not aware of too, voting. This fall is going to be a huge, and the following year, that we need to get each other motivated to vote. And I don't care what your opinions are of Democrat, Republican, whatever, but if you don't think you're going to make it, if it's hard to get someplace, or you think your voting station isn't going to be accessible, starting tomorrow, I think you can get absentee ballots, and you can either try to get it online or call your courthouse. I know that Bruce Braley in Iowa has a link on his website, which I think is just awesome, because it makes it so accessible for anybody just to click a button and it downloads the form, and all you have to do is send it in.
That's awesome.
And to learn more than just what's on TV for commercials, because there are a lot of misleading on everybody's side, and I think everybody knows that.
Yeah. I'm not crying at what you're saying.
You should be.
I have I have a gooey eye.
Oh.
Yeah, I've just been looking at a screen for a little bit. So
yeah.
Well, is there anything else that you want to tell us about? Any cool projects? That people should know, or that they should get behind and support?
They're Users First is in transition. I think United Spinal Association altogether over this last year is just a huge transition. And at first it was really scary with some of the changes, but the core of everything, it's so neat. Everybody is working together, and we're trying to work together better, so there's a stronger message on advocacy and communicating, and we're in the process of hopefully upgrading the mobility map to make it a lot more user-friendly, easier to access. There's some projects.
What is the mobility map? What is the mobility map?
Mobility map was created with a lot of therapists and some consumers trying to help you go through an evaluation process and like what the evaluation team should be, what you should expect when you go for evaluation. There's a really great piece on yourself, what you want out of your wheelchair, what do you need it to do, so you can take that piece in with you to the evaluation so they know a little bit about you. It's very wordy and cumbersome right now. There's great material there, though. The content is fabulous, so it's just making it more user-friendly.
Well, that's cool. I didn't know about that.
Yeah, and there's even a page on funding sources. So if you're having problems with insurance, it's got some other ideas.
Cool. Well, tell us again the websites for people to go to, and we got a little bit of time, and just we got like a minute, and tell us about the selfie scavenger hunt, where people could submit their photos.
Okay, the selfie scavenger hunt is using this logo, which you can get on United Spinal Association. It's unitedspinal.org, under the Spinal Cord Injury Awareness Month activities. And it's just trying to show, pictures. I want pictures of the followers of Users First, of wheelchair users out in their communities, so we can show other people, yeah, we want to be active. We want to do everything that anybody else can do. And if you happen to find something that's not accessible that should be, you can picture that and then maybe tell a story about what you did to try to improve it. Trying to keep everything in a positive slant, and that's advocacy. That's truly where advocacy starts. It doesn't need to be at a national level. It can be in your community level. Learning to stand up for yourself and that you have as many rights as anybody else. So our Users First website is going to be absorbed into United Spinal, so it'll be easier to access all those things, I think.
And they can post those photos also at Users First Alliance on Facebook, correct?
Yes, that is the Facebook page, which would be great. And you can join. It's the disability, or the community is getting bigger, and there's more conversations going on, and it's fantastic.
Well, cool. I'm excited about everything you're doing. I'm glad to be a part of it, and please include me in anything that you need us to do, need me to share, so we can keep building a huge community.
Right back at you. It's all about networking.
Yes, it is. Thank you so much for spending some time with me today.
Thanks for having me.
Have a good night.
You too.
Thanks. All right, so we got the link here again for any donations that want to be made before the night is over. We got www.crowdrise.com/SCI awareness. And again, our goal is 15,000 for the end of the month, and hopefully we can get closer to that by the end of tonight. And our next guest is Andrea.
Hi.
Oh, good. I can hear you.
Can you see me? I'm here.
I cannot see you, but I can hear you.
Oh, that's awesome. But okay. How's everyone?
Good.
I just got home from school. I rushed out of the class. I was like, I have somewhere to be. I have to go.
Well, thank you for rushing out and coming over here. I'm excited
Definitely.
you're here.
Anything for you, Rep. You know
that. Thanks.
Anything for backbones. I love it.
Well, we got a lot of stuff to talk about.
Oh my goodness, do we?
Let me see if I can get you on the big camera. Okay, so I see your little icon, but I don't see you, which is okay. I've been having trouble seeing some people today, but everyone else can see them except me.
Oh, I'm sorry. I hope everyone else can see me. I'm here. And my dog is here too. She's with me. She's sitting right next to me, chilling.
Well, tell us a little bit about yourself. I know you got a good story. You're doing some cool things, and we got a half hour to talk about them.
Oh my goodness. Did I really pick that long?
You're chatty, so it'll be a good enough.
I'm chatty. I love it. Okay, so about me, I am a Brooklyn girl from New York. I got transverse myelitis when I was really, really young. I was 5 years old when I was diagnosed. Um, but I didn't fully stop walking until I was 12. I guess they gave me the diagnosis of transverse myelitis, but even more recently with my neurologist that I've been seeing, they've been telling me more and more that they lean towards MS. I already had lesions on my spinal cord, but they never grew, they never did anything more. They're just there. So now they're looking to actually re-diagnose me fully with MS. It's kind of weird right now. I don't know if I feel okay with that. But hey, whichever way, I'm still in a wheelchair, right? I mean, I still have wheels that I gotta roll around in, and I'm still fabulous either way, and that's okay.
Yes, you are. You are fabulous.
Yeah, so what else is going on with me? Let's see. I'm currently in school. I'm studying, I change my major like every other day, literally. I was studying medical technology for a really long time, and then a professor talked me into going into neuroscience. So I'm kind of leading towards that right now. I took 2 classes this semester in neuroscience and biometrics, so it's a lot. And my classes run until what, 10:50 at night, so I'm exhausted every day.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah.
I do not miss school.
I don't miss it either, and I don't understand why I keep lengthening it. I don't understand. Like, I literally change my major every other day. Like, I don't know where I want to go. I know I want to be in the medical field, that's for sure. I definitely want to work with spinal cord injury, and, I definitely want to be in neuroscience, that's for sure. But how I want to be in medicine is where I'm like, I'm always flip-flopping. One minute, I could be a nurse, or I could be a physician assistant. Then, no, I'm really going to go for the doctor. Obviously, the doctor is the end game, but how I get there is where I'm confused and lost.
You'll get there. I know it's been your goal for a while.
Like my professor loves to tell me, he tells me that, he knows that I flip every day. So he's like, listen, you can be 70 and school will still be there, and you can still be a doctor at 70. So whichever path you want to take them all and see which one you like. Thankfully, I am dedicated enough to everything that I do that I can actually say that I could take these paths. So.
Well, good. You got till 70.
Yeah, well, I think we need better health care, so I might actually need to put a fast forward on me being a doctor.
Yeah, that we do.
Yeah. So.
Well, you have some exciting news that just happened a couple weeks ago.
Yes, I was crowned Miss Wheelchair New York. I don't have my crown on, but I do have it with me. As you can see, I was crowned.
Yeah.
And I have my sash, which is my dog is protecting, and for everyone to see, it's here. I am Miss Wheelchair New York 2015. My platform was on pretty much inclusion from nursing homes. So, Rebecca, Alex and Yannick and George, and those guys have been huge influences on my life. Wheeling Forward in my Wheels of Progress have definitely impacted my life living here in New York City, and seeing you know, how they reach out to the community and who they're reaching out to, definitely pushed me to actually sign up for Miss Wheelchair New York, and led what my platform was on, you know, getting people out of nursing homes, out of these facilities, and getting them to be productive members of society. I mean, what better way than to do that? It's not something that just affects New York, it affects the nation. But obviously, you know, being that we are metropolis and we live here, it's so many people. I think there's, what, 1,400 people right now living in nursing homes that are under the age of 55.
Wow.
So, you know, it's big, it's huge, and I feel like I need to be that voice for them. Let's get them out of there. These people don't deserve it. They don't need to be there, obviously. So, and I think my platform's kind of evolving. What was it? Yesterday I did an interview with News 12 here in New York, and as I was talking to her, it kind of evolved. Like, you know, what I'm really pushing for is accessible housing. Because if we have accessible housing, then obviously we can get the grants or funding to get these people out of nursing homes and into a place of their own where they can be comfortable, right? Like, you can't just push for them to get out of nursing homes and have nowhere for them to go.
Right. And have them be have it be accessible so that that person can leave there being independent.
Right. Exactly. So my platform is changing. It's kind of evolving as I'm, you know, this is my third weekend. This Saturday will be my third week with the title. And it's still evolving and it's moving and it's growing with me. And, you know, I'm going on to Miss Wheelchair America next year in Iowa. It's close to you, Rev.
It is.
So it's next year, and I think that will probably be what my platform focuses on.
Well, that's a great focus. I think it's something much needed, not just in the New York area and the metropolis area, but everywhere.
Yeah.
And
you know, I understand, like, you know, we live in a bunch of cities that are old and falling apart. And, you know, the problem is that, like, we are the fastest and largest growing minority, not only in the United States, but around the world. So I think it's something that just needs to be touched on. And I love the previous speaker because, you know, I started reaching out to my senators and congressmen, you know, just writing just simple letters. And, you know, that's definitely a push, the advocacy push, right? So you have to advocate for yourself and everyone else. And it's something that does not just affect the cities that can't break down and rebuild. It affects the cities that are coming up, these new and improved cities. You know, definitely we want them to be on the same page and within the laws of the ADA accessibility.
Yeah. We need to be on everyone's radar.
Yeah, definitely.
And that's exciting. That's cool that you've been writing letters and doing that advocacy stuff.
The first 3 hours of my morning are dedicated to writing letters and sending out emails.
Are you serious? That's dedication.
I swear to God, ever since I got the title, I mean, I was doing it before, but just with George and Alex from the two organizations. You know, I really wasn't dedicated that much into it. You know, I did more things just going out and volunteering and helping them. But now, being that this is something of my own that I need to push for, I've definitely taken on a different responsibility with it and kind of hit the ground rolling really fast. Hyperdrive.
I love it. That's awesome. That's great. You're taking ownership for it, and hopefully other people will follow your lead.
Hopefully. I mean, that's all you can actually hope for, right? Is that you inspire or touch someone so much so that they want to do it also.
Yeah. You've done some stuff for us through Backbones. You've been very active in providing peer support to some people in your area, but also across the country. And I'm so thankful for that. And I hope that that's been a positive experience for you. I'm guessing it has because you keep coming back.
I told you I love backbones. Are you kidding me? Like I told you my catchphrase that I think you should still patent it or trademark it, right? It's like building backbones one disc at a time. Let me tell you, take it and run. I'm
You've
giving.
you've come up with a couple good ones because I know you've helped me out with the Abilities Expo a couple times, and every time I'm there with you, you come up with some really cool catchphrases.
There's always something. I don't know. Rebecca, I told you, if I switch my major every other day, can you imagine how fast the thoughts go through my head? Like,
there's just all these things going on in your head.
It's like literally, I can't tell you. I don't know. I need to literally have like a personal assistant who just writes down my thoughts because they'll just come out of nowhere and it's like gold, and then I'll forget about it. Just yeah, no.
You need to get one of those little like hand recording devices and just have it in your pocket, and you can, whenever you think of something genius, you can just say it into the recorder.
Yeah, I will be one of those people. Oh my God, I can't even imagine. Yeah, that'd be awesome. One thing that I really loved about doing the Miss Wheelchair New York pageant was meeting the girls and their platforms. Each one of us had something different to bring to the table, and when you're so consumed in what you're trying to do, you don't honestly think about what everyone else is doing and how you can collaborate. And one thing that I've learned with Backbones is about the collaboration, is about the reaching out and finding out what someone else is doing and maybe, being able to partner up and expand that. And, being around 5 other beautiful, talented, intelligent women, spreading their story about, service animals or accessible schools. Like another woman, she's from New York also, and she's talking about how the schools are not fully accessible. You don't have your picking of what high school or junior high school you want to go to. And, if you can't pick that, let alone get a service dog because they cost so much money. Like the wheels started turning, and I wish I could include everybody's platform into mine, but I can't. But it really did open up my thoughts on collaboration, and Backbones always comes to mind with that. How much Backbones has opened up my collabo with everybody else. And you can't.
Well, I'm glad to hear that because that's what we're about. And I mean, just in the name, like I know you and I have talked about this before, the name Backbones, and it means support. It means, we're all together in it. We're all in it together. And so, collaboration I think is super important. There's power in all of us working together. And the more we can network, the more we can talk to people, share ideas, things happen.
Exactly. It does. It really does. And it happens in a blink of an eye. And if you're not watching or looking for it, you'll miss it completely. And you hope and pray that someone else saw it to help you out. So, yeah.
Yeah, and I had a friend who, it wasn't a friend that said this too, but I had heard it before from this woman one time that I took this sewing class at a store, and she was an older woman and was teaching us all these really cool techniques on how to make flowers out of fabric and, using different techniques that are not very used today. And I believe she was from the Philippines, and, it was something that she had learned from her, mother and grandmother and stuff. And she was so open about sharing all her information and saying, what's the point in what's the point of me keeping all of this to myself, and not showing other people how to create these things? Because what she was doing was just beautiful and so intricate and nice, and she was so willing to share it. In her mind, it wasn't, I'm not going to show someone this because this is mine, and I'm going to compete with this person. It was, I'm going to share what I have to offer to the world, and they're going to go with it and create their own thing with it. And she's like, what's the point of me dying? You know, once I die, all these things are dying with me. I'd rather pass them on. And that's always stuck in my mind, you know, when it comes to sharing information and brainstorming. Like, just throw it out there and see what happens.
Yeah. Yeah, you know, that's definitely something that's huge and something that I can say that I've taken away from a lot of the experiences recently and, you know, with Backbones. I think Backbones was like one of the first organizations that I actually joined. Like joined.
Yay.
Yeah. And now, like I said, you're never getting rid of me. It's over. Sorry. Once you got me, it's game over.
Got you for life.
Yeah.
Tell us about Raw Beauty Project.
Oh my goodness, it's Saturday. I'm so excited. So Raw Beauty NYC is opening this week Saturday. It's a gala. It's being hosted by mobilewomen.org and the Christopher Reeve Foundation. And it's pretty much a visual arts project. And it's designed to inspire and create new perceptions of women with disabilities. You know, I'm going to use the quotation mark around disabilities because, you know, we're limited to a chair, but it doesn't limit us in any other way, right? So it's pretty much to expand the awareness of women's physical challenges that we face every day. I was photographed a couple months ago, and I don't know where people get this idea that I'm this beauty queen. I love makeup, yes. I'm the ultimate girly girl, yes. But on a regular day, you will see me in like sweatpants, my hair tied up, and I'm wearing a hoodie right now. Like, this is how I go to school. I am comfortable like this. I love this. But when you ask me to dress up, I kind of go to the extreme. Fine. And they saw that, and they really dressed me up for this project. Like, I was completely glammed up. I had my own glam squad. I had a stylist and a photographer and a makeup artist, and you know what it's supposed to show is like how empowering and how beautiful any woman can be, especially those with, you know, physical limitations. And you know, it's a beautiful concept. It started in Florida, and it's now expanded to New York. And Wendy Crawford, I believe, is the one who came up with it. And she is an amazing woman. Like, she keeps emailing me every day. She's like, you know, you are amazing, and your story is something to be told. And she couldn't wait to she can't wait like until after Saturday to put the pictures up because she's like, you are a glamazon. And I'm like,
I can't wait to see these photos.
Oh, these photos. Rebecca, oh my God.
So are they going to be up like in like a gallery style? Is that what's happening?
Yeah, it is going to be a gallery style. It's a cocktail evening. Angela Rockwood from Push Girls will be there. A couple news stations will also be there as well. Couple famous photographers will be in the building. I invited my entire school's diversity program to come. So we'll see how that works because everyone on my campus knows me. It's really weird. My campus is 198 acres worth of land, and there's like 16 buildings. And I guarantee you, Rebecca, if I walk into a building, they know who I am. So it's going to be kind of weird to have like my peers in the same building doing this. I mean, I already have peers everywhere, but like school, college, like these people that I'm like cutting open livers with will be there. It's kind of nerve-wracking.
And they'll see you all glammed up.
Yeah, and they don't see me like that. Like, they see me, like I said, in sneakers and sweatpants.
They're going to be like, who is this person? We don't know her.
Like, you should come to school like this. Like, no.
Well, that's exciting. That's a really cool project. And how many women? I know there was a big number of women that
It was
participated in this.
20 women picked within the tri-state. Obviously 19 others, and me being one included, which would be 20. They're all within the tri-state, so northern New Jersey, Connecticut, Long Island. Well, Long Island's New York. I think there's a couple
Long
others.
Island's New York.
It is, but I don't count it as a New York because it's like Long Island. You have to go around the state to get there. Like, it's so weird. Just like where I go to school, like you have to cross a bridge that costs $15 for me to go to school. Like, you're in the same state. I don't understand.
I was so surprised when I went to New York when we were there for the Reinventing the Wheel project,
Right.
and I have never seen any tolls that expensive. I was really surprised and not expecting it. And so we made a wrong turn and we went through this toll once and then we had to go right back through it and we paid like $13 to go one way and 13 the other. Like, this sucks.
I feel so bad. No, I cannot. The tolls are so expensive out here. And, it sucks because people who, have limitations, physical limitations, who are on a fixed income, who are, going through these tolls every day, can't afford them.
Yeah.
In the reality, you can't afford them. Gas is up here is like the minimum is $3.70. Your tolls are $15. MTA is not fully accessible up here. So it's like, where do you go? Where's your happy medium? There is no happy medium because they keep telling you New York is too old, the infrastructure is too old to restructure. But it's a terrible excuse.
Mm-hmm.
It's a terrible excuse. All these other states are like, adapting and making adapted. Like, they're coming up with new ways, and New York is just one of those states that's like dug their heels into the ground and said, nope, we're not doing it.
Mm-hmm.
I don't get it. But that's
Well, maybe
enough
you
about
can
New York.
change that with your advocacy stuff.
Well, yes, hopefully. I mean, I am trying. Trust me. I think I sent out 30 emails this morning alone. So
Oh.
let's hope I get some responses. I told you News 12 did a really great story on me yesterday. I was now in close contact with the reporter. She said if I had anything else to share, that she'd love to do it. And that's awesome. I mean, to have that type of connection in the media world, right? So
Yeah, keep those relationships because those are important. The media are the ones that are going to share all that information and in a way that we want them to share it. So it's important.
yeah, definitely. I honestly just can't wait for that. So, yay! Look at that. I am chatty. Ha!
Yeah, you are. I told you we'd take up half an hour. So we got a couple minutes left. You have done some like rowing and fitness stuff too,
Yes,
right?
yes.
Are you still doing the rowing?
I have not done rowing in a little while. I do want to go back. Unfortunately, my budget does not allow for it at the moment. Like I just went over, tolls and gas are extremely expensive up here. And me going to school 4 days a week on an island that costs $15 to get to is a lot. It's $60 in a week just to go over a bridge on top of gas. So, and then where the rowing center is on another side of the boroughs. So add that into it, and it's not cost effective. So I did have to give that up. And I mean, right now, I'm so dedicated in what I'm doing. I am working with Alex and Yannick on Wine on Wheels coming to Chicago. Yay!
Yes, I'm so excited about that. We were talking with them this morning, and they were sharing about all the cool projects, and I can't wait for them to come to Chicago.
Yes, so I'm excited about that too. I'm hoping to be there as well.
That would be awesome.
I'm definitely working on that. And what else? you know, being Miss Wheelchair New York needs some dedication. So need a
Yeah.
lot of dedication, and I don't plan on giving that up anytime soon. So, you know, I don't really have time to focus on rowing right now. But I mean, I'm definitely gonna get back to it. It is great on fitness, and you know, Alex is always trying to throw me out of a boat. So he's always trying to throw me out of a boat. You know, water skiing, or he threw me out of a plane already. I went skydiving. So I mean,
Oh, that's right. You guys did skydiving. That's so cool.
yeah. So next is scuba diving, and you know, keeping active. That's also a really big thing to do. Keep active.
Yeah. Well, you're doing awesome, and how many weeks? You said 3 weeks, right? You've been into
Miss Wheelchair New York. Yeah.
yeah.
This
And it sounds
Saturday.
like you're doing a lot of advocacy stuff. So keep it up, and let us know how Backbones can support you, and you know we can share information so that people can get behind you and projects you're doing.
Yes, I can't wait. I hope everybody does. You guys can follow me on Facebook, Miss Wheelchair New York 2015. And from there, you can find my Twitter and Instagram and find out what I'm doing. Obviously, Backbones and Raw Beauty stuff will be posted, as well as Wheeling Forward and Wheels of Progress also. So that's the key. Go to Facebook / Miss Wheelchair New York 2015.
And don't forget that this weekend is Raw Beauty.
Raw Beauty, yes, Raw Beauty, and you can get more information at rawbeautynyc.com.
People can still get tickets, right?
Yes, people can still get tickets. They're $75 a ticket right now, and it goes up to $95 at the door. So, and they are stopping ticket sales tomorrow evening, I believe. So you want to get them as fast as possible.
That sounds like an amazing project, and I'm excited that you were chosen to be one of those women that got highlighted and featured in it. I hope you have an awesome turnout. Get your tickets.
I'm sure we will. I'm almost 100% positive. You know, it's going to be a big launch, and I can't wait to get it going.
Well, thank you for being with me tonight and for chatting and telling us all about you and the cool things you're doing.
I'm happy. I'm going to go to bed. I have an early day tomorrow. So, good night, guys.
Good night. Get some rest. Mwah. Kisses.
Thanks, Rev.
Take care.
Bye.
Well, that was Andrea, and with Raw Beauty Project and Miss Wheelchair New York 2015. And for anyone who has been looking to donate or wants to donate before the night is over, we have 2 more guests left, and you still have some time to make a donation at crowdrise.com/SCI awareness. And Andrea mentioned the event Raw Beauty Project this weekend, but we also have Backbones is having an event on the other side of the country in Sacramento. We're having a wine tasting event. The tickets are $35, and they will be benefiting Backbones for SCI Awareness Month and help us get some other projects going in the Sacramento area that are sort of in the works already, and we're just going to do some fundraising to make them happen. And that's happening this Saturday, the 20th of September from 4 to 6. So make sure you get some tickets if you are in the area. And I believe we have Katie Terry that is on next. I don't know,
Hi
Katie.
there.
Hi, Katie.
Can you hear me okay?
I can hear you, but I can't see you.
Oh, let's see. Can you see me now?
I can't, but I've been having trouble. Adam, who is on the back end of of the Hangout, it says that he can see you and that you're visible. So I've been having trouble seeing people throughout the night and on the last couple calls. So don't worry about me. I know what you look like.
Yeah.
And you're gorgeous.
So how's the day
Well,
been going? It seems like everything's going awesome.
Yeah, it's been really good. Especially after 4 o'clock, we haven't had any major issues. Knock on wood, so we can finish good. We did have a little bump around the middle of the day. We were talking to Ian Reuter from New Mobility, but he was awesome and was really patient with us, and we got back on track.
Well, good. Good.
And the cool thing is that all of this, it's live streamed now, but it also gets recorded, and it will automatically go up on our YouTube channel. So people who missed throughout the day and want to see something specifically will be able to, go to the YouTube page and watch the videos and get some.
That's good. I missed a few things today that I wasn't able to be on, so that's good to know that I can go on the channel and see it.
Yeah, it'll be good. Well, thanks for being on here tonight. I don't know what time it is out by you. I'm at 9:45 here.
Yeah, I'm just an hour different, so 8:45.
Okay.
Not too late,
Good.
Yeah.
So you've been involved with Backbones for quite some time, for several years, and do you want to tell people how we met?
I want you to share the story. I don't even know how we met. Didn't we just meet through it's like we just kind of met through Facebook and
Yeah.
stuff, right?
Yeah, you started commenting on stuff on our Facebook page, and then you sent me a message, and you specifically said that you were interested in helping volunteer, and we started chit-chatting, and I asked after a while, I got to know you, and you seemed pretty awesome and cool, and I had the expo, the Abilities Expo in Los Angeles, and I needed someone to help me with it, so I asked Katie to join me and help me with the booth at the expo. And so we hadn't met in person until, we met at the expo. And that was cool. I felt like I already knew you.
Already knew each other, even though we'd never met, I felt like we already knew each other. So it was awesome. That was such a fun trip too. A fun expo, I thought.
Yeah, the expos are always really fun. We get to meet a lot of cool people and hear some stories, and it's just a good time.
Yeah, no, I was happy to do it, and obviously with all of the other projects get involved in, and attending the ones that I can. I wish I could attend more. I wish I just had a frequent flyer and just could fly to all the events, but it always happens.
Well, so I see Mona that is on here. Mona is one of our board members. If she's around, I might have her join us too.
Not say a word.
Hi.
What? Maybe she's not ready. I know she was gonna put her kids to bed still before the call. So, but
I already
Are
told you. No talking. Everyone in their rooms.
You sent everyone off to bed.
Yeah, I'm like, do not talk. Do not come in here.
I want you two to meet. I know you haven't met in person, but you guys have both been really involved with Backbones and helping us get to where we are, and you should know each other.
Yeah, no, I'd love to. I see all the email addresses and hear the names, but it's nice when I can put an actual face to those. So yeah, I'm excited to talk a little bit with her tonight when she's ready.
I saw your message, Mona. I'm looking at unmuting you. Oh, here it is. I couldn't find the controls. Here we are. All right.
Can you hear me? Did you guys hear me yelling at my kids to go to bed?
Yes, we did.
That's okay. I already yelled at mine to get in bed and not to come talk to me, so.
Stay on that side of the house.
Well, I want to introduce you to each other. Katie, this is Mona, and Mona, this is Katie. Katie's been helping out. I don't know if you've been listening to her talking, us talking from the very beginning through helping us with some expos. She's part of the Reinventing the Wheel project, not only as a participant, but also helping me with getting all the people lined up, the photographers. We had, I'll tell people a little bit about this project because we haven't even talked about it today. But Reinventing the Wheel was, we had 21 photographers and 21 people with spinal injuries from all across the country. And we matched them up with the purpose of creating some positive images of people with disabilities, you know, and trying to avoid the two spectrums. One, people looking really sad and ill and hopeless, and the other one, you know, being very inspirational and superhero-ish. So we wanted some positive images, and that's what we accomplished. We were able to get people, like I said, from all over the country. Some people from LA, San Francisco, Portland, Katie, you're in Utah. Chicago, New York, Boston, Baltimore, everywhere. So we got a really great range of images of people with different injuries, different injury levels, interests, you know, backgrounds, lifestyles, and been captured by different photographers with different styles. So they came out beautiful, and the project launched in Chicago at the National Museum of Health and Medicine, and then it traveled to New York last March as part of the Real Abilities Film Festival, and it's going to be in Washington at Washington State University in a couple weeks. It'll launch on October 2nd as part of October disability awareness initiatives at that school. So Katie was a part of that. Like I said, not just a participant, but also you know, doing a lot of back work for it. So thank you so much, Katie.
Oh, you're welcome. It was awesome to do. It didn't really feel like work. It just was fun, and it was fun to get to know the different participants, whether they were the photographer or the actual person being filmed or photographed. It was fun to sit and, you know, talk with them and hear their stories, and then obviously attend Chicago and New York. It was great. I mean, it was, like I said, it didn't even feel like work. It was lots of fun. So
yeah, and I feel like a lot of the participants, even though they haven't all met each other, you know, you guys all have awesome stories, and like just have, I know some of you have gotten to know each other and connected, you know, outside of the project, and so that's been kind of cool to see.
Yeah. No, I agree. I thought New York was a lot of fun just to be at the opening and in the middle of their whole event. I thought it was really great how they had it with not just spinal cord injury, but all disabilities, you know, the whole disabilities weekend, so to speak. I enjoyed that as well, meeting other people with a disability, no matter what it may be.
It was a really good event. And then I'll introduce you to Mona. Mona has been a board member What has it been, a year and a half, Mona? Oh, did we mute you again? Mona?
There, can you hear me?
We can hear you. Yeah, I was just saying
I think November will be 2 years. I think so.
Yeah, it'll be 2 years, and you've been doing awesome at just sharing information, and you guys both have a really great story, so I'm going to stop talking, and I'm going to let you guys talk about your stories. Can you tell everyone, Mona, how you got introduced to the SBI world?
Sure. My son Isaac was diagnosed with stage 4 neuroblastoma when he was just 3.5 months old. 2 weeks later, after his first dose of chemo, he was paralyzed. And so we went from, whatever normal is, a normal life, to now we have to, now we have to prepare ourselves and our son for how he's going to live in a able-bodied world. And so that's how I was introduced to the spinal cord injury community. And do you want me to share how I got involved with you, Rebecca?
Yes.
So I was actually researching things online just in my area to help just any resources that there were. Can you hold on for 1 second, please? I'm sorry.
Oh, sure.
So where is she living now? What state is she in?
Mona is in Oregon, Grants Pass, Oregon.
Okay. I need to go up to Oregon. It's been forever since I've been there.
Yeah, it's a great place. I miss it.
Yeah.
I'm sorry. I'm back.
Okay.
All right. And so just looking for resources just to even to help get connected in the community, because we were brand new to Grants Pass, brand new to all of this, didn't really know. Basically, I was clueless and needed help. And I stumbled on Rebecca's website, and it's all, I'm sorry guys, I'm gonna have to give me 1 more minute, please.
Okay.
The joys of parenthood.
You have 2 kids too.
Yeah, but the older they get, the easier some things get, but then it just brings a whole other set of issues, right? Attitudes and because and my way and anyway, it is what it is.
Well, do you want to tell us a little bit about your injury and how you were injured? Oh, I think, is she back?
Oh, she's there.
I'm sorry. I don't think I was
as okay.
Thought I was. I apologize.
That's okay. I kind of caught you off guard, I think.
Okay. And so I contacted Rebecca. She calls me back, but calls me something else. Do you remember what you called me? You're asking for.
I called you Martin Young because you left a message and it wasn't clear on the name, and it said my phone transcribed the voicemails, and so it said Martin Young. And I called back and I said, "Is Martin Young there?" And you were like, "No," and you hung up the phone.
I was expecting a phone call. So I think I told you I thought you were the Today Show, right?
Yes. I wish I was the Today Show.
Today Show. So, so I call her back and I said, "I'm not Martin Young, but I'm Mona Pignon. Are you looking for me?" And she said, "Oh yeah, I'm probably looking for you." And she just shared what Backbones is all about. I didn't get connected right away, but I was connected with a mom who had a son who was 5 years old, who was newly injured. Isaac was 5 years old, who had his injury. So, you know, that's how Backbone worked in my situation, was that, you know, we were connected in this way. And I was mentoring her, but then how it ended up working out is that she ended up mentoring me because she was cathing her son, and I wasn't, you know, I've never had to cath Isaac. And so it was kind of like his injury when we talked about cathing him, it was kind of like his injury was real to me, where before it was like he wasn't like every other kid with a spinal cord injury. We didn't have to cath him. He can void on his own. He can do things on his own. And now it just seemed real. And so dealing with that was a little bit hard for me. So even though I was a mentor, she ended up mentoring me. So it was a two-way street in our case.
And I actually, I have someone for you that just contacted me 2 days ago, and I've had it on my to-do list to send her your way because, but I was busy with the Web-a-thon yesterday, so, but I will do that tomorrow because I think you and her would be perfect.
So basically, I mean, if we're going to jump into Backbones and what Backbones is about, and if people are watching and they're, you know, interested and they're like, oh, you know, do they really help people? Well, yes, I'm a real life person that was helped, and you know, such a great organization, great people to work with, and you know, in the spinal cord injury community, it's not like us against them. It's we, and I think we've worked hard to build that. You know, where you know somebody has something going on, it's not us working against each other, but how can we work together? You know.
Exactly. I love that.
That's exactly it.
Katie, do you want to share a little bit about your story and your injury and all of that?
Yeah. Let's see. I have to do the math. Okay, so August of 2002. So I'm like 12 years. I was in a car accident. Our SUV, our tire blew, and our SUV rolled, and I was thrown from the car. My injury level, I'm T12 L1, so pretty low. Yeah, and I was married, so we already had a son, and when they came out to tell my husband, and I can laugh about this now, but when they came out to tell my husband that I was paralyzed, they kind of said, we're not really sure if the baby has going to survive the trauma. He's like, wait, what do you mean, baby? No, I think you've got the wrong person. And they said, oh, well, didn't you know your wife is also pregnant? So, yeah, I kind of found out I was paralyzed and pregnant at the same time. It was a big shock, you know, but she was born a little, like a few months later. She was a pound 12, so just like, she was born at 28 weeks, so pretty early. But she will she'll turn 12 in January, and would never know where she's, you know, how she started. And it's kind of like, I think it had to happen that way because I think everything else would have been crazy. It would have been hard to have another child later on in the midst of everything. And so I'm glad that I have, even though it's crazy and it happened that way, I can look back and I'm like, it all happened how it should, you know, and I have my son and I have my daughter and we're good, you know. But we've thought about having more kids over the years, but I just take on these fun projects like this, and then they become my children, and I'm like, I can't have any more kids. I have too many projects like this to do, you know. And it's true. People laugh at me, but it's just what I do, you know. But anyway, that's kind of like how I got involved with Rebecca. You know, just said, hey, I want to help. I feel like when I was injured, there wasn't someone there that was saying, hey, here I am, you can do this, and here's the light at the end of the tunnel. And my personality being what it is, I learned how to get things out and things my own way. But I also realized that not everyone is like me. You know, not everyone has that, you know, go fight win mentality of like, I'm going to figure this out or die trying, you know. And so that's when I started going and talking to the local hospitals and just talking to newly injured patients and, you know, just leaving my information saying, if you have any questions, like, I'm here to help. Like, I can answer anything that I can help with. And if not, I'll try to find an answer. And so with Backbones, I just found them through Facebook and mutual friends and just said, hey, I want to help. And so that's kind of, so here we are 12 years later. Well, I mean, not 12 years with Backbones, but it's been a long time. Like, I don't even know how many years. Like, I couldn't even go back. Probably like, I don't know, what, 4 or 5? Wouldn't you say, Rebecca? I don't know. It all kind of just blurs into one big, you know. So, yeah.
We've been around for about 5, so yeah, probably around 4 or 5 you've been involved, which has been awesome. And speaking of projects, you were just in Kosovo. Tell us about that. Katie? Can you guys hear me?
I can hear you.
Okay. I don't know what happened to Katie.
Looks like she got frozen.
She got frozen. We've been having issues. Last night we had a board meeting over Skype, and we were having freezing issues too. Well, like I said, speaking of projects, I was going to go into Katie's project, but you have projects of your own, Mona, that I'm super proud of you. Can you tell everyone about the Blue Slide project?
Yes. When Isaac was 4 years old, I took him to the playground, the park, the school that was right next door to where we live, and you know, we are new to the area, so I hadn't been to the playground before, and I noticed that there were pea gravel rocks covering the entire playground, and my heart just broke for Isaac because, you know, the only option that he had was 2 swings and a blacktop. And I thought about, you know, growing up and what it meant to be on a playground, and you know, you meet your best friend, and you learn all these social skills that you don't normally get to learn, you know, when you're off the playground. And so thinking about that, and you know, opportunity as every other, I decided that I would try to make a wheelchair accessible playground at his school. And we started with the planning and fundraising. You know, once the plan was approved, then it was about how do we get the money, because the school district didn't have money, the PTA didn't have money. So it was like, okay, it's a great idea, but we don't have any money, so good luck. And so I joined the school's PTA, and you know, just to be honest, I joined for the purpose of building a playground, and you know, that was it. And I kind of fell in love with the PTA and the whole idea of community service and what it means to be a part of such a great group. My ideas changed about it. And so I started raising money, and after 4.5 months of fundraising, we successfully completed phase 2 of the Blue Slide project, which gave us a wheelchair accessible structure and an area of mats to make the playground accessible. And then just recently, after 2.5 years, we finished phase 2. So now we have the only all-inclusive playground in Southern Oregon, which is pretty awesome.
That is pretty awesome. I've heard of other playgrounds and communities that are recently coming together to create these accessible playgrounds because it's so important.
Yeah, my hope is I would really love to start my own foundation, the Blue Slide Project Foundation, and just really make sure that no other parent has to basically go out there and raise money to build a playground. That we can join together, come together somehow, and make sure that there's at least one accessible playground in a town, and then start at the schools, and just start small and just work our way out.
Yeah, and you've done it, so hopefully you can share that information with other communities that are trying to do that.
Yeah, I would love that. And I really want to stress though today about backbones, and our goal is to raise money on this project, but I also am a board member for those of you watching, and our goal is to raise $15,000 through Spinal Cord Injury Awareness Month, and even if it's $5 that you're giving or just sharing on your page, like if that's all you can do to make sure that we reach our goal, you've done your part. Sometimes people get the wrong idea and think they have to give this great big amount, but everyone coming together and donating what they can is gonna make us reach our goal. It's not impossible. When it comes to fundraising, and if enough people believe in something, it happens. And Rebecca has a lot of passion, for this organization, and pretty much everybody that sits on the board has passion for this organization, and we want to see it grow. We want to be able to be there. When somebody's newly injured, I can only come at you from a parent's perspective, but I didn't have, like Katie was saying, I didn't have the resources in the hospital. Nobody was saying, here, you might want to join this group, or you might want to go here, or hey, there's adaptive sports. It wasn't until he's older that I find out about these things, and it's not that he's too old that we can't do it, but just to have some sort of hope at the beginning, saying, my son's just not going to sit in a wheelchair for the rest of his life, and just, what I've taught Isaac is that there is no disability. He has no limitations, and the only limitations are the ones that he puts on himself. Society can say you can only do this or that, but he has that choice to believe it. And so, just to be able to be there for other people during this, it's a hard time. Nobody wakes up and says, I think I want to have a spinal cord injury today. Nobody thinks it's awesome. And so what we do is we just work with what we have, and just to be there for people and to be that resource, and just donate today. That's basically the bottom line. If all you have is $5, just donate today and help us reach our goal. Help us get the opportunity to help more people, and we want to be able to be that, those people in the hospital that are sharing hope. We want to be hope. Nobody wants to go through life just feeling like they don't have anywhere to go, and I think we've all been there, whether we have a spinal cord injury or not. We've all reached a place of hopelessness. And so backbones can be that change for just one person. I think we've done our job.
Well, I think, by just looking back on the whole day today,
it's an amazing thing what you did, Rev. Don't mean to cut you off, I was looking in and out, and just the variety of people that you had, and you know, I'm sitting here like, wow, you know, I was interested in the parts that I could watch, and even if I wasn't able to sit down and watch, I had it playing because it was exciting, you know, and so what you did today was awesome. And you know, next year when we do it, it's going to be even better.
Thank you. I am super excited for, you know, for next year. And you know, like I said, I just thinking back with all the people that I talked to today, and we were able to share their stories. I mean, it really is a true testament about our community. And you know, a lot of times we say, "Oh, we're so disjointed," but I mean, this is proof that we are, you know, together and in unity, and we can work together.
Right, right. I mean, that's why
support
we
each other.
That's why we meet on Washington D.C. on the Capitol. We all come together, whatever our organization is. We all come together, and that's what I think. That's what separates us from all the other, you know, awareness things that are out there. Is that we all come together.
It has been so much fun, and I'm so glad to share this last bit of it with you and with Katie. I believe she just texted me and said that her connection is being slow, so she's not able to log on again. Hopefully she can get on in the next couple minutes and talk a little bit, but she has been doing some great work. I mean, we heard her story just a little bit ago, but she was just recently on a trip overseas. I believe she went to Kosovo and to help people out there with spinal injuries and disabilities, and you know, they talked about sports, you know, a range of topics, and she does a lot of volunteer work, and I know that you do too, Mona, and you know, that says a lot when people are willing to give of their time without expecting anything in return. And you know, things happen that way. You know, we make things happen because we're willing to give of our time, and it's exciting to see. And I'm glad that, you know, you've given your time to Backbones. Katie has given of her time too, and that you've also gotten something back out of it. You've felt rewarded in building relationships with other people.
I think the most out of everything that I've done, you know, people want to say, oh, you've done so much, you've done good, you've done this, but it's like I've gotten the biggest reward out of everything, you know, just the people that I've had the opportunity to meet, and the relationships, like you said, the relationships that you form, and you know, just I don't have a lot of money, you know, we're not even middle class. I don't have a lot of money, but I have time. And, you know, I was stay-at-home mom, and I felt like I had no purpose in life. You know, I mean, I had my kids, but it was just like, is this it? Is this going to be what I'm going to do for the rest of my life? And then, you know, I joined PTA, and I start the project, and then, you know, I'm a part of Backbones, and then, you know, different things that I'm a part of, and it just makes me feel alive, you know, it makes me feel like I'm changing the world, you know, even if it's just one person or one family or one community. I mean, it's amazing when you talk about Blue Slide and the people in our community, how they feel about it. It's a really good feeling.
That's awesome. And yeah, it's over. I mean, it's not over, but you finished this project. You started it, you know, a couple years ago, and it's over, and you got all the support you needed to build it. And now your son has a place to play with all the rest of the kids.
Right.
How
and
awesome is that?
He's no longer like sitting on the sidelines. Like that was never going to be his fate. You know, I was making sure that was never going to be his fate. That he would never just have to sit and watch, and you know, and it Rev, I wish you could have seen it, just how our community came together during a time of recession, you know, and how they believed so much in this project, and it was just a really great experience. It really was.
Is there any other projects that you're working on that you want to share with Backbones today?
I think right now I want to catch my breath a little bit, but I hope to devote more time to Backbones, and you know, of course I'm working in my PTA, and we have awesome things going on in our PTA all the time, so that never stops.
Well, I think we're coming to an end. I'm not sure if Katie will join us again, but we're probably going to be done around 10:30, and it's been a long day and a super awesome day. I'm so excited that it all worked out. Like I said, we had a little glitches throughout the day, but you know, overall it was a good experience, and we learned for next year.
Yeah, for sure.
I just want to say to everyone, again, you know, take a look at the link right beneath me, and make a donation if you can, and if you can share it on your social media pages, on your profiles, that would be so much appreciated. Like, we're trying to raise $15,000 at the end of the month for spinal cord injury awareness, and you know, hopefully today that will get us closer with all the donations that people made. And remember, we had a lot of giveaways too. A lot of our guests, you know, gave, you know, their books. They were authors, and they donated some books. They donated some goodies, and thank you so much to them for doing that. I also wanted to give a huge, huge, huge thank you to Adam Kale, who is on the back end of this, and without him, today would have been a disaster. I don't know if you can come on, Adam, show your camera. I know that you've been keeping yourself hidden all day. Maybe he's taking a break. Maybe he fell asleep on me. Adam. Well, if you pop on,
Yeah.
Can you see him?
Yeah, he's just, like, you can't hear him.
Oh.
He looks all techy.
Hey, it helps if I turn on my microphone.
Oh yeah. Hey, the techie guy.
The techie guy has to turn up his microphone. It's amazing.
Adam, I just wanted to thank you. And if I was right next to you, I would give you a giant hug and a kiss, because I wouldn't have done this without you.
No problem. It's been interesting. We've learned a lot. I think we've done pretty good for our very first one, and it's been fun listening to everybody all day as well. Definitely a wide variety of people, and I've even learned a lot. So
that's great. I'm so glad to have had your support, and you know, have you share this with us, and we'll learn for next year. And hopefully you aren't. I mean, I'm sure you're tired, because I know you worked last night really late. But now we can go to sleep.
Trust me, I am going to sleep.
Thank you, Adam.
You're welcome. It was nice meeting all of you guys. Like I said, I know I've been quiet and hiding, but I really have paid attention to all of you guys all day. So
thank you. Mona, thank you for being on here at the end, and sharing your story.
You're welcome. And everyone out there listening, donate. Anything you can.
Thank you. And again, the month's not over, so you know, keep following us on Facebook, keep sharing information. It's been awesome to see people sharing and tweeting stuff, retweeting things. I never know how to say that. And so just keep doing that. You know, our awareness month is not just, you know, 1 month. We need to keep doing it throughout the year, and as much as we can, and come out to some of our events. We have a wine tasting in Sacramento this weekend. Check out our website. We have a yoga workshop at the end of the month in Chicago, and some yoga sessions this weekend and next weekend in Portland, Oregon. So check out the events page, make a donation, support each other, share, network, and thank you so much to everyone.
Awesome. Awesome job, Rev.
Yay! Have a good night, everyone.
Good night, guys.
Adam, you're gonna have to show me how to stop the broadcast, because I don't know how.
Should just be as you. Oh, there's Katie. Of course, Katie shows up.
Oh, Katie. Katie, can you hear us?
Put your mic on and your camera.
I was gonna say she's not muted, so.
Oh, you have a lab, chocolate lab.
It's a black lab.
He's not here.
Yeah, I'm not sure. I know she was having issues with the connection.
Good night, you guys.
All right, good night, Mona. Katie, I'm sorry we weren't able to get you back on, but I did share the work that you were doing, and I appreciate all the work that you've done for Backbone. And I hope everyone has a good night. Thank you so much. Adam, can I just do the leave call?
Yeah, you should be able to do that. Just release it and it will shut it off.
I don't want to get out of it just yet because I want to download those pictures that we took throughout the day. So can we just stop the broadcast?
That's checking.
Oh, I see it. Got it.
Got it.